All right, welcome. Welcome to Roll to Move 2023 Campaign by Committee Viking live stream. So you have jumped in. We know you, you know us. We are all good friends, and we're just going to enjoy this giant campaign together, a campaign by committee, something we haven't done before. But Roll to Move is just a fantastic convention, and our community is so great that I thought, you know what, let's give the community a place to rally around. You can drop in, you can drop out, you can let people know the stream's going on, and just come out here and hang. We are going to try and get a Viking Jarl as far as we can through the Gates of Valhalla campaign. 8-mission campaign with camp visits in between. We're not going to go anywhere near that far, but we're going to enjoy what we can together today in this 8-hour stream. Usually we do a little sound check at the beginning, so if you guys can listen to this little narration and then let us know how we're doing on the audio quality and sound, give us a little feedback. You may know this story. The Endless Winter. The Northlands were once a prosperous place, home to countless clans of Norsemen, farmers, traders, sailors of unparalleled skill. For generations, these hardy folk mastered the cold wilderness, living a fertile life and paying homage to the Azir gods of old that watched over the land and its people. Is that how you spell or pronounce Azir? Azir? Let us know in the comments. But as the nights grew long and dark one winter, an unnatural storm of cold and death spread across the land. For 100 years, the Northlands became an inhospitable frozen wasteland. Only cold tales remained of their homelands, lost to the ice and dark of night. Displaced by the harsh winters and hardened by the struggle for survival, many Norse clans had become Viking raiders and scavengers, as well as farmers and traders. They built powerful ships and set out to sail the seas in search of glory and battle and fortunes to pillage. As the years grew longer, the worst of the unnatural storms abated. A golden light shone once more down across the land. The ice was still thick and the blistering snows still blew, but the Norse lands were no longer inaccessible. Some, including our Jarl, Vikings, set out on expeditions to explore this lost region of the north, to reclaim the lands of their forebears, others to make a name for themselves in battle, and still others to secure a place among the honored dead in the halls of Valhalla. They did not know what horrors awaited them. All right, how are we doing in the chat? Can't wait to see some of the gameplay. Oh, great, loud and clear, excellent. And okay, what's fun is I do not know all of your screen names, but I do have a printout of who said they were going to be showing up today. So I know some of who you are. Bill, Andrea, I know the Osbornes are going to be dropping in and out too. Frank, great. Excellent. Okay, good. I'm not going to belabor this because we've got a lot to get to. So let's jump in. Let me check my notes. Okay, first thing we need to do is a delay test to see how long it takes my communications to get to you and you back to me. So on the count of 3, I'm going to give you a word that I need you to type in the chat. And we're going to see how long it actually takes to get back to us. So the word 1, 2, 3 is longboat. So type longboat in the chat. I'd love to see how much of a delay I need to give you. Whoa, that was fast. Whoa, that was also fast. Before, let's say I throw out a campaign by committee decision. I want to make sure I give people plenty of time to get back to that. So we'll wait a little bit longer to see how quickly longboat comes back from everybody. So really, there's 5 or 6 that just came instantly, and then we'll see how long we have to wait for the last longboat. So nobody type it in late, okay? Don't type it in late because that'll throw off our calibration. Okay, this is good. That means there's not much of a delay, so I won't have to wait minutes and minutes. We'll rock on with that. Okay, first thing we're going to let you do, some things that you can be thinking about. We're going to need a name for our Viking Jarl. So you can start throwing name possibilities in the chat. And Chatmaster Daniel is with us today. Chatmaster Daniel will be keeping an eye on you in the chat and letting me know things that I may have missed as I'm keeping my eyes and focus on the campaign moving. So he will be your voice. And then Chatmaster Daniel will also be deciding when there's a vote up. He's going to be the one who weighs and calculates which way you Vikings are leaning. Okay, so Viking clan, you're going to help this Viking Jarl, and every time I ask you Vikings to weigh in on something, he will watch, and he may be the one who chooses the name as well. Okay, great. So here is our task today. Our task is to go through the Gates of Valhalla campaign as far as we can go and to enjoy ourselves the whole time. Mixed in there, we're going to kind of try to splash some fun adventures content in that you may or may not have seen. Even if you have seen it, we might take a deeper look at it as we go. I'm going to assume that you know well how to play the game, so I'm not going to stop and teach you how to scavenge or anything weird like that. We're just going to be going quickly. However, if there's something you want a reminder on, then just let me know in the chat. And if you think I have dropped a rule, feel free to mention that. I'm not going to announce everything I'm doing because you would get annoyed if I announced exactly how far I rolled to move every time I rolled to move. So there's some stuff I will breeze over. So don't assume I've missed a rule there. But if you see something going on and think I'm forgetting a trigger or something like that, this is a cooperative game, and that's one of the great things about it. So I will need your cooperation and help there. So that's our task, and then the format is campaign by committee. So how does campaign by committee work? Well, for example, we've just asked for a name. A lot of people have thrown out a name. We're going to ask for your decision on a personal item and a starting upgrade here as well. So when that happens, clearly everybody in the chat is not necessarily commenting. So our quorum is not 50% of our viewers. It's probably 25%. And if we don't even have that, then it'll just be kind of whoever is being more vocal. So if we see 4 or 5 people all leaning one way, then we'll go that way. I'm going to get some information up for you here on the info cam, and you may not be able to see these perfectly, but they'll give you a good idea there. Now, can I see the info cam too? Can you see the info cam?
You should be there in a moment.
Oh, Stephen. Yes, I've noticed you in several games, and I think you're in one of my other games later on, so I'm excited this is your first roll to move, and you're here with us too. Okay, you can kind of see the runic ring and everything, but I'm going to adjust it so it's a little more in frame here. Actually, let's do some of this. And just make it simple. All right, campaign by committee. So we're going to be making decisions together. Not every minor decision will be made together, just some major ones. So I might ask you, should we be in aggressive mode for this battle or defensive mode? So are we going to spend our grit on re-rolling damage and attacks, or are we going to save it for defense? That way we don't have to stop every time there's a major decision. But right now, one of the big pieces is creating this character. And spoiler alert, we're going to create 2 characters today. Our Viking Jarl will be joined by a second hero at the first clue icon. So I want to get into the game as quickly as possible. So we're going to create our Jarl, name our Jarl, get him on his way, and then later on when we find that first clue token, which may be very quick, we'll see, we will form a second hero together and get our 2-hero posse going, and a 2-hero clan going, and then head in. So guys, let's review the Jarl and how the Jarl works. We have a Viking, and the key thing about Vikings is Viking Rage. So I'm going to put the Rage card over here for a second. Viking Rage is a big deal. All Vikings have it, and as a team hero, this middle text box of the Jarl is the same for every Viking, with the exception of this top part that has your max Rage. So the most rage the Viking Jarl can have is 5. But how does rage work? Rage is great. Rage is an excuse for Vikings to get in and get scrappy. Rage says whenever you take 2 wounds, for every 2 wounds you take, you're going to get 1 rage token. Hey, Sean. And why would you want rage? Well, later on when you go to deal damage, you can add up, for each rage token you add to a hit for damage, you are going to be able to increase the damage. I said that poorly. When you are assigning damage, after you've rolled your damage dice, you can decide how much rage you want to add to it, up to 3, and that'll increase the rage. So our goal is to get our Viking in, get scrappy, get wounded. When we get wounded, we get mad, and then when we swing our axes back and deal damage, when we're deciding how much damage to deal, and we need just a little bit more to finish that guy off, we'll be able to add rage tokens and take him out. Rage is also used to fuel some really cool abilities. So Viking rage is a big deal, and so we're going to need to know that to be able to make an intelligent decision between these. The other important thing that we should know is that we have Battle Fury. Whenever we kill an enemy, we heal 2 wounds, and then we're also going to get a Viking Team Hero card at the beginning. In general, our melee is 4 and our defense is 4+, so we're average on those. Our health is 12 and our sanity is 10, so our health is a little better than our sanity. And our willpower is 3+, our initiative is 3. And then we're good at strength, lore, and cunning, and we're terrible at spirit. And our range is 5+, so we're not great at range. Normal combat of 2 and grit of 2. Most importantly, we need to look at these before we make decisions about runic ring and wolf tooth necklace to go along with either Jarl Chieftain or Jarl War Party. So this is a cool spot where we can analyze what we have and come up with some cool combos sending our Viking in. And to make the most sense of it, we need to know that our War Axe allows us to use D8s on our to hit rolls. So our likelihood of getting critical hits is very high. So 6, 7, and an 8 on the D8 will all cause a critical hit that will ignore defense. And then we have an armor 5+, and we have health +1. So we're actually health 13, sanity 10. So that big D8 axe is the thing that makes the Jarl in many ways. It's got 1 upgrade slot. Okay, so committee. Tell me what you think about Jarl Chieftain versus Jarl War Party, given that we have access to the wolf tooth necklace and the runic ring. So Jarl Chieftain would make us initiative 6 because we get +3, but we would also, anytime we roll a critical hit or a successful armor roll, we would get a rage token. So anytime we successfully roll 1 or more criticals or 1 or more armor rolls, we'll get rage. So that's definitely a rage engine that we could use, and we'd be +3 initiative. And then additionally, if we hire some Viking allies in camp, then we will be able to have those Viking allies get critical hits, which they normally can't. So the Viking allies get way more effective when they can start chopping through defense. Our other option is Jarl War Party. So the way we get rage off of the Jarl War Party card is at the start of each turn during a fight, we and every adjacent hero get a rage. Not many adjacent heroes in this, but basically during a fight we would have a constant steady stream of rage. And then the big payoff is that if you are a War Party Jarl, once per fight you can spend 5 rage to go off and have +2 combat. And +2 combat is great, but +2 combat with an axe rolling D8s is insane. It's great. The only thing to keep in mind there is that our max rage is only 5. So if we are doing something cool where we're getting +2 combat, spending all of our rage, then we aren't going to have rage to spend on increasing damage. Unless we do a little combo. What do we got with the wolf tooth necklace versus the runic ring?
I think the wolf tooth necklace has it. It's the only thing that's been suggested. I don't think I've seen 1 vote for the ring.
Okay.
So far.
No votes for the ring. We're moving on then. You guys see the combo with the wolf tooth necklace. So Chatmaster Daniel says that the wolf tooth necklace has taken it in the votes. The first time you are KO'd during an adventure off the ring, you don't have to roll for injury or badness. But you guys are confident that we're not going to be being KO'd, so we're going to get the ring out of here. The wolf tooth necklace does give us +2 max rage, so that is a way to beef up War Party, because we'd be able to trigger that 5 rage for 2 combat and still maybe have rage left over to add to our hits. But you also get, there's another rage engine on the Wolftooth necklace, where whenever the darkness marker moves a space on the depth track, we gain a rage token. So we get mad every time the darkness marker moves forward. Jarl Chieftain versus War Party Jarl. What do you guys want?
It seems to be fairly split.
Oh, it's fairly split. Okay, so they are so hard, because the other secret part of the Jarl Chieftain, +3 initiative makes you 6 initiative, which means you get the drop on a lot of enemies. So having the drop on enemies and swinging a big axe, it does beef up your defense, because there's a lot of enemies who never get to really land their hits against you because you actually go before them. So that is a kind of a layered hidden benefit to that card that you don't see necessarily when you look at it first off. Right down the middle. Oh man. Okay, then I'm gonna pick a random person off of our list of attendees, and if they're here, they get to make the swing. The random person is, oh, those people haven't arrived yet. It is Woody. Is Woody here? Which way did Woody vote? Woody, if you're here, say something. Otherwise, it will fall to the next person on the list, which is Bill. And I did see Bill. Oh, what does Bill say here? For the other character, I want to know. Oh, we've already got another character name suggestion. Okay, well, we'll get that. Okay, Bill or Woody. Wait. Oh, Bill votes for War Party. Okay, and then oh, but then you know what? I don't know if wait, Woody. We don't. Your name isn't Woody as a screen name, so I can't tell if you voted or not. All right. Whoa, this is scary. Whoa, this is really split down the middle.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, I see Bill's vote for War Party, so I'm taking that. But Woody, if you're here and I just didn't recognize your screen name, identify yourself, and we will switch it back to Chieftain. Okay, War Party Jarl, it's happening. Are we using allies? Yes, you will be able to hire allies in camp. And actually, I unfairly did not show off our Jarl. Sometimes you got to get a look at your mini in order to know exactly how you want to build them. So this is our Jarl, and it's going to be fun. This is going to be one of the few times you'll get a really good look at them, because it'll be pretty far away from you on screen. So there's a little chance to see them in good lighting. And very shortly, many of you will be painting this up yourselves and doing fun things with it. So, oh wow, that just, I like it. I love it. I did paint one of these. It did not come out quite as nice as this guy, but it came out pretty close. So my skill as a painter is slowly improving, and I'm enjoying that process, especially trying out some speed paints. Okay, we're 20 minutes in. I feel like it's time to get out there and start rolling some dice. What would you guys like for a starting side bag token? Your options are bandages, ale, 2 throwing axes, or a tonic. And if you have forgotten how throwing axes work, they are special because they are a ranged attack that actually uses your melee value. Where's my throwing axe card? Whew. Well, let's flip over here. All right, what do we want for, oh, so many axe choices. Okay, we're digging out the axes. All right, axes, I don't have the reference card. Oh, I do have the reference card here. It's already on screen. Our axes, I'm going to have our side bag on our info cam, and I'll keep the grit in the side bag as well, so you guys are informed as to how much grit we have. We've got a revive token here, so you can see that. And I'm going to put the Viking Jarl's face by this side bag token, so that you know that this side bag belongs to the Jarl. And we'll get a grit in there. And then for Rage, I'm going to put Rage on the big screen above the Jarl itself. So you should be able to see the Jarl's face card on the big screen once we get over to there. And then any Rage we acquire, you should be able just to tick across the top. and then we'll keep you informed of damage as well by putting damage on that big card. So hopefully all that will be clear. If you ever can't see something or want info, just let Chatmaster Daniel know. Okay, 2 axes, you see how they work? Let's get into it. One last thing, this is a team hero. So we're gonna get a team ability card, and you guys can just holler when you think that team ability should be used. A little shuffle here. And pillage. Oh boy, okay. So we already got some decisions to make. I'm gonna shuffle some stuff around here. Apologies for the camera bump. We'll leave these over here for now. And some of the stuff I'll just leave up on the info cam for a short amount of time so that you can see it temporarily and then take it away. But if you ever want to see something again, just holler. Viking Pillage. Guys, we have a decision to make. Viking Pillage is amazing. It says play at any time, so we can do it right now if we want. And it says until the next time the darkness marker moves onto a blood splatter or growing dread space, anytime a Viking hero draws a nothing here scavenge card, they may also draw a loot card. So while we're scavenging, as long as we've turned pillage on, anytime we draw nothing here, we get that XP from the nothing here card. Then we draw a loot card, get the XP from the loot card, and we get the whatever's on the loot card. So it's a real nice XP bump and a way to get some good stuff quick. The only question here is that it's better when you have more heroes in play, and we're going to meet a hero at clue marker 1. So if you guys are eager for good stuff and nice things now, just start yelling pillage in the chat. And if you want to wait until we find our friend at clue 1, our second hero, then just vote that way. All right, I'm going to get started. Daniel, holler at me if they pillage.
Will do.
Okay, Vikings, let's hold back the darkness. I'm going to throw dice on the info cam, and so you can see the dice down there. I'll try to keep them up in this area here. And yeah, give us, oh, someone's yelling, hold the line, hold. Okay, hold back the darkness. It's a 5. We're terrible at this game, and we haven't turned on pillage, and now we are very close to turning off pillage if we land on a darkness card. So whoever said hold, maybe you had some prophetic insight. Okay, and we're going to jump up here. So we got a camera where you can see the big picture of everything going on here.
Tis been switched.
Tis switched. Great. Okay, so we've got our Jarl up top here. He's moving off the boat, and here comes the roll. Sliding in a little closer. Friends, should we be in scavenge mode or cautious mode? In scavenge mode, we will scavenge every turn, trying to take advantage of finding things and tipping over bushes and trees and things like that. And in cautious mode, we will avoid any extra problems by not scavenging. So let me know, and we'll also get our intro to the adventure going on. Okay, we're going to start at the very beginning. Mission 1. And this is a great mission because we get to decide if we keep pressing our luck each time we find a clue to go further and further and further, or if we should stop. So I'll read you the campaign introduction, which is added on to the normal introduction when you're in campaign mode. Packing your longboats with supplies, livestock, and hardy warriors, your Viking clan braves the icy waters of the Norselands on an expedition for riches and glory. Making landfall on the rocky shores of a frozen coast, you step off the boats, ready for battle. And remember, it's been 100 years of dark, cold winter up here, and things are finally receding. So we're kind of bursting in here to find, what's left, what remains, or what's there now. So this is a big journey of discovery for us. This region of the Norselands is rumored to be rich in darkstone, collected by local villages, marauding and mythic creatures to feed their foul desires with the corrupting power of the darkness. Setting out on a raid for darkstone, you pick your way through the snowy forest in search of the black rock. So we are going to be looking for darkstone in this. The setup is normal. Mission goal: the heroes are going on a raid to collect valuable darkstone from across the countryside. Whenever the heroes find a clue, they may collect some of the darkstone found, pushing their luck to get more and more darkstone with the risk of encountering stronger resistance the deeper into the wilderness they explore. Campaign special rules, no gates. So we can't find gates while we're in campaign mode for this mission because we're telling a story, and the story starts in the Northlands. Objective clues. Whenever a clue is found, the heroes have discovered a hoard of Darkstone, and after resolving all elements on the exploration token, including defeating any enemies, each hero may collect a number of Darkstone based on how many clues have been found so far. So at the first clue, we'll get 1 Darkstone. At the second clue, we'll get D3 Darkstone. And at that point, we can claim victory, or we can press on. If we press on to the third clue, then at the third clue, we'd find D3 plus 1 Darkstone, but we would also have to face a threat that is 1 level higher than normal and reveal all the Growing Dread cards. And then the fourth clue, if we get to it, which this is actually kind of a sneaky thing about this mission. It is extremely hard as level 1 heroes to ever make it to the fourth clue. So if you want to ever play this game in challenge mode, this is a really fun mission. Like just build up, get some level 1 heroes, throw them together, get them pumped up, and then see if you can get to the fourth clue on this mission. So anyway, fourth clue would be P Darkstone and then claim victory. But at the fourth clue, you would have to fight an epic threat as well as reveal any more Growing Dread cards that have popped up. Okay, and the reward for successfully completing the mission is just the Darkstone we find along the way. The real treasure is the Darkstone you find along the way. And if we lose, then they will steal some of our Darkstone on the way out, which is not good. We want that Darkstone because we're going to camp after this, and if we have Darkstone in camp, there is some fun, good stuff that we can do. All right, we're back at it. Caution for now. Caution, scavenge, scavenge, caution, scavenge, scavenge, caution. Oh my gosh. This is great. I'm normally just a Leroy Jenkins type player, but some of you are going to keep us in check. And Chatmaster Daniel, whenever it's 50%, you're going to need to flip a coin, or if you want, I can flip the Jarl coin on screen.
Yeah, we'll flip the coin on screen.
Okay, flip the coin on screen. The Viking Jarl is going to decide with, he'll be deciding for whatever the top one was, which looks like scavenge. So if Jarl head comes up, it's scavenge. I would let you guys decide, but you are literally 2 Viking clans. You're having a civil war about this guy's personality. Oh, it is scavenge time. Okay. Viking Jarl says scavenge. And the first scavenge comes with a 6. And our first scavenge card comes nothing here. Oh, now we have a problem. Pillage. We could turn pillage on right now and get the benefits of pillage. But as soon as we fail another hold back the darkness roll, pillage would be turned off. So, ooh, this is interesting. Should we pillage just because we drew a nothing here card now, or should we continue to hold and wait for our allies so that we can pillage together? Rather not ally hero. No pillage, no pillage. Okay. Within you there are 2 wolves. Within you there are 2 Viking clans. All right, we'll take the 10 XP. Zoop. And we'll keep moving. All right, now I'm someone who likes to play and keep things moving, so I'm going to tone down the chat a little and get us a little further into adventure, and then we'll tell little stories as we get to the fun stuff. Oh, hold back the darkness. Double 6s. Oh, I can't wait to read this. All right, first double 6s in our happy land. Oh my gosh. And now, where did you go, happy chart? Well, you guys know what it's going to say, double 6s. This place is cold and unforgiving, but we're not about to give up without a fight. Oh, this place is horrible and unforgiving, but you're not about to give up without a fight. Each hero may gain D3 rage tokens. Let's get them. 2. D3 rage tokens and either heal 2 wounds, 2 sanity, or D6 wounds, sanity, any mix, or recover a grit. And since we are unharmed, we will add a grit to our token.
Actually, just noticed we never decided on a name.
We didn't decide on a name because I'm just trying to keep things moving, and we are.
Let's scroll back up here a little bit.
Chatmaster Daniel. Right, and there we come.
think Simon on YouTube had a pretty good one here.
Okay, Simon from YouTube. What's our name? Leif Surgard, meaning explorer, guardian of victory. I love it.
Yeah.
Okay, Leif Surgard. Leif the Viking. Puns, any puns you want to throw out based on his name are totally fine too. Leif Surgard. By Odin, that is good fortune. By the light of Odin. Okay, we've got our free rage from the Stubborn Resolve off the depth track. We picked up a movement of 3. We popped in, knocked open the door for 5 XP and found a dark forest. Okay, I'm going to mix
I'm
these.
going to have to interrupt again. We do have another good name suggestion.
Oh. I still like Ethanus Longberthus. Well, if we are, who said that? Ethanus Longberthus. Yes, if we were trying to get brownie points with the host, I'm your host, Ethan, Flying Frog. I work with all the retailers and distributors and all the players and organized play stuff. So I'm excited to be connected to you all. But I will not be so vain as to name a Viking after myself. Longbeardus. Okay, so Sir Leif Surgard Longbeardus. Yeah, we'll give him Longbeardus as a last name. I like that. Leif Surgard Longbeardus. And he does have a nice long beard. He's got an even longer braid, but we're not talking about the braids right now. Okay, here we go. Exploration token at the end of the round. It comes 1 door and an encounter. The door is located to our left. And the encounter. Encounters are fun when you're alone because anything that's all parties quickly becomes just you.
You might want to move the map down just a tiny bit.
And come in here, like so.
Yeah, we're good.
Okay, let's do some housekeeping here. All right, howling winds. Howling winds. An icy wind tears across the frozen countryside, shaking the trees and carrying a sinister wall of frozen death on the air. So we step off our Viking longboats, we push our way into the dark forest, and a chill wind starts to raise. An unnatural, strong howling wind is blowing through the trees. We realize that the rest of the clan we left back on the boat to make camp is no longer with us, and we are truly alone. Spirit 6+ test. Spirit is our absolute worst stat, and it comes up to okay, if successful, we would have gotten 20 XP as we stand firm against the icy chill of the northern winter, but we failed. So we take 3 horror hits that do 2 sanity damage each as the howling winds of the frozen dead assault your mind. Then, if more than half of the heroes failed the test, move both the hero party marker and the darkness marker forward 1 space on the depth track. Okay, we are going to commit to taking our lumps here for failing this, and all of our willpower pass. So Vikings have great willpower of 3+. So all of our no sanity damage from that. But then more than half of the heroes did fail the test. So we're going to move both the hero party marker forward, and we moved it 1 forward for the map and 1 forward for that. And then the darkness marker moves forward, and we get our first darkness card of the game. Wah, wah. Cold and calculating. All robot and frozen enemies do +1 damage on all their attacks. Well, that's not good. We're alone, and robot and frozen enemies are going to have more damage coming at us. Sad times. All right. Yes, the Olympian cast does like to re-roll their skill tests and spend grit on that. But I assume you would rather hang on to your grit for something more important. If I'm wrong, you don't have to wait for me to initiate a vote in the chat either. Chatmaster Daniel will make your needs known if something's coming up. All right, moving on out of this dark forest, we're going to hold back the darkness. Double threes. Creeping darkness. The darkness is always searching for a way out. Move the darkness 2 steps forward on the death track. Which gives us another darkness card.
Starting pretty great. It's starting pretty great.
Yeah, this is great. This is the bleak north that we expected. Leaf Longbeardus. Leaf Surguard Longbeardus. Oh my gosh, savage things on top of cold and calculating. Okay, enemies that are large size and bigger now have +1 combat, and they're to hit rolls of 6+, do an extra 2 damage each. So the problem is if we run into a frozen enemy that is also large, they're going to be +1 combat, doing +1 damage, and their 6s will actually be doing +3 damage. So we cannot run into any large frozen enemies right now. That would be bad news. We need to run into a friend. We need a clue token. Okay. Darkness held. We move on. We're in 2 spaces. We're in pillage mode or scavenge mode. So we scavenge. And we move on to the next round. And we fail again. Oh my gosh, we are terrible at this. We need to guys, I don't know if we're going to clue 4 by any stretch of the imagination. We're almost out of the bottom stage of the depth track with the darkness marker. And we're going to bust open another door. And that doesn't help. We got a corner passage that is going to the right. Okay, looking around the corner. Pick up our XP for that.
You know what, Simon? I don't think we did.
What did we forget?
I don't think we made an offering to the gods.
We did not, but by the light of the Aesir gods, when we get back to camp, we've got Freya, Odin, Thor, and Loki all on tap. They got definitely spots. We need to bring them some Darkstone if we want to put up an offering to them. So you can be thinking about which of those 4 deities we want to try to get to bless our next quest. Holding back the darkness works. And we run around the corner. Grab some more XP as we bust open another room. And it's yet another dark forest. And you will be happy to know that I shuffled everything, that this game is in fact not rigged in any way. It is coming at us pure and true. Because it knows the community, it knows our Viking clan can handle a little adversary. We're going to bring you into view, and if let's see.
Yeah, we're good.
Okay, good. And I can only see so much on my screen, so if. All right, comes to the end of the turn, and we are going to ambush attack. We're trying to find a friend. We just want one friend to help us. We just need to get to a clue token. There is 2 exits to our left and right, but unfortunately we have run into an enemy, and it could be it could be a large frozen enemy. Low threat card. You see me not cheating. It comes D3 Centurion Hunters. All right, so we got 2 Centurion Hunters. Whoop. Who show up back left. Oh, just 2. And you would probably like to see these Centurion Hunters, so we'll go to the cam. Specifically, you want to know what they look like from above, because that's how you will see them on the other cam. So here they are. And our Centurion Hunters. Oh, I hope they're not frozen. Let's see. Frozen or robotic? They clearly will be robotic. And are they large? No, they are not. They are medium. Okay, we dodged a little bit of a bullet. We have Centurions here. Quick review of their stats for those who haven't fought them much, which is most of us. They have an initiative of 3, and we have an initiative of 3. And in a game where bad things happen, they get to go first. They lose their Relentless Advance ability per the card that we drew. It says Hunter Protocol. These Centurions lose the Relentless Advance ability but gain +2 move. So this is because these Centurion hunters have wandered out of a portal and are now out here hunting things. So they're not acting like they would if they were in.
Do it point something out? That this was an ambush attack?
Oh, it is. Look at that. Surprise. Ding, ding, ding. You get 1 free grit at the start of your next adventure for doing a rules correction. Good job.
We had some comments in chat. Not letting you get away with anything.
Oh yes, yes. You know me. I'm always on the side of the hero. I'm never the one in playtest going, I think they should be meaner. Okay. So we are getting ambushed. We came around the corner, and as we were coming around a corner, one of these guys slides down the embankment, and the other one pops up out of a bush. They've been laying in wait for us. They want to take us back to the library and catalog us. They're not in relentless advance mode. They have +2 move. Their 6 pluses ignore defense and armor, which is real bad for us. But even more importantly, their blast shields, whenever we swing into them, they get to try and make armor 5+ saves with their blast shields. Their blast shields absorb energy and throw it back at us. So at the end of a hero's attack, if you're adjacent to a Centurion, for each wound prevented by the blast shield armor, the hero both takes 1 wound, ignoring defense, and is thrown back 1 space directly away from a random adjacent Centurion. So if we smash into either of these guys right now and some of their armor works, it's going to just blast back into us, and however many wounds they prevent, we're going to take that much damage, and it'll throw us back. But notice that when we take that damage, it ignores our defense, but it doesn't ignore our armor. So our armor might be able to. This is kind of a weird armor battle, so where we have armor and they have armor, we're going to see whose armor holds up better. They have 1 for combat and 3+ for hitting, but they do 4 damage. So on their 6s, it's going to be evil. And not only do they do 4 damage, but they are cold and calculating. So all the robot enemies are doing +1 damage. They are not large size, so we don't have to worry about savage things right now. Okay. Well, at the start of each turn during a fight, you and every adjacent hero may gain 1 rage token. Ding, ding, ding. And our wolf tooth necklace, whenever the darkness marker moves a space on the death track, gain 1 rage token. So that has happened so many times that we are actually at our max rage now of 7. So we're missing that trigger. I apologize, but our wolf tooth necklace, the wolf within us that is battling left and right, has gotten angry. So we have our full 7 rage. We have +2 max rage from the wolf tooth necklace. So we're angry and getting ambushed. And I think that's all we need to know. Okay, well, let's hold back the darkness. A roll comes. Now we can survive it. And we're going to get attacked by 2 Centurions, each rolling 1 combat dice. 1 of them hits. So we are taking 1 hit that does 5 damage. And here comes our defense. Failed. Okay. Viking clan, would we like to be in defensive mode or offensive mode? So I'm going to let you think for a second and evaluate what we've got going on with these Centurions. Do we want to be trying to push through and get one of them off the map, or do we need to hold back and kind of try to stay in it for the long haul? We've got 2 grit right now. We've got 2 throwing axes, so we'll be able to get some. Throwing axes are free attacks, so we'll be able to get some free attacks in on top of our normal. But we're about to take 5 wounds, and our armor is about to come into play. So this would be the time to spend grit to re-roll this and stop some damage if we want to go into defensive mode. But if we want to go into offensive mode, sometimes just getting, and we do heal 2 wounds every time we eliminate an enemy, and we will catch our breath sooner if we're in offensive mode, likely. And thank you, Chris Berry, for catching the necklace rage problem sooner than I did. Okay, looks like there's just Okay, there's some good. I like it. People are weighing in on offensive and defense, and some people are throwing in their arguments as to why. And I love this game because there's always a good reason for both, and I'm constantly in one camp, but then I watch other people play it out a different way, and I go, oh, you know what? I see some wisdom there. We've got more votes for offense, though, so we're going to go into offensive mode. We're going to let the armor do its job of soaking up some of this damage. We need 5s up. Oh, we got 2 5-ups, so we only take 3 wounds. And whenever we take 2 or more wounds, we get a rage token. But we're already at max rage, so that does not help us. Let me get the expedition torch out of here. All right. Our turn. We're going to come back, and we need more D8s. So this cool, fancy, shiny D8 is what is in the boxes now. There's a nice green one for the other one. I'm going to throw in a second D8 in there, and we're going to swing both of them. We're in offensive mode, so we've saved our grit for these times. Oh, we pick up 2 7s, 2 critical hits. Yes. Oh, sorry. Once per fight, we can use 5 rage to gain +2 combat for an attack. We're doing it 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, because we are in offensive mode. We still have 2 rage left over to pump this up. So in addition to those 2 hits, we're going to throw in and get another crit. So we have a 6, and then there was a miss that's a 1. Okay. I don't think we need to be greedy and go for 1 more crit. We'll save the grit for the damage rolls. So we have 3 critical hits, and we're going to apply them. Ooh. Apply them all to 1 Centurion? I think 2 critical. Let's see, how much defense do they have, or health do they have? They have 4 health. We should be able to get one of them with 1 and the other one with 2, right? All right, we're going to go that route unless someone has a. Oh yeah, don't forget the throwing axes. So we'll go 2 on one and 1 on the other, and we'll save the throwing axe for whoever we don't go through on. So the one behind us will be the white dice, and the guy in front of us will be the 2 red dice. And these are not going to be reduced by their defense at all. We're rolling this, and then we have 2 rage. So after we see how much damage we're doing, we can decide to add on rage. But remember, these guys have got some serious armor saves coming, so we're going to need to do way more than 4 health worth of damage to each one to get them off the board. Oh my gosh, the guy in front of us is taking 12 damage, so he looks like he's going to have a problem. And the one behind us is taking 3, so we're going to add 2 rage to that to make it 5. So hopefully that will do a good job of finishing off the guy behind us. So here we go. The guy in front of us has 12 dice worth of armor's rolls. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Okay, so here comes the 12 armor rolls. Whew. And he saves 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of that 12 damage. So there's enough to kill him, but we're about to take 5 no defense damage from his blast shield, and that's going to be in addition to whatever the other guy comes up with. So the other guy is taking 5 wounds, and he has an armor save. Oh, we need 1 more in there. He has some armor saves coming. He only makes 1 of them, which means he too is gone, but there's 6 blast shield damage flying into us. So we're going to knock both of these guys out. Boom, boom. And we are going to heal 2 wounds because we can only heal once per turn when we do that. Wow, guys, Leaf is a wild man. He comes out, he gets extremely mad at being surprised. He hates being ambushed. He just can't stand it, absolutely can't stand it. And he ends up taking 5 wounds from all that blast shield armor and is bounced back in a random direction. Whoop. Or he's bounced away from a random one of them, so it's the guy in front, 1, 2, 3, 4. So then he would be shot backwards 5 spaces. Boom. And we got to put that damage on him. Ouch. 5. And then every time we take damage, for every 2 damage we take, we get a rage token. So we'll pick up 2 rage from that. Okay, that was a furious, crazy ending there. Feel free to throw into chat any questions about the timing of anything there. we are going to get some loot. That was great. Oh, guys, no problem. We could fight this whole game alone. We don't need a friend. We don't need to find somebody at clue 1. We don't even need these throwing axes. Ha. Famous last words. One down. Grit the armor roll. Oh, that's a good question. We could grit that armor roll, but we're about to do some healing off of our catching our breath. So we're going to catch our breath for D3, and that gives us 3 healing. So we only have 3 wounds left now. And I did throw out what side bag token do you guys want, but I did not listen to your answers. So I don't know, Chatmaster Daniel, did we have any responses to what side bag token do you want? It would have been about 10 minutes ago.
I don't remember.
Okay. Well, in addition to telling me what side bag you want right now, we have just discovered a good find. Oh, we need a ton of XP for those guys we just took out. We need 50 XP because they were 25 XP each. Then we get another 20 XP for good find. So look at that. Looking good here. We're almost to 100. Oh.
We actually have a guy, or one of our followers from Twitch, saying, "Did you take the extra damage from the darkness card?"
I did not. Oh, good job. You also get 1 extra grit, so there would have been 2 more damage in all that mess. And no, it would have just been 1 more because 1 hit got through to me.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah. Oh, but I rolled 5. I did. Because they're normally 4 and they did 5. Yeah, and I rolled 5 armor saves from it. Yeah, the 5 armor saves, 2 of them came up successful, so I took 3 wounds from that.
Okay.
And then, yeah. But thank you for watching out for us there.
Our side bag token was axes.
Oh, right. What am I thinking?
Yeah.
I'm so used to the other heroes where I'm like, there needs to be a bandage, a whiskey, or a tonic, or dynamite. Okay, yeah.
I was a little bit thinking, it was like, they only picked, I feel like axes was the side bag token, but like, I don't know, maybe we're running something special.
True story. I was rear-ended on the way to work today, so I'm just a little. Might be, if anything's off, I'm going to blame it on getting rear-ended on the way to work. So it was very minor. At least I hope so. We'll find out at the end of the day if I have a massive headache or something. I was drinking a Pellegrino like this at the time that it happened. We were stopped at a stoplight, and I was just like, oh, I'll have a quick drink of water. And I took a drink, and then, okay. Good find. I need someone in chat who has a D8 nearby to roll a D8 for our good find. We, of course, trust you like every other Roll to Move game, but I would love to see one of you claim credit for this good find. What are we going to get? I love this card because there's a slim chance of getting an artifact, and there's also a way to get gear, but it's very different from the other scavenge deck. Howdy, partners. Welcome, Zactastic. It's a 5. Thank you, Simon. Draw a gear card. Okay. And our gear card comes more throwing axes. Discard to gain 2 throwing axes. All right, we're doing it. And to get a couple throwing axes. Man, we got to find that Viking Berserker, the Axeman. There's an Axeman Berserker who just loves to throw axes. When we throw axes, we will be rolling a D6. And it will use our melee stat, and our melee stat is 4. So we have 50% chance to hit with throwing axes, and the fun part with throwing axes is that they do +2 damage. We can throw them our strength +3, so we can throw them 7 spaces. So our range is 7, and they are 1 shot, but a free attack. Okay. All right, guys. We have not quite gotten out of the darkness marker, is not quite out of the first stage of the depth track. We are 3 spaces in. Make that 4. I am 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yep, because we had that one that advanced us. And I am chronically bad at moving the hero party marker. That is my weakness in this game, is to remember that rule. So watch me whenever I place a map tile. Remind me. All right. Senior MTD, hello. Welcome. And this is a drop-in, drop-out. So as you guys are enjoying your day, or I know some of you said you actually came from a game 1 hour ago. You said, Ooh, I'm going to jump in right after my early game. And then others of you have about 5 minutes before your next game starts. So if you're about to take off, check back later and you'll see which of our what hero we're going to find at clue number 1. Okay, whew, that was a lot. I feel like we need to resettle. Leif, Surgard, Longbeardus, take us out of this dark forest. There are no more dark forests in the deck, so we can't get tangled up in that. Take us to someplace new. Show us what this land holds, aside from this scavenge card, which is nothing here. Okay, get another chance to hold the line. We already decided to hold the line, so we're just going to keep holding the line. We'll pick up the XP for it, though. We're holding the line, waiting for our next friend to show up before we start pillaging, because when we have a new friend and they can pillage too, then it'll be so much better. Nothing here on the scavenge card. Darkness is held. We're going to the left, because there's not a whole ton of room to the right. And we find a runestone monolith. We asked Leif Surgard to find us something other than the dark forest, and he found a giant head. And he looks at the head, he looks at the beautiful art on the head, which we'll show you here, and he says, my beard is more long. I have a more long bearded beard than this ancient Viking king. Whoop. He judges. What?
Adjust the map again.
Adjust the map again.
Just to get everything in frame.
And like any good Shadows of Brimstone game, you can remove tiles as you continue your journey so that you have plenty of table space. Whoop. All right, we're heading in. We got our 5 XP. And it turns out, oh, we have a gate to another world, but the rules are disallowing the gate. That's still exciting, though. And the entrance is to our left, or the exit is to our left. We have an encounter, so let's see what happens with this encounter here. And then we have a clue icon. And whenever we resolve exploration tokens, you always resolve from top to bottom. So we did the gate. We did the encounter. We're going to do the encounter, and then lastly, we will resolve the clue, unless the rules reference to this side, otherwise with the clue. So we had our first encounter was Howling Winds, and our second encounter is Howling Winds. There are 2 Howling Winds in the deck. There are very few cards that there are 2 of, but there's a lot of wind in the north, so there are 2 Howling Winds. So we come around, and it turns out that this giant head statue is actually where the wind is coming from. It's blowing out of his eyes and mouth and whipping through the forest. So we've come to the source of the howling winds. An icy wind tears across the frozen countryside, shaking the trees and carrying a sinister wall of frozen death on the air. Spirit 6+. We passed it. We only have one spirit, and we passed it. Ha! If successful, gain 20 XP. Yes, please, we will. As you stand firm against the icy chill of the northern winter. If failed, take 3 horror hits. And we would have had to advance the hero party marker and the darkness marker 1 if we had failed that. But we just got, he's over the wind. He's seen the source of the wind as the statue, and he realizes the statue has a smaller beard than him, and he's not afraid of the wind from it. Excellent. And, guys, we've found a clue token. And as he comes into here, there's a strange lights in the background. And somewhere in a far distant room, a conversation is had. And Odin looks down and says, Leif Surgard Longbeard has no chance. He's alone in the north. He's wandered too far. We will have to give him a beautiful burial. But in steps a Valkyrie and says, I will watch over this hero. If he falls or if he survives, I will assist and help him. And Odin says to the Valkyrie, you must continue the entire quest with him should you choose to do this. You may not return to these halls until your quest is complete if you go down to assist this mortal. And she says, I will do it. So Sir Leif Sirgard Longbeard is going to be joined by a Valkyrie. And I know we already had one name nomination of Kaylee the Valkyrie. That is fun. Oh, did somebody call it? Yeah, somebody called it. Of course. We were pumping up like finding a new hero, and we said we would have this stuff on the stream. But yeah, we're going to actually just pop this open for you. So, it's on frame. There's actually 2 Valkyries in this box. You can either have a Valkyrie Shield Maiden or a Valkyrie Avenger. And instead of doing an entire assembly and painting on screen, I took my humble skills, and they are humble, to paint up a Valkyrie here. We'll show her on the info cam. This is our Valkyrie Shield Maiden. And the paint scheme did not call for blue, but I felt like I wanted to kind of go with more like of an angel feel for her. So I threw a lot of blue into her fur and her straps and some of her shield. So we have a Valkyrie Shield Maiden. And you guys are going to love the Valkyrie Avenger, but I'm not going to spoil all the fun of the Valkyrie Avenger. So I'm just going to show, we're going to play a Valkyrie Shield Maiden today and get into it together. I prefer the Valkyrie Shield Maiden. I really like it. It's fun. So that is my humble paint job. I look forward to seeing many of you do much better. Okay, so our Valkyrie Shield Maiden is going to join our Jarl, and I'm going to move. Which camera do you think is better for this, Daniel? Down here or up here?
For doing what?
For showing off the Valkyrie and we're going to make a new hero. We're going to make the Valkyrie together, just like we made Sir Leifgard. Leif Sirgard.
I think probably using the close-up cam.
The close-up cam?
Yeah.
Okay, great. And we did package the Valkyrie in like a nice box with all the art and UPC and all that, because we know that many people, once they get these, oftentimes they are, used later, sold or exchanged or things like that. And it's just real nice to know exactly what you have. You have the box, you have a list of the contents, you have the instructions that go along with it. And this was a really cool exclusive for the Kickstarter. So we know people, you're just going to really, you're going to really enjoy it when you get it. And then if you are using it to give to a friend or anything like that, they'll feel the full weight of your generosity. Okay, we'll move this out of the way for a second and bring it all back in a minute. Okay, Valkyrie Shield Maiden, and we've got these great Valkyrie Shield Maiden tokens. And this is the first hero pack that comes with, you've got the art on both sides, just like every other hero pack, but this is the first hero pack since Valkyries, by definition in the lore, are female. There are 2 different female models in the pack instead of a female and male model. All right, and any other, there's some great FAQ in there if we get into any rules bits. How is she going to compare? She has 10 health and 11 sanity, so very similar to the Viking Jarl. She's got 4 for defense and 4 for melee, just like the Jarl. She's got 5 for range and 3 for willpower, just like the Jarl. So what's different and fun? Number 1, she is a true hero. She is not a team hero. Sorry, she's an individual hero, which means she's going to have 3 different starting upgrades we can choose from instead of 2, like a team hero. And she has initiative of 4, so she's a little faster. Lore is her big thing, so not strength like the Jarl. And she's good at agility and spirit, which the Jarl is not. So she's very complementary in her skills. They both are good at lore, but they basically have everything covered in terms of good skills, except that neither of them are super lucky. Okay, and then our starting gear for the Valkyrie Shield Maiden is amazing. So the spear and the winged helm are shared by both the Avenger and the Valkyrie, and the Shield Maiden, rather. So Valkyrie Spear, you may assign your combat hits to models 2 spaces away, even if there are enemies adjacent to you. And once per turn, you may ignore an enemy's tough ability for one of your combat hits. So she's going to go right through toughness and reach a little further with her spear. So you can already see her whipping it around and swinging it and deftly using it. The winged helm gives her +1 grit, and she uses the D8 for escape test. So it's hard for enemies to tie her up, and she's going to have 3 grit. So that is exciting. But more importantly, the Shield Maiden Valkyrie comes with Valhallan armor, which is just some of the best in the game, and the Mythic Shield, which is probably the best shield in the game. Actually, there's a few shields that do some tricky stuff that it situationally might be better. But the Mythic Shield says, once per turn, prevent up to 3 wounds. That's just like a typical shield for a Viking. But it says you can prevent up to 3 wounds from you or another adjacent hero that you or another adjacent hero are about to take. Limit 1 shield. So the Mythic Shield is good for you, but it's also good for heroes next to you. And it is a one-handed item with 1 upgrade slot. And then the Valhallan armor is incredible. Armor 5+. Seems just like what that Jarl has over there. But it says, whenever you make 1 or more successful armor rolls, heal 2 wounds currently on you. So this armor is crazy good because not only can you prevent some wounds, but you will then be able to, the next time you're preventing wounds, you might even be able to heal some of the wounds you released last time. Someone says, Distant Pilgrim says, that's really good armor. Yeah, it is crazy. So the Valkyrie Shield Maiden is a crazy fun hero to play. If you like to get in there and just stand valiantly in front of people and go after them, you've got this crazy shield that you can protect other heroes with too. So it's really great to pair her with someone who is a little more Leroy Jenkins and just runs straight in and goes crazy, because she can come in and then kind of help keep them alive with her shield while her armor takes care of business too. Here goes Odin's Champion. Now this text may be too small for you to see on the screen, but she has 3 powers: Odin's Champion, Warrior's Prowess, and Divine Being. And Odin's Champion is incredible. You guys are going to get to yell Odin's Champion when you want to as we play this adventure. It says, at the start of a turn, if not already in play, you may place your Odin's Champion marker, and here are the Odin's Champion markers, on 1 enemy model on your map tile to challenge it. So she basically calls somebody out. I challenge you. I'm Odin's Champion. Odin has sent me to take you down. So as long as you're on the same map tile, it works. And it says that model may only target you and may move through other models, including heroes, to reach you. Both you and that enemy do +1 damage on all attacks against each other. And when you or the enemy are defeated, remove the marker. So she can keep Odin's championing new people as soon as that Odin's marker is off the table. So she as Odin's champion, will challenge whatever she wants on the map, and that thing will have to come attack her. So she can actually not only protect people with her shield, but when something mean and nasty like a Croxen Beast is latching onto a Conquistador, if she's nearby, she can Odin's champion the Croxen Beast and draw it into her, which I highly recommend against, because if there's one thing you don't want to lock on you permanently, it is the Croxen Beast. Okay. Warrior Prowess. At the start of your adventure, if you have no grit, recover a grit. Sorry, at the start of your activation, if you have no grit, recover a grit on the d6 roll of 5+. So we'll keep track of her grit, and she has, remember, +1 grit from her winged helm. So that's great. And then Divine Being. Once per adventure or camp stay, prevent a roll you would need to make on the injury or madness table. So, it's very hard to kill Divine Beings. And so when she actually goes down, when she revives, she's going to not really feel the effects of it. Because once per adventure or camp stay, you can prevent a roll you would need on the injury or madness table. So that's going to allow her to also run up in front of that giant beast or problem or Thunderforged Titan, and if she gets knocked down when she comes back, because she was protecting everyone else, she doesn't have the same kind of problems that are hanging on to her. Okay, this is a big giant text wall. We're going to get back to the game, but only after y'all decide what her starting side bag token is and which of these 3 incredible skills, starting upgrades rather, you want her to carry. So let me read through them. Treasures of Valhalla. At the start of each adventure, draw an artifact from a random world for you to use until the end of the adventure. So free artifact at the beginning of the adventure, but just only for that adventure. This artifact may not be traded to other heroes or sold during the adventure. At the end of the adventure, you may pay double the listed gold cost to keep the item. Otherwise, you must return it to Odin's vault, discard. So she can dip into Odin's vault, grab something, and head down into help this Viking. And then each adventure we play today, which will probably be 2 or 3, she will get a new artifact. Now, I will let you know that we are using the Gates of Valhalla core set. So currently, our only worlds are the Norse lands and the Targa Plateau Library. But we would pick randomly one of those worlds and then pick randomly an artifact from one of those worlds each time. So Treasures of Valhalla is one option. Bringer of Death, a little more straightforward. Whenever you kill an enemy with a combat hit, gain +1 combat until the end of the turn. So she rolls d6s for combat. She hits on 4 up, and she can reach 1 extra space with her Valkyrie spear, and she can ignore toughness. But every time she takes down an enemy, she would get +1 combat, and she would get to roll another d6 trying to get a 4 or higher to take out another enemy. So that is Bringer of Death. And you'll have fun with Bringer of Death and the Avenger version of the Valkyrie. And then Divine Defender. Once per turn, add +1 to one of your to-hit rolls or +1 to all of your armor rolls you just rolled. So not only are you already saving on 5 up on armors, but you can, once per turn, add +1 to your armor rolls just rolled. So this is just a defensive version of a Shield Maiden who is already super defensive. And then it says, you may also give up your attack to recover an adjacent KO'd hero, even if there are enemies on the same map tile. So this Divine Defender can soak up a lot of damage, and she can also, in the middle of battle, lean down, and as the Valkyries do, fly across the battlefield and revive the Viking warriors, leading them in their final fight for Ragnarok. So you, if you want to be able to revive the Jarl during a fight when he goes down, you can choose Divine Defender. So our choices are Divine Defender, revive the Jarl during the fight, and get more critical hits by adding +1 to your hits, or getting better armor rolls for the turn by +1 to all your armor rolls. And then Bringer of Death would let us get extra combat hits when we kill things. And then Treasures of Valhalla would let us have a free artifact at the beginning of each adventure that we could use. And the votes are going to start pouring in, and I'm going to reset the board so I can get everything into place, and then we will jump forward.
Yeah,
Also,
3 votes already for Divine Defender.
3 votes for Divine Defender. 4 votes for Divine Defender. Is this because you guys want to try to make it to the 4th clue? I will say in testing, when I said it's almost impossible to get to the 4th clue, that is given 4 heroes in the party and given the starting Viking. So I've never attempted that with the Valkyrie. So that's an interesting adjustment. So it looks like Divine Defender. Yeah. And we are going to get tanky. And just for now, I'm going to leave her stats down here just so you can get used to them. And remember, we do have an Odin's Champion token that I will punch. And we've got our Valkyrie Shield Maiden. So I will leave her stuff down there for a minute, and then I'll move it up to the larger screen. But just so you can all adjust to what you're seeing there. Tuck the rest of her cards away here. Oh, how'd this Avenging Blade get down there? Shh. That's for the Avenger, Valkyrie Avenger. I'm also curious, how many events are people signed up for currently? Okay, let's go. Let's see. I'm going to hide our shield a little bit. We do still have one revive token because we are a 2-hero party. 2 hero parties receive 1 revive token. Up. We're going to start to... Okay. So the Valkyrie side bag is going to be here. And the Jarl side bag is going to be over here, maybe. All right, it's a little crowded on that screen, but starts with a grit. And we've got our Odin's champion option. All right, am I forgetting anything, friends? Vikings? 14. Elizabeth, you are signed up for 14 events?
Oh, wow.
I believe 13. Jonathan Jones. 6. Okay. I did scan through the other day. I just started clicking into each event and seeing who was signed up for what to get a feel for who was showing up on which days. And Elizabeth, I think you are in the first Valhalla Viking Vault. Oh, sorry, the Valhalla Vault Heist. So you'll be one of the first groups to go through that mission. So I'm excited. I'm running that one on Saturday and Sunday. Somebody else says at 2 p.m. there are 3 slots open in the mini mega. Cool. Well, there's other stuff out there. Cool. Wow, that is a lot of events. That's great. The art event later on today, I think, is a secret sleeper. Scott is going to show off some art, like original Brimstone art, and talk about kind of where it came from, and then do some sneak preview art from other stuff. So it's just an hour-long session, I think, but it might go a little longer. Anyway, when I saw that, I realized, you know what? I bet that's going to be a gem. There's going to be a lot of stuff in there that I probably haven't even seen.
I know just these 2 events that are happening.
Oh, you just know? Okay.
I have other stuff that I have to work on.
Your schedule is a little tighter. Yeah. Okay. Is it possible to just watch? The just watch events are the campaigns by committee, and then there's a few like the art event and a few others that are kind of like a bunch, like the saloon hangout, and then there's a live stream Friday in which many cool things are going to get said that have never been said before, and then there's another live stream at the end. But there's not a spectator option for each of the.
Unfortunately.
Yeah. There's just there's a logistical constraint and then some technical constraints to that too. Otherwise, it would be a big party every time. Okay, we're back at it. All right, this Valkyrie comes in and. Our new Leaf is shocked. What? There's a strong blowing wind, but who are you and what are these parts? You seem noble and strong and courageous. I have been sent to assist you on your quest, for you will surely die if you continue alone. Leaf is offended. What? I'm so strong. This would never happen to me. You're ridiculous. I will prove my might and valor to you, I will not need your assistance at any point. I am a noble, brave leader of my clan. In fact, after we find the dark stone I have been told of, I will take you back to my camp, and you will see the wonders of my noble Longbeard lineage. Okay. The darkness is not held, and we get a growing dread card. Okay, so at the second clue, we can either win the game and keep going, or win the game and call it good, or we can keep going, and growing dread cards will not be revealed until the 3rd clue. So we don't have to deal with that growing dread if we do not want to. I will lead the way, says the Viking Jarl, after which the Valkyrie continues to go at her initiative 4 and go first. Rolls a 1, picks up a grit. And she, I assume, is in scavenge mode as well and does pick up a scavenge. Okay, are we... Oh, rage for the necklace. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. And you'll notice that one really fun thing about the Valkyrie Shield Maiden is that her keywords are Norse, Soldier, Otherworld, and Myth. But she does not get a Viking team ability card because she is not a Viking. So she does have the Norse keyword, though. And let's look at our pillage card that we've been waiting so that we can pillage with this Valkyrie. And we just got onto a growing dread spot, so there's actually 2 spots before the next darkness. So this might be a good time to pillage. Where did the pillage card go? Oh, wow. Oh, thank you, Daniel. Chatmaster Daniel had X-ray vision to realize it had been buried in the encounter deck. It says play at any time until the next time the darkness marker moves onto a blood spatter or growing dread space of the depth track. Anytime a Viking hero draws a nothing here scavenge card, they may also draw a loot card. So unfortunately, the Valkyrie does not count as a Viking, so she will not benefit from pillage, even though we waited this whole time and saved it just to have her help. So sorry about that. It's a Viking heroes only. Now, some team ability cards are for all heroes. Some team ability cards are for Norse heroes, and some team ability cards are for Viking heroes. So the more Vikings you have, guarantee goodness, but team ability cards can help non-Viking heroes too. So do we want to go into pillage mode? So excited for this core set. Yes, me too. I've played it so many times and I'm just dying for other people to experience the full campaign. We are maybe in pillage mode. We're drawing a scavenge card. Let's see if it's nothing here. It doesn't matter for her, but it might matter for our other friend. The something in the dark. Take D6 horror hits, and if a 6 is rolled, also draw a growing dread card. There was not a 6 rolled. And we take 1 little tiny horror for our Valkyrie. Okay. Oh, we did not give the Valkyrie a personal item. Yeah. And I knew our game would slow down a little bit for the creating of the Valkyrie, but after we get this personal item and her side bag token, then she will be done and we'll be back to our adventure here. So, personal item options. Okay, Norse war paint. So we can have a Valkyrie shield maiden defined defender who likes to put on war paint. And it says during the first turn of a fight, you are +1 combat and +1 shot on your range attacks, including any free attacks made at the start of the fight. So if we want her to have a little extra bump at the first turn of each fight, she can have Viking war paint. Or she can put on her lucky raiding boots. +1 move, +1 luck. So we have a slightly faster Valkyrie Shield Maiden so she can get to where she needs to be to defend people better. And the worst stat between the Jarl and the Shield Maiden is luck. They both have 2 luck, and this would give her a 3 luck. So then we would be at minimum 3 on all of our skills if we get to choose which hero does it.
I'm going to say we have 1 vote for pillage.
So okay.
I'm pretty sure we're going to pillage.
Pillage is on.
And we have another vote, 1 vote at least for war paint.
Okay. Apply the war paint. I vote for the boots so she can stay adjacent to the Jarl. Oh, guys, you guys just split down the middle every time. That's okay. You know what that means? That means this game has just really great options that are. There's so many ways you can go with it. Boots indeed. Oh, Drektakta is. Drektakula. Steven in on the boots. Dvern on the boots. She's not ranged. She does not have a range shot, and she doesn't have any axes now. But we do need to pick her starting upgrade. Starting side bag token. So we could give her axes if we wanted. Oh, coming back for war paint. Okay, currently the boots have it, unless a bunch of late war paint vote. Oh, another boots vote. Okay.
I think the boots have it.
Committee. I have so many country songs I want to sing that involve boots right now, but I did not pass my Juilliard singing admissions test, so I cannot sing on stream.
Oh, also,
lest ears bleed.
Can't sing anything that's copyrightable on stream.
Oh, is that true?
Yeah.
Oh, so I have to make up a song about boots?
Yeah.
Boots, boots, boots. All right, lucky boots. Great. Good choice, guys. So our Valkyrie Shield Maiden moved 2 spaces, not 1. All right, back at it. Thank you, guys. And, side bag token. You can chant them as a war song. Lucky boots, lucky boots. Lucky raiding boots. Lucky
What do they
raiding
have
boots.
for choices for side-back tokens?
Oh, same as for any Norse hero, which includes 2 axes, or 1 tonic, 1 bandage, or 1. I want to say rum, but it is not. It is mead, right?
Yeah.
Mead. Rum is for them conquistadors. Do we want ale? It's not mead, sorry, it's ale. Ale, tonic, or bandages?
Or axes.
Or axes. No opinions. All right. We'll just wait. And we'll continue with our Jarl. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We're headed to the Icy Crags. Oh, coming. Oh, please. There's 4 exits. Ah, there we are. Okay, Icy Crags. We're gonna get.
Oh, looks like he's popped in. We got 3 votes for bandages.
3 votes for bandages. Okay.
4 votes for bandages.
We are going to be a shield maiden who is nigh invincible on defense, and she's going to bring bandages because it's not for her. It's for this Jarl we're trying to keep alive, this overzealous Jarl who believes he can fight the Norse lands alone. Okay, end of the turn, the exploration token comes. It looks like a depth event, an encounter, and a single exit to this room. The single exit is in the middle. And I know some of you are probably at work because it is Thursday and you are streaming this in the background. So that is exciting. We will have a break for lunch at 12 for an hour, and then we'll be back to continue further. Depth event. So when we get a depth event, we just roll 1 dice and we consider it double. So double 5 depth event. Terrifying roar. A horrible roar echoes through the dark forest, chilling you to the bone. So as they leave this giant statue head behind them, this wind groans up to a howl, up to a moan, and there's this giant roar that comes from this statue head that they're leaving. Each hero in the Northland takes 3 horror hits that do 2 sanity damage each. Oh my. So they are disconcerted as this giant head that they thought was kind of...
Yeah, our current local time is 10:28.
Ah, yes, we are in
AM.
very different. Yes, we are in a very different time zone. So the Jarl picks up a lot of sanity damage, which doesn't normally happen. And the Valkyrie picks up a couple. All right, and I'm thinking that this is a little crowded mess down here. So if you can show me the big screen, then I will adjust it so that we can have kind of our Valkyrie stat up here. And everyone's had a chance to kind of grok all these cards, and then I will keep them close at hand in front of me. Okay. So you will start to not see all of our starting items and abilities. So if you want to see something on screen, just say...
Yeah, shout it out in the comments.
Yeah. Let Chatmaster Daniel know. Put these in an order that my brain will easily be able to...
Yeah, I might be able to zoom out a little bit too. It's a little crowded.
Okay, and we are not going to miss our trigger for the Norse lands either. So we will, since the Valkyrie activates first, we'll keep her on the left side, and the Jarl activates second, so we'll put them on the right side, and we'll leave room here for enemy record sheets, and we remember that we have a revive token. Okay, thanks for your patience with our maintenance. And we have turned pillage on. Okay, and the trigger I was referring to is on the Northlands. We are in the Northlands, and there's two abilities. One is Dark Shadows, and the other is Odin's Light. Dark Shadows just happened. Whenever the darkness crosses into a new stage of the depth track, every hero takes D6 horror hits. Now, Vikings and Valkyries are really good at willpower, so Valkyrie, you take 6 horror hits, and she comes up with full save on all 6. Yes. And then the Jarl takes 2 and saves both. So when you go take the Vikings to the Northlands, there's lots of horror problems, and they do pretty okay at surviving them. When you bring a group of cowboys in here, get your Old West heroes in here, you're going to have a lot of fun, because the enemies are going to feel different because you're using way more ranged attacks, and so you'll have a completely different dynamic there. But then what you're not going to realize is the sneaky Northlands are going to slowly drive other hero parties crazier much quicker than the Vikings. So there's some fun built-in stuff to this world that plays very differently depending on which hero groups you're bringing through. Okay, so we got that trigger, and then we also moved one further in. So we are now very close to triggering Odin's Light. Once we go one map tile deeper in, it says Odin's Light, whenever the hero party marker crosses into a new stage of the depth track, every hero may recover a grit on the d6 roll of 4+. Our Valkyrie Shield Maiden is already recovering grit anytime she doesn't have any on a roll of 5 or higher at the beginning of her activation, but that wouldn't stop her from getting that. Okay, we proceed. That was our depth event, and then our encounter in the Northlands. Buried Blade, Norse, encounter, active loot, death, random hero. 1 through 4 is the Valkyrie. It's the Valkyrie. So the Valkyrie is lodged deep into the frozen ground. A Norse blade with a ribbon tied around the hilt marks the site of a fallen hero. A moment. Inscribed on the blade are ancient Norse runes that say, "If your cause be just." Is our cause just? Spirit 6+, and the Valkyrie's spirit is 3. So thankfully the Jarl didn't get this, because the Jarl has 1 for spirit. So the Valkyrie has 2 grit, and looking for a 6. Oh, 5, 5, 4. Okay, if she failed, but if successful, you may draw a Northlands artifact passed on to you from the fallen hero. And if you fail, D3 corruption hits, as you are deemed unworthy. Should we grit this? Should we waste a grit trying to get a 6? I will wait for 60 seconds for the delay. I don't know what they're... Grit!
Yeah, my vote would also be grit.
Oh,
so.
Chatmaster Daniel's on your side, so 2 vote for grits. She has a grit generator. Use it. Good point. Thank you. Yeah, that's right. Okay. Chris Berry, it is throwing me every time I see your name, because I knew a Chris Berry way back in the day. Some super fun times, but I don't think you're the same Chris. Okay, we are going to grit it. Drum roll, please. And if I throw this all the way to the bottom, no. 3, 4, 2. Oh, sad times, and we lose the grit. Okay, we tried, guys. That blade stays, and we take D3 corruption hits, as we are deemed unworthy. 2 corruption hits, and our willpower stops it. So we are not corrupted, but no free blade for us. We got to get some artifacts. Okay, moving along. Holding back the darkness. Looking for a second clue. 7. We're good to go, just barely. And the Valkyrie gets even more grit. You're right, she does have a grit generator, even outside of anything else. She just gets lucky. And 1, 2, 3, 4. We'll hold back the darkness. Oh, no, he'll scavenge. She'll scavenge, sorry. Valkyrie scavenge, gets a 6. Ah. And it comes something in the dark. Again? Oh, bummer. Okay, she takes D6 horror hits. 3. That do 1 sanity each. Okay, she takes a sanity damage, but she did not roll 6, so we don't have to draw a darkness card. So Valkyrie has 4 sanity wounds on her out of her 11 total. And that's the same for the Jarl, 4 sanity out of his 10 total. And then the Jarl has 3 wounds, and the Shield Maiden is unwounded. The Jarl also scavenges the map tile and unsuccessfully. Okay, we hold back the darkness. Successfully. And the Valkyrie bursts ahead. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Lucky boots, lucky boots. 7, which allows her a little bit of XP. This is her first experience points. 5 for opening the door. Looking down this mid passageway. Oh, mid passageway, but that does advance the hero party marker. And that does give us Odin's Light. Odin's Light says, whenever a hero party, when the hero party marker crosses into the new stage of the depth track, every hero can recover a grit on the d6 roll of 4+. And it looks like our Valkyrie succeeded where our Jarl failed. Doesn't matter, our Jarl was already full of grit. So they're both at max grit. The Jarl has 4 throwing axes that he's itching to use, and the Valkyrie has a couple grit. I will show you my battle prowess with these axes. None shall stand against me. Meanwhile, she is running ahead to make sure nothing ambushes and surprises this guy. 8. And she runs up 1, 2, 3. At another tile she can scavenge. And successfully, wow, she is on a tear. Oh, she should have XP from her scavenging. Sorry, I missed that. And Glint of Light. Okay, we need a D8 from the Viking clan out there. You need some new dice.
Yeah, how about Chris Berry?
Chris Berry, do you have a D8 on you? Or do you have a random number generator? Or can you ask Siri or Alexa to pick a number between 1 and 8? Did you forget to move the Jarl? Yes. Oh, I scavenged for the Jarl but didn't move him. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Thank you, Chris. Good catch. Chris Berry. It says 4 sadness. Oh, 1 dark stone. Well, we do need an offering to the deities later, so thank you for that. 1 dark stone for our Valkyrie. It'll pay off. It'll pay off. We'll wait. We'll see what that offering does, and there will be no sad face there. Also, way to report the 4 and not an 8. Okay, we're still pillaging, so until this hits till the darkness marker goes to this 8, we're still in pillage mode for the Jarl. The Jarl will move now and goes 2 spaces, allowing him to get 5 experience points for exploring and finding the river crossing. River crossing. Okay, this could be our second clue. Remember, we only need to go to 2 clues. We can press our luck and go further if we want. If we don't press our luck, we'll head back to camp. We will do camp stuff, and then we'll head out on the next adventure. If we do press our luck, we can get a bunch more Darkstone so that when we're in camp, we will have lots of options for what to spend that Darkstone on. And, more loot. Basically, we can push hard at the very first adventure to try and position ourselves for mighty exploits later. Okay, the exploration token at the end of the turn comes 2 encounters and 2 exits. So there are already 2 exits. But guess what, guys? There are 8 encounter tokens in this set for the Gates of Valhalla, and 4 of them do not have clue tokens. So we have now found all of the encounter exploration tokens that do not have clues on them. So it's only pure clues from here on out, and 2 encounters right now. Blood and bones. Gnawed bones and chunks of rotting meat litter the ground here as the opening black maw of a dank troll hollow. A gust of fetid wind carries the stench of death out from the depths, rattling the dangling bone chimes strung up at the mouth of the cave. This is not a safe place to linger. Every hero must draw D3 scavenge cards, shuffle between each hero's draw, found amongst the bones. Found amongst the blood and bones at the opening of the troll cave. Okay, so there's this giant troll maw cave with blood and bones in front of it. The weird wind is whistling through the bones. Their dangling bone chimes are ringing. And each hero is going to draw 3 scavenge cards. And then something else is going to happen. It says, then, if more than half the heroes drew a nothing here card, there's an ambush attack of D3 trolls. This is awful. Okay, so we don't want to draw nothing here cards, but our pillage card says, anytime a Viking hero draws a nothing here scavenge card, they may also draw a loot card. So pillage is going to work for the Jarl if he draws nothing here cards, but we don't want nothing here cards because if more than half the heroes draw a nothing here card, we have an ambush attack. So here is the Valkyrie's triple draw. She gets nothing here, and something in the dark. Okay, so she's going to get 30 XP and D6 horror hits. 4 horror hits. 2 of which get through. Wow, we really need some ale. She's got 6 sanity damage on her. And 30 XP. Okay. Now we have to shuffle all those nothing here cards back into the deck, and the Jarl is going to draw. And if the Jarl draws a nothing here card, then there is going to be a D3 ambush attack, and the trolls will have +5 health each. Wow, D3 trolls?
I will say it's also D3 scavenge cards, not just 3 scavenge
Oh,
cards.
I'm sorry. Okay, so thank you. Who caught that?
I did.
Oh, Chatmaster Daniel. Well, that was my roll for the Valkyrie, and she did need to draw 3, so prophetic. And then for the Jarl, come on, real low, real low. Oh, he has to draw 3 as well. Eek. Okay, well, here comes the shuffle. Don't do it. Something in the dark. Loose stones and glint of light. He gets all the good ones plus a bad one. But no, so no ambush by trolls, thank goodness, because if more than half the heroes and only half the heroes. So something in the dark, he'll take his 4 horror hits and squeal with glee as, let's see, Elizabeth. Oh, is it a D8? Is what a D8?
I was saying it is a D8. You're talking about when we were rolling.
Oh, great. Elizabeth, will you roll us a D8 for Glint of Light this time? And then Villefair, will you roll a D8 for Loose Stones? And Villefair, you are stealing my thunder. We are not playing with the map pack. But guess what we're going to do next adventure? Yes, I want to show you that, Villefair. Okay, listening to Ethan reminds me of Bob Roth. Happy little horror hits. Oh gosh, let's add some extra growing dread over here too. Just a touch. That's all we need. Remember, a good story isn't a victory. A good death can be a good story too. That's my Bob Ross.
So Villefair.
Yes.
Rolled a 6.
Okay. I can get my XP for. Oh, did I already give him his 30 XP? I think I did. Villefair says a 6, so we get healed D3 any mix. Yes, respite from the loose stones. So the loose stones fall out of the way. The Jarl is missed, and he feels grateful that his rear end accident was only minor. Excellent. Okay, and then is Elizabeth here to roll a D8 for us?
We'll give a little bit more time, but then
Okay.
we might have the
Diverning?
yeah.
Diverning, will you roll a d8 just in case Elizabeth is not able to? We have only gotten one gear card so far. We've only had one fight, but D8 equals 3. Okay, Glint of Light 3, another Darkstone. Okay, so we'll give a Darkstone. So far the Valkyrie and the Jarl are competing to see who can collect more Darkstone, and they are tied at 1-1. That was only the first of 2 encounters, Blood and Bones. Wow, that is so nasty that you can get D3 trolls with +5 health each. Oh, it's +5 health if it's 5 or 6 heroes. Okay, but D3 trolls still for a 2-hero party, that was going to be a fight and a half. Okay, Gruesome Warning. Oh yeah, and the trolls are large, so they would have had savage things going on. Okay, Gruesome Warning. Blood and burned bodies hang here, impaled on massive wooden stakes driven into the cursed ground. This gruesome warning reminds you all too well of the blighted darkness sweeping through this land. 100 years gone. This troll cave is especially gruesome and ugly. We are creeped out a little bit by it, but Cunning 6+ is going to give us some insight, and the Jarl has a cunning of 3. So the Valkyrie Shield Maiden is not cunning. She has a cunning of 1, so she is very simple and straightforward in her thought process. And the Jarl says, well, if you look at these bones on these stakes in the ground and these bodies just right, oh, he does, he gets the 6. If successful, gain 20 XP, and all heroes may recover a grit as they steel their resolve against the brutality of this evil. It just means that they were weaker than us, and we will prevail. Didn't work so well. Okay, but he does succeed, and so yeah, everybody can get grit, but we're already full on grit. So nice try, Gruesome Warning trolls. We're going to press on to our second clue token. Darkness is held. The Valkyrie launches forward 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and makes it to the left-hand edge of the map. Right-hand edge of the map. Gets another 5 XP. And oh my gosh, yes, that question about are we using the map pack or not is fair, because that does you are asking things like how many passageways are in. Well, we have found yet another passageway. We are deep. We've almost reached the darkness marker. And the fun thing about the T-junction passage in the adventure sets is that it can get oriented different ways depending on what die you roll. Nope, it's a true T-junction. Okay, Valkyrie's out in front and is going to be joined by 1, 2, 3, not quite 4. Jarl almost caught up. And the Jarl will scavenge. And double scavenge success. Okay, the Jarl is trying to make that loot, that pillaging pay off. He just needs a nothing here card. So he's going to get 20 XP from these. Let's see if he gets more. He does! He finally gets a nothing here card. So Cursed Gold gets us D6 times 25 gold, which is 4. So 100 gold. Ooh, I'm going to need gold tokens. They're in a giant pile right there. 100 gold, and he takes a corruption hit. But my strong willpower means I am uncorruptible as the Jarl. I am noble and strong, and I don't need your protection, Valkyrie. And nothing to find means that with pillage on, we're going to finally get to draw a loot card. Yay. Okay, here comes the loot card. Shuffle, shuffle. Oh, come on! 30 XP, we'll start there, that is good. And sadly, just 1 Darkstone. So he is winning the Darkstone race. And I forgot, at the first clue token, each hero gains 1 Darkstone. So they should both have a Darkstone for that. So 2 Darkstone by the Valkyrie and 3 by the Jarl currently. Well, that was a lot of pillaging for 1 Darkstone. That was a lot of build up for a loot card. All right, surely we can find a clue token in the next room. And don't call me Shirley. I'm just predicting that someone typed that into the chat during that short pause. Okay. A hold back the darkness roll of 7 does not succeed. Come on. And a 1 for the Valkyrie, so she'll move 2, 1, 2, but she has lots of grit, so she'll spend that grit as soon as she receives it to move a little bit further and get just as far as she needs to get 5 XP as she reveals the Hellgate. Ooh, this is a great place for a climax to our first story. The Hellgate, a giant scar in the landscape in a strange pattern. Muspelheim is breaking through into the land of the 9 realms. 9 realms? 7 realms? And, oh, just a little bit further for the Viking Jarl. 1, 2, 3. Okay, again, trailing slightly behind the Valkyrie while he talks confidently. He has seen her, the battle marks on her shield and her mail armor. And he's realizing that she is no spring chicken. Okay, 1 exploration token. Here it comes. It's what we've always hoped for. It is a clue. 2 exits. Shut down the left side exit. And a darkness card. There are going to be more buffs for the enemies. Roar of the Hellbear. Whenever the hero party marker moves onto a special space of the depth track, every hero takes D6 horror hits. Ugh. But fortunately, the hero party marker is positioned to move onto a blank space at the moment. And it says discard when the Nothing Here scavenge card has been drawn a number of times equal to the number of heroes in play. So once we get 2 Nothing Here cards, the Roar of the Hellbear will go away, and the Roar of the Hellbear only triggers when the hero party marker moves on to a special place. The next thing we need is an encounter. Moving right into this here. Frozen Dead. Shambling out of the icy mist, you are surrounded by a mob of ghastly zombies. Norse men and women slaughtered in battle and risen for revenge on the living. Hacking and slashing at the angry dead, you fight to escape the horde. Ah, the Dragar have found us. Every hero must choose 2 different numbers between 1 and 6, and then roll a number of dice equal to your hero level plus 2. So they'll be rolling 3 dice and picking 2 numbers. All right, Adam Miller. You were going to call me Shirley. Why don't you pick the 2 numbers for Frozen, for the Valkyrie. She needs to pick 2 numbers and roll 3 dice. And for every die that did not roll one of your chosen numbers, you take a hit that does 4 damage as the undead bite and claw at you. And then you roll your defense as normal. Okay, Adam Miller, you're picking for her. And then Dractacula, will you pick 2 numbers for the Viking Jarl? Dractacula says 5. 1 and 6. 5 and 3. Okay, so Dractacula 5 and 3. We'll go with yours first for the Jarl. Oh, rolls 1 5 and then a 4 and a 6. So 2 of them were not 5 and 3. So the Jarl takes 2 hits that do 3 damage each. He blocks 1. He fails on the other. And the Valkyrie, who is next to him, can step in with her shield to prevent 3 wounds. So she prevents 3 of the wounds. And then he has 1 wound coming through. So he rolls his armor, and that blocks the final one. Good job, Valkyrie Shield Maiden, for staying close to this clumsy Jarl. Okay, and Jarl, you are now going to watch the Valkyrie. The Valkyrie is going to try and roll 1s and 6s on these 3 dice. And she picks up a 1, but 2 of them are not her numbers, so she takes 2 hits that each do 4 damage each. She misses on both of them. She has a grit engine, so she will roll a grit. She has too much grit right now. So she will grit that to try and get some 4s. Only 1 4, so she does take 4 damage, but her armor works on a 5 up. Oh, and none of it works, so she does take 4 wounds. And the wounds that her mail armor heals have to already be on her when the mail armor is triggered, and that is in the FAQ in the little sheet in the Valkyrie box. So her Valhallan armor whenever you make one or more successful armor rolls, you heal 2 wounds currently on you. So you do need to, we will get to do that next time because she now has 4 wounds on her. Okay, Frozen Dead. And it says, for each die that rolled one of your chosen numbers, you cut down several zombies, gaining 15 XP. So they both pick up 15 experience points for their chopping and slicing. And we could have rolled some, done some grit in there and try and get more of our numbers, but we're saving that in case you guys want to press deeper in because, good news, the last thing on that exploration token was a clue icon. And this clue icon, we received D3 plus 1 Darkstone. Valkyrie, oh, you only got 2. I think you might be losing the Darkstone race. Oh, Valkyrie, do we have a name for the Valkyrie? Is it Kaylee? Valkyrie Kaylee?
I think it's Kaylee.
Kaylee, Valkyrie. And, oh, only 2 Darkstone for the Viking Jarl. So the Jarl has 4, the Valkyrie has, oh, sorry, the Jarl has 5, the Valkyrie has 4. Okay, now, Viking friends. Oh, Hidal? Kaylee Hidal. Last name. Oh, Rinchild? Oh, Rinchild's really good too. Kaylee Rinchild? Kaylee Hidal? These are good. Ah, I wish I had you guys when I was naming heroes. My heroes' names aren't as, yeah. I have had some epic heroes that I remember well, but their names are not, I remember the names, but their names are not notable. Rinchild. Okay, Kaylee Rinchild, I like it. Would you guys, at this point, this is the major decision. Sorry, I'm exhausting just a smidge here. We have reached our our first of 4 clue, or second of 4 clue tokens. So there are 4 clue tokens possible. When we reach the second clue token, we can say, we've had enough of this adventure. We've gotten enough Darkstone. We're going to head back to camp. We're going to regroup, get everything going, and then plunge into the next mission. Or, if we're healthy, we're feeling it, the darkness hasn't moved too far, we can go for clue number 3. Clue number 3 will be accompanied by a fight that is 1 level higher than normal, in addition to whatever else is on that clue, on that token. And then then we will have to deal with the Growing Dread cards, of which there's currently 1 in the stack. So that's what we're facing if we go to clue 3. If we go to clue 4, it gets even worse. We have to fight an epic threat as 2 heroes. But we do have a Valkyrie Shield Maiden, who is in Defined Defender mode. So your call. Should we go to the 3rd clue, or should we call this adventure good, head to town, get them all pumped up, and then be in good position to launch into mission 2, or mission 2. We are Vikings. We fight to the death, says Jacktacula. We seem to be in good shape to continue, Distant Pilgrim. Insight. Hey, go big or go home. Let's go home. We came here to fight things or go home, and there's nothing to fight, so we're going home. Okay, push on. Shadows of Brimstone is about pushing risky, especially early. Okay, I like it. We're going to test the true mettle of these heroes. We're pushing. We're going forward. Once more into the breach. Okay. And now we're going to we've got some momentum now too with all of these things out of the way, like creating our heroes. And double 5s, terrifying shriek. Each hero in the Northland takes 3 horror hits if they do 2 sanity damage each. A terrifying roar. A horrible roar echoes through the dark forest, chilling you to the bone. So someone wanted to stay, and as we move forward, they scream, ah! And our Vikings are freaked out a little. Okay, 2 horror hits, 2 sanity damage to our Jarl. So now they're at 9 out of 10. Guys, we just decided to push on, and we did not think very hard about how much sanity each of these heroes has. And so 2 sanity hits for our Valkyrie Shield Maiden 2. Okay, so that's now at 8 out of 11. So they are both on the edge. That ain't great. You know what? It would be almost better if they took some horror hits now and got a madness and KO'd. But we are kind of on the brink. Gah! Okay. Valkyrie. Let's get it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Hold back the darkness.
I did. That was the double 5s that got us those horror hits. Right. Thank you. And she will, you know what, we're not going to, I'm going to, yes, pushing it was on, was on the, yes, not pushing was on the sane choice. Oh, good, Adam Miller, you were paying attention. I just got to go, but will you be using just the core set for the entire run, or will we be adding other enemy packs later on? Yes, as we move into this, we're going to add the map packs. I have a few other enemy sets that we're going to splash in here too. So yeah, we're going to put little things in as we go. But I know that a lot of you are experiencing this core set for the first time and this campaign for the first time. So I want you to see it mostly pure, and then we'll get some fun stuff in, like the Valkyrie and a few enemy sets, and maybe some some card stuff that you haven't seen. Okay, good question. We are Vikings who took the AL. Okay, add the Viking Rivals pack. Ooh, so we can fight more Vikings. 3, 2, 1. We've gone forward. We were thinking about scavenging, but I was going to ask the community, should we maybe stop scavenging so we don't take horror hits, or should we keep scavenging so we accidentally take horror hits, get KO'd, and revive while we're not in a fight? We will not see a fight against the Thunderforged Titan today, but thank you for your excitement. I appreciate. I will be upfront with you, so I won't tease you into that. Some large size enemies. I will say that I have some large size enemies in the wings to fight, but not these. One of them is that. Actually, one of them might be XL, but no XXL. Just yeah. Okay. Should we scavenge and try and knock ourselves out due to horror so we can be healthy for the next fight, or should we just avoid scavenging so we don't less problems? What do you guys think? Be careful. Best no scavenger. Thanks, Drectacula. Avoid. Okay. Coming in on that side. Okay. No scavenge. We'll keep pushing on. And the Viking Jarl is going to join. We'll go in 2 spaces. He does have the torch. I'll hold back the darkness. And that's a 6. It's a fail. The darkness marker moves on to a... Come on. What is down there? A darkness space. Okay, we get a darkness card. Come here, darkness cards. Boop. No! Gramian infestation. Little and nasty. Gramians infest the dark corners across all worlds. Ambush attack. Peril +3 Gramians, or 12 Gramians if 5 to 6 heroes. Now, it is interesting. This is a darkness card, and it is spitting out Gramians at you, which means Gramians can show up in any world once you shuffle this into your big darkness deck. And thus the flavor text is little and nasty, Gramians infest the dark corners across all worlds. So get ready to be annoyed by Gramians on the derelict ship, in the blasted waste, in the belly of the beast. Ugh. Okay, Gramians are the worst. I hate them. And I wish I had my Huskarl with me to take them out. My Huskarl is especially good at that. Okay, 6 + 3 Gramians. So full Gramian complement. Great. That's just what we needed. Okay, they are not frozen, robot, or large size, so they won't be getting any benefits from these. But they are ambushing, so we will see. One of you has 5 on you. 1, 2, 3. It's the, yep, it's the Shield Maiden. So Shield Maiden has 5 Gramians surrounding her. And Gramians are fun because they only ever do 1 automatic combat hit. So they don't have to roll to see if they hit. They just, boop, they do it. So, boom, 1 hit per. So when you look down at your Gramians surrounding someone, you can say, how many hits am I taking? Oh, there's 5 that are adjacent to me. I'm taking 5. And so that it doesn't matter. The Gramian can hit 2 heroes at the same time if they're adjacent to 2 heroes at the same time. So the Valkyrie says, I have 5 Gramians around me. They're ambushing, so they're going to go before me. And I'm taking 5 hits. How much damage do they do? Well, they do damage equal to the number of Gramians surrounding you. So there are 5 Gramians around her, so she takes 5 hits that do 5 damage each. And she is nowhere near where she can protect our Jarl friend, so this could get interesting. Okay, big deep breath at the start of a battle. we get one rage. Oh, the rage moves the Wolftooth necklace. The darkness marker moves, so we got rage from that. It's the start of a round of a battle, so the Jarl gets a rage. And then the Valkyrie Shield Maiden has the chance, if she wants to pull out Odin's Champion. So she can call out one of these tiny little Grimeans as her quarry. And so she will be +1 damage against it. It will be +1 damage against her, and it will only be able to target her. So do we want to use Odin's Champion? Grimeans the movie. I love it. I was hoping as we did this and hung out all day that there would be great like side conversations going in chat. So please run rampant with those. Whoop. Odin's Champion. Opinions? I'll put it on the board there for a second. We'll see what people say. And then the other things that happen at the start of a turn is just the Valkyrie if she doesn't have grit. So we're good to go.
One call for Odin.
One call for Odin. Okay. Call forth Odin. All right, Bob, we're doing it. She's going to go for this middle Grimean right here. So we'll put Odin's Champion underneath him. So it'll be +1 damage against her, and she will be +1 damage against it. So I'll use 1 red dice to represent Odin's Champion. So the great evil in these Grimeans is this one sneaky little Grimean. He's the sneakiest of them all, and his will be the red dice in this roll. 5 hits that do 5 damage each. This is ridiculous. Please leave my 2 heroes alone. We need 4s. And we have a giant shield to help us. So, not good. So she has failed 3 of them, and we are kind of in defense mode right now, so we are going to use, caution mode was called for, so we will use a grit to re-roll these 3 failed defense rolls. Oh, 2 more successful, including stopping Sneaky Grimean, Captain Sneaky. So 1 hit is getting through for 5 damage. She's going to use her shield to block 3 of that. And if you are curious how damage reduction works, you use cover first, and then you use defense, and then you use shields, and then you use armor. So just like if you were fighting a battle in a forest, you would hide behind a tree and the tree might hit it, and then your defense is you having the good sense to like duck out of the way or do something crazy to avoid being hit. So use your defense next. And if that didn't work, the arrow that was flying at you would thunk into your shield, right? So your shield's in the way, so it hits that. And then finally, if it gets past all of that, then it would hit your armor, and your armor can do a save, and then after that, you take the damage. So that's an easy way to remember: cover, defense, shields, armor. Okay, and 2. So only one wound got, or 1 hit for 5 damage got through. She blocked 3 of it, and so 2 of this is up to her armor to save, and neither of her armor saves work. Wow, that's real bad. If one of her armor saves works, she can also heal wounds. Is it worth gritting that? You know, I think she needs to get some of these Grimeans off, so she might need to save that grit for offense, especially since Grimeans have a 6 defense. So we talked about how Grimeans attack, but when they defend, they have a 6 defense, and they have 1 health. So if you can get a crit on them, they're gone. But the other nasty thing is that they have an ability called Sneaky, and anytime you roll a 1 when you are attacking them, another Grimean pops up at the end of your turn. So she's probably going to need to save the grit to avoid, to re-roll those 1s and to look for 6s. So she's going to take the 2 wounds and be up to 6 damage. Wow. 6 damage on a 10 health character. Things got, we could have stopped at second clue token, and instead, whew, wow. Okay. Fortunately, they don't have any horror abilities. Okay, on to our Jarl. He has 4 hits coming at him that do 4 damage each. He rolls and blocks 2 of those. Yeah, he only has 1 wound on him, and he has armor, but he's going to use a grit to try and stay ahead of the damage curve and re-roll these 2. Blocks 1 more, so 1 hit comes through for 4 wounds, and he will use his armor. It works on 5s up, so he blocks 1. So he takes 3 wounds. Yikes. Okay. This is This is just the worst ambush ever. And on top of this, we're going to have to do another fight when we find the next clue token. I don't think we're going to make it, guys. And remember, a good story could be a victory or a wonderful death. Okay. Let's see. It's time for the Valkyrie to go at initiative 4. She gets 2 combat dice. She's looking for 4s. She can reach people 2 spaces away with the Valkyrie spear. She rolls a d8 for escape. So let's see if we can escape these guys. She gets a 5. Their escape value is 5. So she is able to escape. She's going to roll for movement. Gets a 4. So she's going to try and... Oh, they've got her pinned in. She doesn't have these... Yeah, she can't move through... Oh, they are small. So she can move through a small model. Right? Small models, no, the enemies can move through small models. Yeah, so medium-sized, yeah. We are surrounded. Okay, she's just going to have to stay here and swing. Is there any way she can get some extra combat? No. If only that Jarl. Well, that Jarl will be able to get some extra combat because he's got 5 rage on him. She doesn't get rage. Yeah, she's just going to have to, she's not an offensive Valkyrie. She's a super defensive Valkyrie. So she's going to stand the line. She's going to wear him down. She got a 5 and a 1. So the 5 does, the 1 is going to cause another Grimian to show up, and the 5 will be a normal hit. With the normal hit, her damage roll is d6, and their defense is 6. So unfortunately, that won't even hurt him. So she's going to use the grit to reroll both of those, so she doesn't have a 6th Grimian pop up. And she comes up with a 5 and a 1 again. Awesome. So nothing happens except one more Grimian appears behind her. Great. So now, next turn, she's going to take 6 hits that do 6 wounds each. Grimians, we've got to get rid of you. I wish, there's no dynamite. There's nothing. We need a weapon that can deal with these guys. Okay, moving on to the Jarl. Where's dynamite? You need it. Caliborn beat me to it. It won't let you post until after the 10-minute delay. Okay. Well, what is this? We could have stopped. Okay, this Jarl is going to definitely use this throwing axe because if only the Jarl had given some of his throwing axe to the Valkyrie, she could have maybe taken one down. The Jarl's going to throw a throwing axe because he gets to roll a d6 looking for a 4. He gets it. This is a +2 damage, and it's a free attack. Sorry, let's go back. He gets to roll for movement first, and then he gets to roll to escape, which he does not, so he stays here. He throws the axe. It hits. It's going to be +2 damage, so he just needs to get a 5 or a 6. 4, 5, or 6. No, 5 or 6 on this in order to hurt the Grimian. So the damage roll comes, and it is a 3 + 2 is 5. The axe doesn't even do any good. Okay, so he's going to spend his 5 rage. Oh, and he should actually have 1 more from when he just took wounds. So he has 1 rage left over, which means he's going to be allowed to roll 4 d8. Here comes the drop. 2 critical hits and 2 misses. But you know what? If we're going to win this battle, it is going to be on this Jarl to cut his way through critical hits. So he is going to spend this grit to try and get some more crits right now on these. And he comes up with another crit and a 2. So 3 crits. It doesn't matter how much damage he does because they only have 1 health. So he just gets rid of 3 of these guys, picking up only 10 experience points each. That is the most annoying part of these guys, is that they're extremely bothersome and minorly rewarding. He is working his way up. He's got himself to 260 XP right now. So 500 is what we need to level up. Okay, that was more than makes up for the Valkyrie's issue. The Valkyrie can continue to stand there, use her super defensive moves, stand against this strong group, while the Jarl is going to come in behind, and he can actually sneak up to them and just get one-on-one with them, and so they don't hurt him very much, but he can critical them. So he's going to work his way. She's going to distract them while he's going to work his way through That's our battle plan, guys. Is it going to work is going to depend on how well the Valkyrie can stand her ground. She only has 4 health left, but she has a lot of defensive tricks here. Oh yes, once per turn she can add +1 to one of her to hit rolls, or +1 to all of her armor rolls just rolled. We can actually change that 5 to a 6, and so she can get a crit. Oh yeah, and she could actually apply the 1 hit she did have to Odin's Champion, because she's +1 on that. So let's do that one first. So if it had been a 6, she would have gotten it. But she can, oh yeah, she'll just change the 5 to a 6 with her Divine Defender to get a crit on Odin's Champion and finish him off. Boop. So she did get 1 off of the board, but 1 did pop back up. She'll get 10 XP for that. And then she will Odin's Champion and call out the next sneakiest. Who is the next sneakiest among you? Is it you? It is you. Odin will not suffer you punishing his travelers. Holding back the darkness. Grimeans are initiative 5, so they will go first in the fight round here. Double 3s on holding back the darkness. No, no. Double 3s, creeping darkness. The darkness is always searching for a way out. Move the darkness 2 forward on the depth track. 1, 2. That does trigger a darkness card. And the darkness card comes in the shadow of death. Every hero immediately loses all grit. Okay, they don't have any. And ability tokens they currently have. So the Jarl loses his 1 rage token that he had. For each marker lost in this way, that hero also takes 1 sanity damage, ignoring willpower. So the Viking Jarl, who is at 9 sanity, is in the shadow of death. He loses the 1 rage token he has, and he takes his last sanity damage and goes down. Is there no way around that? There's no way around it. The Jarl is unconscious after doing such a good job of cleaning up half these heroes. Oh man, if only we had Divine Defender Valkyrie who could give up her attack to recover an adjacent KO'd heroes even if there are enemies on the map. Guys, it might come into play. I think it's happening. She's going to have to break away, get over there, and revive him. But he's down right now, so let's put his Viking Jarl token on the board. Oh no, he's not down. We have a revive token.
Yeah,
because we're 2 heroes.
Pointing that out now too.
Ah, you guys are ahead of me. Thank you. Oh, sorry, I can't do that with the microphone there. My heart is beating so heavily. Full revive for the Jarl. And get his grit token. Okay, the Jarl is fresh and happy. Guys, we're going to make it out of this. We're going to make it to the 3rd clue. I'm so excited.
Did you still roll madness though, right? Or
no, with a revive token, it's as if you have another player in the game. It's kind of like a quarter in a video game where you're like, Broom. So yeah, this is great. Okay, but that is our only revive token, so that's gone. Here we go. 6 hits on the Valkyrie that do 5 hits on the Valkyrie that do 5 damage each. She blocks 1, 2 of those, so she's taking 3 hits that do 5 damage. She does not have any grit, and her warrior prowess is that at the start of her activation, if you have no grit, recover a grit on the d6 roll of 5+. So unfortunately, she's not going to have any way to get grit for this. She has no tonic, so we're just going to have to take our lumps. We're taking 15 damage with our armor. So here comes 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. So just about all the dice in the box, -1. So we are going to need some serious armor rolls here. It says once per turn we can add +1 to one of our to hit rolls or +1 to all of your armor rolls just rolled. So we can actually roll this and then decide if we want to add the +1 to our armor rolls. So currently we're saving on 5-ups. So I'll do a little sorting here. So currently we are stopping 4 of the 15 damage that is coming through. And if we changed if we use our ability, then we would stop 1 more of those. And we are going to take 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 damage. And we are going to get to heal 2 wounds on us right before that happens. But unfortunately, the healing of 2 wounds puts us at 4 wounds. Oh, let's see. We have 4 wounds left. And actually, we do have a bandage. But that doesn't help because we're still taking 10 wounds, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yep. So no matter how we slice this, we are going down because we don't have... Oh, we have a mythic shield. Okay. So if we can use our bandages right now, we haven't decided to... Oh.
Yep, someone's already pointing
shield,
it out.
Shield. Thank you, you guys. Yeah, she's a Valkyrie defender. Okay, so we would need to use our bandages, heal the 4 wounds remaining on us, and then and trigger our divine defender once per turn ability, and then we wouldn't need to trigger our divine defender. Yeah, well actually, so no, you guys are right. We've got this. So with the 1 dice that we're not using right now, we'll use our bandages to heal some of this. We heal 5, great. So we heal all of our wounds. And I'm playing for speed, etc. So we're allowing us to, we would have taken the time as a group to think maybe we don't want to have
one. Asking, you can't use a side-by token while taking damage.
Yes, I was just addressing that. Basically, I'm moving a little quicker than the whole group, trying to keep the game moving. And if we were thinking going into a giant attack like that, we might have thought, let's use our bandage first to get 6, because we had 6 wounds on us, to get some of this damage off of us. So you're right, we should have done the bandage first, then taken the attack, and then giving ourselves the best chance. So I am cheating just a minor smidge right now, so that we can keep the game moving forward. But you are correct on the rules. Once you know how much damage you're taking, that's when you can't start messing with stuff. But the nice part about the game is that all the other times you can just do things, like there's not a whole lot of timing windows. That's the one time that you're kind of locked into stuff. So the rest of the time you're fine. Like, oh, you know what, I'll use a bandage now. Or, oh yeah, you know what, I'll add my rage after I roll to see how much damage I'm doing, like that. Oh, Dractacular, let me off the hook. Thank you. Okay, sweet. So we healed with our bandages before the attack. The attack comes, and then we are going to block all but 10 of it with our shield has to, I messed up. The shield has to happen before the armor roll. Wow, guys, I was legitimately moving too fast. If you have an armor roll, you can use a bandage just before you armor roll. Yes, that is true. So I should have used it before the armor roll. I should have used the shield before the armor roll as well. So the shield would have prevented 3 wounds, and we actually have 3 groups of damage here. So the probability says that it would have prevented, if we take 3 of these rolls out, we should take out 1 of each of them. So we end up taking 8 wounds. So we're going to put the Valkyrie shield maiden at 8 wounds, and Ethan will slow down and move a little slower during key moments in battle. Thanks for your patience with that. Our sanity is still at 8 of 11. Our health is at 8 of 10. And then our Viking Jarl is fully healthy. Okay. Well, this is good. We're all getting used to how the Valkyrie shield maiden's Divine Defender version works. And we'll be ready for Adventure 2 with her and have all the kinks ironed out. Okay, that was the Valkyrie defending herself. The Jarl is going to have a much easier time. 1 hit that does 1 damage, which he does not block, and his armor does not block either, so he takes 1 wound, which does not give him a rage. But at the beginning of this turn, he did receive... Oh, he received a rage, which is why the darkness thing... No, he... Yeah, he received a rage, but then he got that taken away when he got knocked out. So, okay, but he revived with a revive token, so he's back. Okay. Or it was the taking away of the rage that gave him the sanity damage that knocked him out, which is why he doesn't have it. If he had just been knocked out and revived with a revive token, he would still have his rage tokens. Okay. The dust settles. The Valkyrie is not having it anymore. She is going to roll to escape. She says, I don't need to stand next to all these guys. She rolls a 4, which is not high enough on her D8. Bummer. So she will stay where she is. She rolls to move, gets a 4, hoping for grit, and she swings, looking for 6s. She gets a 6 and a 3, meaning she takes one of these guys out. It's Odin's champion. Boop. And she will Odin's champion somebody else next turn. Oh yeah, there should have been +1 damage on her from Odin's champion. Odin's champion, so she has 9 damage on her. Okay, so Odin's champion is down. She only has 4 Gurmians on her. The Jarl's going to go. He would like to escape. He rolls a 3. He cannot, so he will stay right where he is and swing at the Gurmian who's next to him. Don't get a 1, buddy. We need to get ourselves free and go help the Valkyrie, who said that she was going to protect us. A 7 and a 5, so the 7 is a crit that takes it down, and we'll get the XP for both the Valkyrie and the Jarl. Okay, this is good news. We're holding back the darkness. We may survive this. This Jarl might be able to clean up camp. 5, the darkness fails. We move. We get a growing dread card, so we now have 2 in the stack, and we are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 from done. That's not good. 6 from done. Okay. Gurmians. 4 attacks. Doing 4 damage each. On the Defined Defender Valkyrie, who has no grit. Oh, she should have gotten to she needs to roll 5 or 6 at the beginning of her activation for grit. She got it. Okay, so she does have a grit. Excellent. Okay, I'll slow down just a smidge here. We have held back the darkness unsuccessfully, which gave a rage token to the Viking Jarl. The Gurmians are about to go. There's none on the Jarl. There are 4 on the Valkyrie. They hit automatically, and she's trying to save against 4 of them. She does. 5, 6, 6, 5, so she takes no damage. Good job, Valkyrie. And now it is the Valkyrie's turn. At the start of her activation, she does already have a grit, so she will not be rolling for that. She will roll for movement. She does not get a 1. She will roll to escape. She does get high enough, so she'll move diagonally 1, 2 spaces, and that should give these Gurmians a chance to spread out on her and the Jarl to take down their potency. She's going to stay adjacent to 1 Gurmian so that when she rolls 2 dice, she can maybe get a hit. She got a 1 and a 4, and she is going to use that grit to reroll both of those because she does not want another Gurmian to pop up on a 1. So she gets a 2 and a 3, and neither of those are hits, but she can use her Defined Defender ability to add +1 to one of her to-hit rolls. Since she didn't have to use any armor this turn, she'll change that 3 to a 4. So that is a hit. And she called out this guy as Odin's champion at the beginning, so now her hit, if she rolls a 6, will do 7 damage and get past his defense. And it does not, but she is now fighting Odin's champion in the corner here. The Jarl will roll for movement and gets a 6. He can get adjacent to all of them. Actually, he'll just get adjacent to 3 of them. 1, 2, 3, 4. Step to there, and then he is going to roll 2 dice, trying to get some crits. He gets 2 crits, and so he's going to take out the 2 that are not Odin's champion. Actually, he's going to take out Odin's champion because he would rather not have it be adjacent to 2 heroes. He's going to take out Odin's champion and this Gurmian over here. And get 20 XP for his efforts. And back to holding back the darkness. Smash it! Just like one of my games when I go fast during combat and miss things. Yep. Okay, holding back the darkness is succeeded. Guys, this isn't working. We were trapped in a corner. We were up against a wall. 1 revive token, and we're back in it. The Gurmians need to split up. This guy's going to go reposition over to here. So there is 1 Gurmian on the Valkyrie Shield Maiden, and it does not, or she does not save against it, and her armor is unsuccessful, so she does take 1 wound. Oh, which is enough to put her down? No, she has a shield. She blocks it with a shield. And then the other one is not defended by the Jarl, and his armor does not defend it, so he does take a wound there too. Wow, 1 little tiny Gurmian almost took out the Valkyrie. Well, it's the Valkyrie's turn. She has no grit, so she's going to roll for 5 or 6. Doesn't get it. Roll for movement. Doesn't get it. Or get to 5. Rolls to escape. and gets a 1, so does not escape. She can reach 2 spaces away with her spear, so there was a chance for her to step away and poke somebody, but didn't happen. She is going to roll to attack and gets 2 2s, and that's all she wrote. Meanwhile, the Jarl is going to roll for movement with a 1, get a grit. Well done, buddy. He's got throwing axes, so he's going to whip out 1 throwing axe and throw it over at the one next to the Valkyrie so she doesn't go down. And he gets a 1. So now we need to read Grimians very carefully. Moves through other models while adjacent to one or more Grimians. Anytime a hero rolls a hit roll of 1 at the end of the hero's attack, place a new Grimian into the fight if possible, adjacent to that hero. So even though he's throwing an axe, he can't throw an axe at a non-adjacent hero. He already has somebody. So he had to throw it at the guy next to him. So
Still missed.
he did, but he's going to use his grit so that 1 is not going to make another Grimian. Come on. And he's going to get a 5 instead. That's a hit. So this damage is going to do +2 damage. The damage comes 2, 4. That's not enough to hurt a Grimian. So we go to this normal combat of 2d8s and gets 1 hit, which is not going to do anything because it's not a crit. He got a 6 on the damage, though. That would have been nice. Okay, wow, that did not work out the way I thought it would. I thought we were done with this fight. Hold back the darkness. We got a 7. The darkness moves. Guys, we got to find this third clue and get out of here. We got precious little time left. Ampersand, the Grimians now go. This Grimian is attacking the Valkyrie. The Valkyrie can call him out as Odin's champion, which she will at the start of the turn. The Viking should have 2 more rage from start of the turn stuff and 1 more rage from failing the hold back the darkness roll. The Valkyrie is going to call that guy Odin's champion at the beginning of the turn, so he will have +1 damage on her. She's going to roll for the save on the hit. This will be 2 damage if she misses it. She misses it. She will use a shield and block it. So she is safe. We don't even go to the armor rolls. And then the other Grimian will attack the Jarl, who needs a 4, 5, or 6 to block it. He does, so he is not hurt. And now the Valkyrie will roll for grit on a 5 or 6. Nope. Roll to move. Gets a 2. Breaks away successfully. So steps to here and then pokes Odin's champion from a distance, trying to get 6s. Does not get 6s. So she will change that 3 to a 4 and then try to roll to get a 6 + 1 on damage. So, nope, doesn't get it. So Odin's champion continues to annoy her, and then the Jarl will go to just a straight combat. 2 2s, not very good. He will he will use another throwing axe. No, he won't. He already used a throwing axe last turn and it didn't work. He's going to save those for a big fight. And we will go to the end of the turn. Hold back the darkness. It's an 8. That is successful.
You should put the throwing axe back on the side.
No, I forgot to take 1 away the last one. But thank you. Yeah, okay. He had 4. He threw 1 in the last fight, or at the beginning of this fight, okay. And then he threw 1 just now. Okay. So the Grimians, this Odin's champion has to go after her because she has called him out. So Kaylee, what's Kaylee's last name? I can't remember. So she will defend herself on a 4, 5, or 6. She fails. She has a shield. She blocks it. This is tedious. These Grimians are just trying to run up the darkness meter. Okay, so then the Jarl will now go. He is going to roll for movement. He gets a grit. He's doing his job. He's going to roll. He has got a rage at the beginning of the turn, so he now has 5 rage. He will spend all of them to get +2 combat for the turn. And he will roll all 4 dice. And he got 1 for movement. He'll roll to break away. He gets a 5. So he will step to where he's adjacent to both of them. Roll all 4 combat dice. And there are 2 1s in there, which means we're going to get 2 more Grimians at the end of the turn. But he saved a grit. So he rerolls the grit token, rerolls those, gets another crit. So instead of popping up 2 Grimians, he finishes these 2 guys off, and we actually get out of the fight. Well done. Well done. Okay, lots of XP. So he just broke the 300 mark. So 200 more, and we've got a leveled up Jarl on his first mission. We're looking for our third clue token. We definitely need to do some catching of the breath. Now, normally if we had rage right now, we'd have to cool down and lose D3 rage, but he had just used up all his rage, so that's okay. The Valkyrie is going to catch her breath and gets a 6. She has 8 sanity damage, 3 remaining, and she has 9 wounds, 1 remaining. So we can heal any mix of... Daniel's just laughing at me. Daniel is our sculptor, so he makes these Grimeans look mean and nasty, and then I have to deal with them. But he also makes that Valkyrie look just fantastic. So, all right, I'm going to heal 2. Let's see. If we get to where we have 6 health, then that means we can take 3 wounds without going down. So I'm going to heal all those wounds, and the sanity damage, we'll have 3 sanity damage left. It's not great, but I feel like keeping ourselves healthy is probably more important here. Hopefully whatever we run into doesn't have any fear or terror or anything like that.
I actually have a question.
Yeah.
Do you have to use the shield before you use armor?
You do,
Okay.
yeah. So that was the example I was giving with like an arrow flying at you.
Yeah.
Because it's too powerful otherwise, because your armor soaks up a bunch of it, and you're like,
Yeah.
that last little bit that got through, I'll rub it out with a shield.
Okay.
Got it out of the way. So the shield needs to happen before the armor,
Gotcha.
Otherwise
Okay.
the heroes have they have a lot of defense right now anyway, so that's a good balance of being able to use shields. But that's the other fun thing about these enemies is that you come through with Vikings and you fight these enemies. You're like, great, okay, this I love this adventure set. It's so fun. What you don't realize is that things like Grimeans, where you're using your rage to push a little bit more damage and get over the top to kill them, when you come in here with your feudal Japan heroes, they don't have that mechanic. So a lot of the enemies in here, or even the way they deal damage, you're like, I'm soaking it up with my Huskarl's shield or my Viking Raider's shield. Like, I'm using shield to help me with all this stuff. You come in here with other heroes and you realize, no, these enemies, actually the fact that the Vikings have shields, they have more willpower, they have things like this. They've kind of been pitted against these enemies. So when you bring new groups in here, you'll find it a different sort of challenge. And vice versa, when you take these guys to the Old West, they're going to be like, enemies in shootout mode, what's happening? Stop running away. We fight in close combat. We need to get scrappy. I need to take damage so that I can then deal adjacent rage damage to you. Okay, Grimeans, get out of here and don't ever come back. I was hoping not to have to fight them today, but sometimes you get rear-ended and sometimes you get Grimeans. That's how it goes.
Sometimes both on the same day.
Sometimes both on the same day. This is one of my favorite days of the year, though. I love Roll to Move and getting to connect with everybody. So, okay. I love this constant enthusiasm from the stream. It's fantastic. Okay, guys, we're gonna find a third clue. It's gonna be in the next room. We're holding back the darkness. Nothing bad will happen.
Oh, wait. Loot cards.
Oh, thank you. Sorry, stop snapping in front
Good
of me.
job, Adam.
Thank you. Loot cards. How many loot cards? Just 1, because only 1 card added enemies to the fight. So here we go. The Jarl picks up. Good find, guys. This is it. Somebody get me a D8. First person to roll a D8 and punch it in.
I was say, how about Adam, since he's the one that pointed out the loot
I
cards?
feel like Adam already rolled a D8. Adam, have you rolled a D8 yet? Yeah, but he did. He did
wouldn't
make
have
the
any
loot
loot
catch.
cards if he didn't say it.
Okay, Adam, you get to roll it. And for the Valkyrie, the Valkyrie gets 1 Darkstone. So she's still on that Darkstone race to try and beat the Jarl with how many Darkstones she's got. So it's 5-5 on the Darkstone race, and she picks up 30 XP. And she's actually behind the Jarl on XP because she wasn't present at the beginning of the adventure. So she's only got 130 and he's got 310. So she's gonna level up later. Adam Miller. Can you give us a D8? He says no. He can't give us a D8. All right. I will give us the D8. 5. Draw a gear card. Okay, finally. We still haven't gotten an artifact, but let's get a gear card for... Oh, Adam Miller says 4. And 4 is also draw a gear card. Good. I wasn't Destiny wasn't cheating. So 2 for the Jarl, and the Jarl's gear card is, please, something better than throwing axes. Ooh, it is animal hides. Discard to add d6 times 100 toward a camp upgrade at the Viking camp. Sweet! This seems useless right now, and it is. But we will be loving having that once we get to camp. So, that's a lot of money for a camp upgrade. Most of you know this, but in camp, each of the locations can now be upgraded. So there's certain abilities and things at each location that are unavailable until you spend some time getting that location up to snuff, because we're growing our little fledgling Viking camp. So that's what's going on there. And the loot happened, the XP happened, the catching our breath happened, and now the holding back of the darkness happened. Oh, which I just rolled and was a fail, right? Oh, that's why he yelled no? Mm-hmm.
No, I think...
Oh, Adam Miller.
I think we're on to...
Holding back the darkness.
I feel like you did it.
I feel like I did too, and I feel like I failed. So I'm going to move forward. Boop. And we get a darkness card. When does the Hellbear illustration darkness card hurt sanity again? That happens when the hero party marker moves onto a special space on the depth track. So the hero, we got that the Hellbear Roar of the Hellbear card at the very moment that we would almost need no more map tiles. So that was kind of the irony in that one coming out. So we haven't moved the hero party depth track since we've got the Roar of the Hellbear card. So that's why we. Oh, but it does go away when we've had 2 nothing scavenge here cards. We have not, because we haven't scavenged since then, because we were in cautious mode. We've gotten some loot cards, but no. And he says we did not do it for the Hold Back the Darkness. So I'm moving this back. Thank you, Viking Clan. I'm putting this darkness card down that I had in my hand, and I'm going to roll to hold back the darkness. 9. It's successful. Thank you for saving us from whatever that darkness card was going to be, which I did not read yet. And pillage was gone a long time ago. As soon as I realized I'm going to need these later, and I put them back in the wrong spot, so I'm going to save myself the trouble. Okay, that's better. Okay, darkness is held. Valkyrie, step forth. Jarl, step second. After we get the Troll Cave. Okay, so this Hell Pit, or this Hell, what was this card? The Hellgate, which is full of Vermeans, which I think is totally appropriate because I hate those guys. And...
Oh, right. Yeah, I stopped you from rolling before...
You stepped in. Okay, I thought I had.
That's what it was.
And so we get a final exploration token here that'll have our 3rd clue on it. And then the Jarl runs forward. He's going to stay next to the Valkyrie, realizing that the Valkyrie has this sweet shield that helps. Oh, yep. Okay, so we are poised for our 3rd clue, which might be our final, depending on how you guys are feeling. Reminder, the Valkyrie has 6 wounds out of 10 health and 8 sanity out of 11 sanity. The Jarl is fully healthy, except for 2 wounds. Why does the Jarl have a green? Oh, I'm over there. The Jarl does have 2 throwing axes, and they both have 5 Darkstone. Here comes the final exploration token. It is a single exit, and 2 encounters, and a clue icon. And that clue icon was actually the last thing we resolve on this, even though it's kind of off to the side over there. It just kind of doesn't fit at the bottom. So encounter times 2. Okay. Please either give me a bunch of sanity damage so we can get this Valkyrie Shield Maiden healed, or nothing. And a clue. Yes, the clue is going to give us a bunch more. The clue is a big deal. The clue is going to allow us to do a couple things. 1, it's going to give us a bunch of Darkstone after we resolve everything on the clue. 2, it's going to allow us to go into our third clue moment, which is to fight an enemy threat that is one level higher than normal and reveal all the Growing Dread cards. And then it's also going to, once we've done that, it's going to allow us to end the mission if we want, or then press forward to that fourth clue. So first 2 encounters and then the third clue token. So, snarling wolves. Howling echoes in the distance through the hills and trees. The wolves of the Norse lands grow fierce and hungry in the bitter cold. It sounds like they're getting close. Everybody make an agility 5+ test. Viking Jarl agility, fail. And Shield Mason agility, succeed. If successful, gain 15 XP as you pick your way through the frosty trees. Okay, I hear wolves. We sneak in the dark. Valkyrie does. If half or more of the heroes fail the test, and currently that's true, a pack of snarling wolves bursts from the underbrush, lunging to attack. Every hero is targeted by 6 wolf bites and must roll a d6 plus their cunning. So, okay, and then to see how many of the wolf bites they fend off. Take 1 hit and 1 horror hit for each wolf bite not fended off. The wolves then retreat into the trees. And the Jarl has no grit, so he cannot re-roll that. So everybody is getting bit. So every hero is targeted by 6 wolf bites and must roll 6 plus their cunning to see how many wolf bites they fend off. So 1 hit, so 6 hits and 6 horror hits for the Jarl minus 3 plus 3. So he takes no hits and no horror hits as he is clever and does this cool back move. He like does a back hitch step at the right time around a couple trees, and the wolves like run into each other, get confused. He loses them in the trees. Meanwhile, the Valkyrie Shield Maiden, who has a cunning of 1 plus 6 is 7. So she takes also no hits and no horror hits. That was amazing. Every hero is targeted by 6 wolf bites. And they fended off all the wolf bites. Good job, guys. And the Valkyrie scored 15 XP in the process. Whew. Okay, Valkyrie, you just got to survive one more encounter here. Frost-covered bones. The frozen bones of a large creature lay here, half buried in the thick ice, softly falling snow. Whatever this beast was, judging by the remains, it would be terrifying to behold. So I have a feeling that this dead thing in front of this cave was killed by whatever we're about to have to fight. Random hero, so 1 through 4 is the Valkyrie. It's a 5, so it is the Jarl. Makes a lore test. So he has a lore of 3, and it's a lore 5+ test. So he comes up with 1 5. It's successful, gain 20 XP. Wow, we are just on the skin of our teeth here. Gain 20 XP as you examine the bones more closely for signs of what may have killed it. If at least 1 6+ was rolled, which it was not, you may also recover a grit. Okay, so we're by the skin of our teeth. We have arrived at the final encounter. And we have 12 minutes before our lunch break. So let's see. Let's get this fight all set up and good to go, and then we will continue to fight after our lunch break. So our third clue token is going to mean that we are going to get D6 plus, or we're going to get D6 Darkstone if we survive this. Or sorry, Peril Die Darkstone? Let's read the rules.
I think it's Peril Die.
Yeah. Oh, D3 plus 1 Darkstone. We've got D3 at the second clue and D3 plus 1 at the third clue. Okay? And then, yeah, and we do have to reveal all the Growing Dread cards right now. So let's do Growing Dread. So Growing Dread says, during the next fight, or the current one, all enemies have +2 combat and +1 shot if they have a ranged attack. This is bad. This is so bad. So large things have +1 combat, and their 6s do +2 damage each. And now everything's going to have +2 combat.
And also if they're frozen, right?
If they're frozen, they will also do +1 damage. But we don't know what we're fighting yet, but this is bad. So, Growing Dread card. And then, sorry, that was the last gasp. Distracted by greed and war, humanity cannot conceive of its true fate. Cannot conceive that its true fate will come, not at the hands of each other, but of the darkness that lies just below the surface of reality. Last grasp. The last gasp. Try again. Oath of the Hellborn. Oh, this is the worst, guys. This is absolutely the worst two that could come up together. Okay. We shed our mortal souls for the promise of power and riches beyond the dreams of our forebears. With this burning brand, we are reborn unto the darkness. The Oath of the Hellborn. So, creatures and foul humans can take the Oath of the Hellborn, which allows them. For the rest of this adventure, all enemies except robots and hazards gain Retribution 2. Whenever an adjacent hero assigns a hit to this enemy, it deals 2 basic hits. A basic hit is a hit that just does 1 damage. Back to that hero, 1 damage each. If an enemy already has Retribution, this adds to it. So whenever you find Hellborn heroes in the game or things that have the Hellborn trait, there's this Retribution mechanic in it. So we're about to run into something that has taken the Hellborn Oath, and every time we assign a hit to that enemy, it deals 2 basic hits back. Good thing we're like loaded up on armor with both of our heroes at least. Yeah. We might have a chance. Let's see what we have. A threat that is 1 level higher than normal. I'm just going to read to make sure that's correct here. I want to get this all set up and correct right before we break for lunch. So I'm going to read you the exact wording so I'm not getting anything wrong. Okay, the 3rd and 4th clues. When each of the 3rd and 4th clues are found, in addition to any other element on the exploration token, which we did, reveal all Growing Dread cards in the stack, which we did, and then the heroes must face a threat that is 1 threat level higher than normal, or an epic threat if you're at the 4th clue. Okay, this is it. We're going to shuffle these high threats.
Would it be a medium threat?
We're going to shuffle these medium threats. That's why Daniel's the chat master,
right?
Chat master of ceremonies. Okay, all these medium threats. Guys, these are going to have +2 damage and Retribution 2. Sorry, +2 combat and Retribution 2, and they might get other bonuses. We are fighting. No! 1 troll and P Grimians, and the troll gets an enemy trait card. Okay, this is not an ambush attack though, so let's get the Grimian card out. This is not cool, guys. Okay, the Grimians, I'm bringing their card back just for a second. They have an initiative of 5, so they will be placed second because we place the faster enemies last. So the first enemies that will be placed are the trolls. And trolls have an initiative of 4, so they are going to go before both of our characters. And they are large. So the trolls that are large are going to get +1 combat, and their 6s are going to do +2 damage. That's not cool. And then both of them are going to get +2 combat and +2 retribution. During the next fight, all enemies. Yep. Okay, this is not good. Okay, and then the trolls get to draw a trait card. And here's the problem. One of those trait cards has frozen in it. So if these are frozen, trolls, then they're going to have every bonus available to them. And that is the game just saying, you guys, you could have stopped at clue 2. You could have gone to camp with your 5 Darkstone. But no, you wanted more than 5 Darkstone. All right. Pick a number between 1 and 5, someone, and I will pick the card that is starting at the top going down, 1 through 5.
Just give them a little bit of time.
Mm-hmm.
Let us think about the fate we chose for each other.
It's 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 is Mountain Trolls. Oh, excellent. And then Adam Miller, you said 2, so if you had waited first, it would have been Ice Trolls, which we would have hated. And then everybody else said 5 so far, and 5 would have been River Trolls. So we didn't get those. We got Mountain Trolls. Mountain Trolls, deadly aim. Trolls are now ranged to hit 4+. So normally they always throw a rock at the start of their activation at a random hero, and they have a range of 5, so they almost always miss. The bad thing about rocks is that they do D6 damage that ignore defense. but they usually miss. But now, since they're mountain trolls, they love throwing rocks. They got good at it, so their range is 4+. So let's put that down there so we can hate our lives a little more. And let's get the peril dice worth of Grimeans, which we will roll. Of course, it's 6. It's 6 Grimeans, just like last time. Goodness. Okay, I'm going to need these heroes to step up because I do not want to take a big old L on our first adventure out. And this would be an epic tale if they survive this. Okay, we're going to get all of our little Grimeans set up. Okay.
Yes, Adam Miller, mountain trolls can rock your world.
Oh, back left, sorry. Okay. Okay, we're just about ready. We're going to go to the beginning of the next round, and we're going to do some rolls and prep. So, the darkness marker moved into a new state of the death track, so every hero should have taken D6 horror hits. That should have happened a little while ago. So let's do the Valkyrie Shield Maiden first. 3. And she fails 2 of them and saves the 3rd. So she is now 1 sanity away from knocked out. But you know what? That would have happened right before we caught our breath. I believe that moved in during the fight.
Yeah.
So we are going to heal just a little bit less. Heal 1 less wound to heal 1 more sanity because we would have had a flexible choice there. So we'll have 2 sanity remaining, and we will have 3 health remaining for our Valkyrie there. And then the Jarl would have taken 5 hits. What's going on here? The Jarl took 2 more sanity damage. So the Jarl has 2 wounds and 2 sanity damage on him. Okay, got that. And this should be 1 further down since we found a new tile, but we did not touch the special thing, so the Hellbear, Roar of the Hellbear does not go off. Get that out of here for a minute. And we've got our troll and our trait card, so we can get that card out of the way. Okay, the Valkyrie can call out Odin's champion.
I was going to say, do we leave this as a cliffhanger?
Oh yeah, we're going to go to lunch, but I just want to get everything ready so when we sit back down, we don't miss anything. The Viking does get a rage token at the beginning of the turn for him and all adjacent heroes that use rage, but the Valkyrie doesn't use rage, so she doesn't get anything. This is going to be a beautiful cliffhanger, guys. The last decision we'll make together is, should the Valkyrie use her Odin's champion ability and call somebody out? If she calls somebody out, they have to target her, and they are +1 damage against her, and she is +1 damage against them. Road to victory or Valhalla. Okay. If she was calling out a Odin's champion, she would either call out a Grimean, so it would be easier for her to kill Grimeans, or she would call out a cave troll, the cave troll, so that she can deal more damage. The cave troll does have Fear 2, which she has a big problem with sanity right now, and it also has regeneration 3, so it heals 3 wounds at the start of each turn. So maybe Odin's champion is should she call out the troll? Good question, Adam Miller. If she calls out the troll, she's going to have somebody next to her that has fear on them, and so that seems like a really bad move for her. Mm-hmm. She can stay away from the troll and use her spear at range 2 to keep poking the troll. So if the troll wasn't targeting her and it was targeting the Jarl, maybe she can get the troll on the Jarl and then stand behind the Jarl and defend the Jarl with her shield while she pokes it with her spear. And maybe they can do that after the Jarl takes out a bunch of these Grimeans with his criticals. So should she Odin's champion a Grimean, I guess is the question. I think she's got enough problems without having things have +1 damage against her, right? But then she's not that effective at killing things without it. Dractacula likes that strategy. Okay, so our current strategy plan is to try and get the troll on the Jarl and then try and get the Viking. Dractacula says do it on a Grimean. Okay, we will Odin's champion this first Grimean here. The Grimeans have move 8 and they can get everywhere, so They will not matter. So that one will get behind her. So she'll have be able to help a little bit with getting rid of Grimeans using Odin's champion. And that's where we'll leave it, guys. We're going to take an hour break, so set your watches. We'll be back in exactly an hour full of something delicious and ready to see if you guys have made wise decisions or if we should have been sleeping in our camp beds. See you soon. All right, we're back. Excellent. You've had an hour break, or at work you've had an hour of silence wondering what is going to happen with our Valkyrie and our Jarl, and Chatmaster Daniel has to go. Chatmaster Daniel has other things to do today, so we are joined by Valkyrie Ida. So some of you may know Valkyrie Ida from some of our other radio plays and other experiences. She is the magician behind Instagram and other things that go on around here. And she keeps a lot of things running. And she is actually the Valkyrie in your Gates of Valhalla adventure book, too. So when you see the art for the Valkyrie, Ida's commanding look will be surveying the field, looking for any Viking warriors that need to be revived. And we have the Valkyrie in play now. They chose to go with the Divine Defender version of the Valkyrie Shield Maiden. So I'm going to bring you up to speed in our story. We are at the climax of the first adventure. So when our adventure, the Jarl stepped off the boat, he left the rest of the clan back to get camp ready. And as they moved into the woods, he found a giant rushing wind. And as he went around the corner, he found more woods and an ambush by centurions. So he dispatched the centurions quite easily, and then found this giant-headed statue with more wind. So there's been a lot of wind and forest up to this point. And so at that point, Odin and the Valkyrie who had been watching him were sure that he was going to perish. And so the Valkyrie said, fine, I'll go down and help him. And Odin said, you can't come back until his quest is finished. So the Valkyrie has come to join it's Leif, I'm messing up his last name. Leif Surgard Longbeardson. So Leif Surgard Longbeardson, and then our Kaylee is our Valkyrie here. And yes, Dractacula is back. Good, I've seen the chats pop up. So Chatmaster Valkyrie Ida is now going to keep an eye on you guys in chat, so you can yell things to her, and she will also provide some commentary on the game as things get going. But after the Valkyrie joined us, they pushed a little further. It found a little hell gate, and Gurmians popped up out of it. And I don't know if you've fought the Gurmians yet, but they are the worst little nasty buggers in the game. They practically destroyed us. We had to use our revive token, and we've limped along. The committee decided at Clue 2, when we could go back to camp and be safe and warm and cozy in our huts, they said, let's press on to Clue 3 because we can get more Darkstone. So we pressed on to Clue 3, had to deal with the Gurmians, and now we've gotten to Clue 3, and at Clue 3, we've had all sorts of evil growing dread cards pop up on us. One that makes all the enemies have 2 extra combat dice. Another one that means every time we deal them a hit, they deal us 2 basic hits back, called Retribution. So we're going to have to deal with that. And the troll popped up with more Gurmians. So this is the final big battle at Clue 3. These trolls, these Gurmians, and we can take them down. We're allowed to stop the mission there. But if these crazies want to, these Vikings want to, we could try to push on to Clue 4. And I've already told them, almost no level 1 heroes have ever been able to complete this mission at go to Clue 4 at level 1. So we'll see what they decide. Okay. Our Valkyrie is in trouble. She only has 10 health, and she has 7 wounds on her. She only has 11 sanity, and she has 9 sanity damage.
Yeah, that's rough.
It's not great, no. The Jarl only has 2 wounds and 2 sanity, and he has 1 rage. We're going to try and get him raged up. His superpower is that if we can get him 5 rage, he gets 2 extra combat for a turn. Yeah, that's pretty much where we're at. We've done everything in the turn to get things ready. Have we held back the darkness? We did. We held back the darkness, and we gave everybody their start of the round stuff. So we're just going to get started activating. The trolls go at initiative 5, but Gurmians go to initiative 5 and trolls at 4. So the Gurmians will go first. So we got this cam here. Right now, also for you in chat, I looked at a little bit of the visuals, and you can give us some feedback here. I've changed it so that our wounds and sanity are not on this card, so you'll be able to see them a little easier next to the Jarl and the Valkyrie. And then we also, over here, I moved grit off of the side bag token to below the side bag token, so it's easier to see against that brown. So you'll be able to see grit and Jarl, and hopefully as we're on this big screen where you can see the whole map, you'll be able to also look to the upper right hand corner and still see how much grit and what side bag tokens each hero has. So chat, keep yelling at us, keep giving suggestions, and we will take care of them. But let's get back into it and see if we can make it through. Last thing, we are streaming on Facebook, YouTube, and Twitch. And if you are experiencing any delays or lag or quality issues with one, you can jump over to the other and see how the other ones are treating you. So no worries there. All right, Gurmian time. We have 6 Gurmians, which is the worst amount we could have. They get to go first. This Odin's Champion Gurmian has to target the Valkyrie, who is called out. She's Odin's champion, so she can call out an enemy who has to fight her. So he'll sneak around behind here. And then the enemies spread out to do every other. So this next one has to go after the Jarl. And Gurmians move through other models, so we don't need to worry about them blocking each other in that respect. The next one goes and gets behind the Valkyrie. The next one tries to get behind the Jarl and can't. So then this next one wants to go to the Valkyrie, but there's no spaces around the Valkyrie, so it's going to go to the Jarl. And this one will do the same thing, go to the Jarl. So, okay, and Gurmians are weird. Now, here's the one saving grace, guys. We pulled that really mean card called the last gasp. During the next fight, or the current one, all enemies have +2 combat and +1 shot if they have a ranged attack. That's not going to matter for the Gurmians, because on the Gurmians card, they don't actually have a combat value. They have an asterisk. So you can do +2 to an asterisk. It's still an asterisk. So we have dodged a bullet. These don't have +2 combat. So these Gurmians, there's 1, 2, 3, 4 around the Jarl. So he's going to take 4 hits that do 4 damage each, because that's the weird way that the Gurmians attack. An automatic hit for the amount of damage that is the amount of Gurmians around them. So 4 hits that do 4 damage. They don't even have to roll to see if they hit. And the Jarl needs 4s or higher. I'm also going to roll dice up here on the big cam now. So if you're having any issues with the big cam, then just let me know with the dice. But we checked it earlier and it should be just fine. So we're looking for 4s to defend against these 4 damage hits and 3 saves. So only 1 miss. So the Jarl's about to take 4 damage. And the Valkyrie's going to save her shield for herself. She can use her shield to help an adjacent hero, but she has 7 wounds, so she's going to keep the defense for herself. We're about to take 3 wounds to the Jarl. The Jarl has armor, so there's 3 wounds. We get to try and stop it with the armor. Armor succeeds on a 5-up, so we stop none of that. So all 4 wounds. There should be 1 more armor roll. All 4 wounds come through. Boo. That is not good. Okay, so we're at 6. We're at half health for the Jarl. And when the Jarl takes wounds, if you take 2 or more wounds, for each 2 wounds you take, you get a rage. So he's actually rage 3 now. That's good. The Valkyrie has 1, 2, 3, 4 around here. So she's taking 4 hits that do 4 damage each. But Odin's champion, the one that she called out and said, "You are a brat," the brat gets +1 damage. So its dice will be red. Here we go. And so she blocks everything except for the brat. And the brat's damage is going to come through. It's going to be 5 damage. She's going to use her shield to block 3 of it. So only 2 damage is getting through. And this is great because she has that magic armor, guys. So the Valhalla armor for her is making it so that she's going to get to make 2 armor saves, but if she saves at least 1, she's also going to heal. So yes, she actually has a chance to get back in the game, even though she's on defense. 1 save, which means she's only going to take 1 wound, but her tricky armor goes off and she heals 2 wounds. So, she's at 6 health now instead of 7, or 6 wounds now instead of 7. So that's great. Good job. Okay, Gurmians have gone. Now, our troll gets in the game. So that Hellgate that we hit before, apparently this mountain troll has been using his boulders to rip open holes in the ground to let these Gurmians in. So he's in cahoots. So we really hate this troll. The troll is going to have +1 shot from our last gasp card. And so he's going to roll 2 dice. He's going to throw rocks, and he can throw rocks 5 spaces. 1, 3, 4, 5. Oh, unfortunately, we are just out of range. So the trolls throw rocks. It's a range. At the start of its activation, it makes a free ranged attack at a random hero within range and line of sight. No one's in range of line of sight, so the troll does not get to throw rocks. He does get to move his 5 spaces. 1, 2, 3, 5. He can only target the Jarl because he doesn't have enough movement to get to the Valkyrie, so he's going to move. And when he moves, he will displace smaller enemies that are in his way because these have the small keyword, so they can be pushed out. So he's now adjacent to the Jarl, and he's going to be able to throw, he's going to roll 3 combat dice. Oh wait, the last gasp is on, so he's going to roll 5 combat dice. Oh wait, Savage Things is on, so he's going to roll 6 combat dice, and his 6s do +2 damage each. Ugh, that is disgusting. Okay. Okay, so 6 combat dice doing, and 6s do extra damage. So we'll roll these up here. And let me know if the red dice or the white dice are easier to see on the big camera. He needs 4 ups for his combat attacks. Okay, he comes up with 2 5s and a 6, and we'll put the 6 in red since it's doing +2 damage. Okay, so we got 3 hits on the Jarl. Jarl gets to defend. He's going to roll these dice and look for 4s. He blocks the nasty hit, and he's getting hit by both of the others. The Jarl does have a grit. Should the Jarl use their grit to avoid taking 6 damage?
Someone also suggested to maybe use a grit to get rid of one of those darkness cards.
So that is a good way. So grit, using grit to cancel growing dread cards is a really cool layer of strategy. If all heroes spend 1 grit at the same time, then you can cancel either a growing dread card in the stack or a growing dread card that has just been revealed. So if we had had that grit when the last gasp and Oath of the Hellborn had come out, we would have been able to do something about it. Which I guess we did, because the grit's right there right now, and we just started this round. So we could have used, they could have each spent a grit to cancel the last gasp or Oath of the Hellborn. We can't cancel darkness cards with grit. That's not a thing you can do. Darkness cards can only be canceled using special abilities on characters. The allies in the Gates of Valhalla campaign can cancel, have a way of stopping darkness cards, but darkness cards can't be stopped with grit. Growing dread cards can. Oh, hey, Jason Smith is here. Dad's board again. Fantastic. He's got, Ida is our Instagram master, Valkyrie Ida, and Jason is constantly reposting our stuff, and we're constantly reposting his stuff on Instagram.
I see his stuff all the time.
It's great, yeah. Last gasp. So I guess we need a Viking vote here. Vikings, would you like to spend our only grit that we have for defense or offense to cancel Oath of the Hellborn or Last Gasp? Seems like it might be worth it. Yeah, real Max Double G is correct that there's a check it out ability on Viking warrior allies, but it's not quite check it out, but it's similar. We'll get to them. We can hire them in town, and you'll find out. Yes, hi, hello, Real Max. Do you guys want to cancel the Last Gasp or Oath of the Hellborn with a grit? Time has passed, play on. Ooh, Andrew, thanks. We're just going to push into it. Okay, we're going to suffer it. We're going to save our grit. So then the Jarl is going to try and stay alive by spending some grit to stop the incoming damage here. Picks it up, stops them both. Great. Okay, we're back at it. And he's out of grit, but that's good. Okay, the troll is done. It's on to the Valkyrie. Valkyrie is adjacent to only Grimeans. She's going to roll for movement. I rolled up here. It was a 6. So movement is a 6. She can break away with an escape test. She gets to roll a d8 for that. She doesn't break away, and she can't even move anyway because they're all surrounding her. So she can use that spear to poke 2 spaces away. Because that's what her spear does. So she could poke the troll right now, but the troll has regeneration, so that's kind of a bad play. She should focus on getting some of these Grimeans off the board so they can have a little less to contend with. She's rolling her 2d6. She's looking for this Odin's champion behind her that she called out. She gets extra damage against it. You have annoyed Odin for the last time. Ah, she rolled a 1 and a 2. That 1 is going to make a Gurmian pop up adjacent to her if possible, but let's check the reading. Moves through other models while adjacent to one or more Gurmians. Anytime a hero rolls to hit of 1 at the end of the hero's attack phase, place a new Gurmian into the fight, if possible, adjacent to that hero. She has no spaces adjacent to her, so she can get away with just not dealing any damage right now because she can't even accidentally pop up another Gurmian because she's surrounded. So we're going to save her grit, and she's going to just not suffer the consequences of a little Gurmian popping up. Okay, meanwhile, we move on to the Jarl. The Jarl's going to roll the move. Oh, so the Jarl's going to roll the move, and it's a 3. He also, doesn't matter if he escapes because he's surrounded, so he's going to roll his 2d8. And he comes up with a 6 and a 5. So the 5 will be, the critical will be a red dice, and the normal will be white. The critical hit automatically kills the Gurmian because it only has 1 health. And we're going to take off a Gurmian that would be adjacent to both of them for their benefits. So Jarl picks up 10 XP for that. And then with his normal hit, he's going to roll for the damage. And it is a 2, which is not enough to get through the Gurmian's defense of 6. And even adding rage won't help. So no good there. But he did get 1 Gurmian off the board. Okay, we're also in a little bit of a problem because if we fail the darkness 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 more times, we lose the whole game. So we are at the end of our clock, at the end of our health, at the end of our sanity, at the edge of our grit, hanging on by our fingernails. And anytime we assign a hit to an enemy, it deals 2 basic hits back to that hero. So this Jarl just assigned 2 hits, so he's taking 4 basic hits that do 1 damage each, and he stops 3 of them, and his armor does not stop the last. So even just by fighting, we're going to start to take attrition damage, and it's going to be bad news. Okay, back to the beginning of the round. The Viking Jarl gets a rage token, and we hold back the darkness. We need an 8.
Barry says free attack with the axe, maybe?
Oh, yep, I like it. So Chris is calling on the fact that we have a throwing axe tokens, and it's a free attack by the Jarl. So before we move off the Jarl's turn, he's going to, at Chris Berry's hest, throw this Viking axe. We need a 4 or higher, because it's for a Viking axe throw, we use our melee stat. We got a 3. That was sad. All right, but Chris, thanks for reminding us that we have 1 more axe there, so we'll use that first thing next turn too, once it gets back to his move. Okay, now we will roll to hold back the darkness. We need an 8. Come on, big 8. No, it's a 3. The darkness marker moves forward, and we draw a darkness card. The darkness card comes. Stand against the darkness. Each hero must make a Spirit 5+ test. Okay, we're going to do that now. The Jarl fails. Sorry, I keep rolling on the wrong table. And the Valkyrie succeeds. So, if successful, you get 15 XP. Good job, Valkyrie. You really needed that. You don't even know. If you fail, you're -1 on all of your willpower rolls until the end of the adventure. So Jarl is now -1 on all of his willpower rolls till the end of the adventure. And he should have made 2 fear rolls against the troll last turn. So I'll do those real quick. He passed both of them. So the Jarl is now only passing his willpower rolls on a 4 or higher instead of a 3 or higher. Okay. Woo, we are getting into it. Stand against the darkness. That's one of my least favorites. All right. We now come to the Gurmians again, and the Gurmians have already chosen targets. This one can move through models, though, and doesn't have a target, so it's going to slide over here. And doesn't matter who it targets because it's the same one way or the other. The Jarl now has 3 Gurmians on him that are doing 3 damage each. Oh, and the Jarl gets a rage token at the beginning of the turn, which he already got, so he's close, but not there yet. Necklace rage, thank you. Yeah. So, we have the wolf tooth necklace. Every time we fail darkness, we get a free rage token on the Viking Jarl, which means he's at the magic 5 rage he needs to be able to trigger his superpower of once per fight. He can use 5 range to get 2 extra combat for an attack.
Nice.
Hey, good save, Chris. Okay, so here comes the 3 hits that do 3 damage on the Jarl from the Grimian. Ooh, he's taken 2 hits that do 3 damage each. He doesn't have any grit. He could ask the Valkyrie for help with the shield, but then if she doesn't do well on her turn, she might go down. And it's more important for the Valkyrie to stay up because she has the ability to give up her attack to revive KO'd heroes. That's why we picked Divine Defender, so she could help the Jarl back up off the floor. So we'll let the Jarl make his own armor saves, and hopefully it goes well for him. And if he picks us up some more damage in the process to get him some rage, it won't be the worst thing in the world, but it'll be close. All right, he makes 1 armor save. Whoa, he takes 5 more wounds, which puts him at 12 damage. He has 12 health, but his chainmail armor gives him +1 health, so he's not quite down yet. He has 1 health left.
He is very close.
Living on the edge. The 4 hits against the Valkyrie that are going to do 4 damage from the other Grimians. Let's see how she does. She blocks 1 of them. Yikes. She does have grit, and she needs to stay up so she can revive. So she's going to spend her grit to try and not get pummeled by Grimians. She blocks 1 more, so she's taking 2 hits that do 4 damage each. So she needs some serious armor saves here. And we're out of tricks, I believe.
Do we still have bandages?
No, we used our only set of bandages. So she has 4 wounds remaining, and she has 8 armor saves to make. Additionally, she is going to heal 2 wounds if at least one of these armor saves is successful. But we can use Divine Defender to make her armor saves succeed on a roll of 4+ instead of on a roll of 5+. So that's the one trick we have left for this defendy shield maiden. Come on, Valkyrie. Come on. Big hot rolls. Okay, so she didn't get any 4s, so we don't have to worry about wasting Divine Defender on that. She blocked 5 of the 8 hits, which means she heals 2 right away to get to 4. 1, 2. She's at 4. She has 4 wounds on her, and then she takes 3 more. So she has 7 wounds total out of 10. So she survived that. Yee. Wow. So she only basically took 1 wound from that event. That's good. That's good.
Lucky.
Yeah, very lucky. And actually, sorry, we have to do a 50% check. She's okay. I forgot that this Odin's Champion guy had +1 damage on her. So, okay. She's still hanging tough, and all the enemies have gone except for the troll. The troll goes next, and he can now see both of them. So on a 1 through 3, he will target the Valkyrie with his flying rock throws. It's a 4, 5, 6, so he targets the Jarl. He throws 2 rocks, and he's a mountain troll. So the mountain troll gets better hits. Let's throw this here. He hits on 4 pluses. So mountain troll throwing rocks at the Jarl. One of these rocks hits on a 4. Boo. It only hit because he was a mountain troll. And it does this much damage ignoring defense. There's 1 damage ignoring defense, and the Jarl uses his armor and does not block it. So the Jarl does take 1 wound and goes down. Wait, the Valkyrie has not used her shield yet. She didn't use her shield on herself, so she can step in with the shield to stick it in front of that 1 last damage that would take out the Jarl, which is good because if she doesn't, then the troll who hasn't moved yet would target her and come after her. So the troll will stay where it is and target the Jarl. It's going to pick up his combat, which we remember is 6 combat. He hits on 4s up, and 6s are nasty. He only gets 2 5s. So only 2 hits, and Jarl, we need you to come up with some 4s. 2 4s, Jarl. Stay on your feet. Don't make the Valkyrie give up her attack just to get you back in the game. Come on, Jarl. You have 5 rage. You're going to have a super turn if you can just not go down. Oh, Okay, so he takes 3 damage, and he has 3 armor saves. So if by some miracle he rolls 3 5s and 6s, he will not go down. Otherwise, he's at the end of his rope. End of his rope. Here it comes. Armor saves. Police. 6 6 4. Unbelievable. I'm going to check Divine Defender to make sure we can't give it to somebody else. Once per turn, add +1 to one of your to hit rolls or +1 to all of your armor rolls. Just rolled. No! Jarl, you're down. So the Jarl's down. And now it is the Valkyrie's turn. And the Valkyrie has a tough decision to make. She can give up her attack to revive the Jarl. Or she can try and fight all of these guys alone. Hey, Ethan, just finished my game with Jaden. Oh, hello, Martin. Welcome. Yes, I had you on my list of people who are attending today. Martin, things are not good. The Jarl just went down, but we do have a Valkyrie Shield Maiden who is allowed to give up their attack to recover an adjacent KO'd hero, even if they're enemies on the map tile. I think we got to do it. This Valkyrie's job is to defend herself and her friends and just kind of wear the enemy down. So she's not going to do much good on attack if she stays alone. So the Valkyrie, Chris Berry's yelling revive. Okay, Chris, we're doing it. Here we go. She's going to give up her attack. Okay, 2 revives. All right, so I need someone to roll 2d6. Anybody got d6 nearby? I know Martin does because he just finished the game. So roll 2d6, and we're going to see how much healing the Jarl gets when he revives. He's also going to have to pick up an injury.
You look confused.
Got a 9. Well, one of the comments I was mystified by. Okay, 9. Thank you for that healthy amount of healing, Martin. So we are going to put it all into the health situation. So only 3 wounds now on the Jarl, but somebody else give me 2d6 to see what injury the Jarl picked up. And please don't mess with his ability to get crits. Come on, something doable. Don't get an 8. Get a 6. Can you get me a 6? 2d6, who's got it? Anybody? It's a 5. Gouged eye. You cannot get critical hits with ranged attacks. Woo! Okay, we're fine. We don't care so much about that. But we do have a gouged eye for our Jarl. I'm going to note that so we can try and get it fixed in town. But no ranged attack critical hits with the Jarl.
Now he's got a cool eye patch.
Yeah. Yeah, there's actually a personal item eye patch, so. But he doesn't have it. He has the wolf tooth necklace. Jarl. Gouged eye. No ranged crits. And the Jarl also has $100. And I meant to grab our money tokens that were, they're tucked away over there. We'll get them in a little bit. They're in one of our big trays of token things. We can worry about it once we get to camp. Okay. There are not more revives. No. In a solo game, if you're playing 1 player, you get 2 revive tokens. If you're playing a 2-player game, you get 1 revive token. And we already used it to survive the first Grimian infestation, the one that popped up off the darkness card. So we don't have any revive tokens left. We just have the Valkyrie Shield Maiden, who is allowed to revive people even when enemies are around. So this is amazing. She's brought, as Valkyries do, she flies across the battlefield and brings back to life the Viking warriors to assist in the final fight. He revives. He doesn't get his activation this turn, and we cycle back to the beginning of the round where, if we did lose all of our rage as our Jarl when we went down, though. Let's just double check that. I don't want to cheat us out of our rage. At the end of any fight, a hero loses D3 rage token as their rage begins to fade. I feel like there's a thing in the adventure book about rage that... Let's check the index. Did you know that these adventure books have indexes so you can quickly and easily find rules? And that is true for the rule book, not the adventure book. I want to make sure. If we can keep that 5 rage, I would love to, but rage page 8. I feel like you lose them when you're KO'd. I feel like you're not that angry when you're unconscious.
Yeah.
When a hero takes damage, yep, Battle Fury. The hero takes damage for every 2 wounds. They gain with 1 rage token. The rage may be spent. Dissipate. All Viking heroes have Battle Fury. So I guess it would probably come under the KO'd section. So let's see if there's KO'd heroes, 17, 29, and 24. It's a weird order to list them in. If a hero ever has wounds equal to their health or sanity damage, they are KO'd. Remove the hero model from the board and place the KO'd marker. Recovering, revive tokens. I don't see anything. I'm pretty sure. Well, okay, we're going to cheat here and just keep our rage because I cannot find the rule at the moment that says we would lose ability tokens when we're KO'd.
Yeah, we're making our own rules.
Today, special for this campaign, Valkyrie Ida says, it's okay. All right, we're back, and at the beginning of the round, we're going to hold back the darkness. 9, that succeeds, so we're going to stay in this a little longer. The Gurmians are going to go. Sorry, we're going to get 1 free rage from the Jarl, just starting his turn, and the Valkyrie is out of grit, so when she starts her activation, she's going to get a chance to roll for grit. Oh, which she actually should have gotten just then. So Valkyrie needed to roll for movement, and she needed to roll to try and get her free grit. She did, so she will have a grit at the beginning of this round, and if she gets to the beginning of her activation and doesn't have it, she'll have that too. So Valkyrie is getting hit. Let's do the Valkyrie first, so that she can keep herself alive and use whatever extra healing she has to help the Jarl stay alive. So she's getting hit with 4 attacks that do 4 damage, and one of them is the Brat. So she blocks the Brat's hit, but nobody else. So she will spend her grit to try and stay in the game. Come on, Valkyrie. Stay in the game. No, she misses all of those. So she's going to take 12 hits now. She can use a shield to block 3 of them to make it only 9 hits. Oh, this does not look good for a hero. Okay. So she's taking 9 hits, having used up her shield. She's going to need 5s, and she can activate Divine Defender after her rolls to make it work on 4s or higher. But she only has 3 health left. If she heals 2 from a success, then she'll have 5 health left. Come on, Valkyrie, stay up on your feet. Oh, big, awesome roll. Look at how many 4s are in there. Good Lord.
A lot of numbers.
Okay, so Ida, here's what's happened. We have all of these hits were blocked. She blocked at least 1 hit with her armor, so we healed 2 wounds, so we have 5 wounds left. We're about to take 5 wounds, but Divine Defender says once per turn you can add +1 to all of your armor rolls just rolled. And so when we do that, we add +1, and all of these 4s become successes, because we normally only succeed on a 5 and 6, but now we succeed on 4, 5, or 6. So we actually block all but 1 wound. So we started this turn with 7 damage, and now we have 6. So that is how the Divine Defender Valkyrie works. She is so fun. Yeah. She's not dealing a lot of damage. We need to get her some magic artifacts or something, because she's just standing around reviving people right now, which is very Valkyrie-like. But that's insane that she can stand there and deal with that kind of punishment. Incredible. Okay. On to our other friend who has 3 hits that do 3 damage. Jarl. 2 blocks, 1 misses. The one that comes due is going to do 3 damage, and the armor blocks 1, so he only takes 2 wounds, which will give him his magic 7th rage token that he wanted. So he is now at max match rage. Okay, we need a catchphrase for this Viking Jarl. Whenever he uses this once per fight ability, we need to know what. Oh, Andrew thinks that you are divine. Oh no, he thinks that the Valkyrie is divine. Got it.
I mean, I'll take it too. That's fine.
We have 2 divine Valkyries. Okay, thanks, Andrew. Awesome save. Yes, Jason. We need a ranged character. We do need the Huskarl. Steven, I don't know if you know how amazing the Huskarl is. She is super fun to play, and she is my Gurmian killer, and she's not here, which is why this today has gone very poorly for me because I haven't had a Huskarl on the board. So it's not going to happen in this adventure, but you're 100% right on that. Okay, Viking Jarl. Oh, I got ahead of ourselves. This stupid troll has to go. Man, we haven't even scratched the troll. We've killed one Gurmian in this fight so far.
These Gurmians are just...
Okay, we're going to have to do some blowing on the dice or something. Here comes the troll. He wants to pick a target, Valkyrie on a 1, 2, or 3. It's the Valkyrie. He throws 2 rocks looking for 4s. He gets 1 hit with his 4, and the Valkyrie is going to take 6 damage with no defense available. That's so mean. He's going to take out the Valkyrie after she did all that on a stray rock throw. Okay, she gets 6 armor saves. 6 armor saves. How did that just happen to us? We're getting blindsided here.
She just did so well.
So well. Okay, maybe she will again. We need 5s or 6s because unfortunately it says once per turn you can add +1 to all of your armor rolls just rolled. So we've already used up our Divine Defender ability. We've already used up our shield. Oh, but whenever you make 1 or more successful armor rolls, you heal 2 wounds. So we can still heal 2 wounds off this. Whoop. And she saves 1. Oh, this is tragic. Okay, she heals 2 wounds to go to... So she was at 6, so now she's at 4. And then the amount of wounds that get passed and through to her are 5. So she takes 5 wounds. Hey, we're still in it. We got 9 damage and 10 health. So the Valkyrie lives to fight another day. Nice try, troll. Okay, this mountain troll is now going to roll 6 dice against our Jarl. 6 dice against the Jarl. 3 of them hit, no 6s. So these are all going to hit the Jarl for 3 damage each, and the Jarl is going to put up a good fight and block, 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 miss. So the miss, he's going to get to use his armor. 3 armor rolls, looking for 5s and 6s. Got 1 6, so he takes 2 wounds. He is now at 7 wounds total.
Okay, not bad.
Yeah, we're standing. Okay, and now we need to have an offensive turn here. We need things to happen. So the Valkyrie's turn. She's going to roll for movement. Please get a 1. Okay, she's going to roll for her warrior prowess. At the start of her activation, if you don't have any grit, gain a grit on a 5 or 6. It was a 2. That doesn't help us. Okay, she cannot get away, so she's just going to roll, and she needs 6s here. 2 dice looking for 6s. Got a 6. Okay, she will use that 6 to cut down this guy that's next to both her and the Jarl. So that's good. And she'll get... Bye, Gurmian. 10 XP. And then every time the Jarl kills somebody, he gets to heal 2 wounds. So he's gotten in there, got scrappy, got his rage, and now he needs to unleash and get some healing. He can only heal once per turn with that effect, but it is now his turn. He's going to roll for movement. He got a 4. He's going to roll to escape. He got a 4, which means he can't get away from the Gurmians, who have an escape test of 5. He's stuck where he is. But he gets to roll 2d8 because of this giant axe. And he's going to spend 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 rage token to use his catchphrase. What's his catchphrase, guys? Let's see. Oh, how come the Jarl didn't activate last turn? Andrew, that's a good question. When you use a revive token, the hero comes back, but they don't activate during that round of combat. Otherwise, you'd have a weird situation where enemies would knock somebody down, you'd revive them, punch the enemies back, the enemies would then kill that person the next turn, then you revive them, and then they punch them back. So you could get into these really weird cycles. So if someone gets revived, they don't get their activation that turn. So that's why the Jarl didn't go last turn. Good question. You want a Gurmian playable hero? Get out of here, Drectacula. Get out. You have the strike team, you have Jaguar Warriors, you have so many things. No, that's, how about, would you take 3 Gurmians in a trench coat? How about that? Because I think I can get you that. So let me know if you want that, and I'll see if I can find it for you. How come the Jarl didn't activate last turn?
You just answered that.
It's not a stray rock throw. Like I posted earlier, mountain trolls can rock your world. Thank you, Adam. Okay, yes. Okay. shield. The shield was used earlier in the round. Howl for your death cub. So Michael Bates' catchphrase suggestion is, "Lo, there do I see the line of my people, back to the beginning, and they call for your death." Oh, that is incredible. I just got goosebumps. We go no further. Okay, spending 5 rage, the Jarl hefts his axe, looks over at the Valkyrie, who he's still trying to prove his worthiness to, and says, "Lo, do I see the line of my people, back to the beginning, and they call for your death." And so he then gets 2 more combat dice. So when he spends 5 rage tokens, 2 more combat dice, he shakes them all together. He has 2 extra rage that he can throw into this if he needs it on the damage rolls. And he comes up with a crit, a hit, and a miss. He doesn't have any grit, so we don't need to worry about that. But we'll put the red die as the 2 red die will be the crits. We don't care what they roll because they're automatic. And then the last one will be a normal hit. So since he's only adjacent to 3 enemies, we're going to use the crits on the Grimeans because we just need less enemies on the board right now. And then the last normal hit, he's going to roll with the white dice. And it'll be reduced by the troll's defense of 2. He gets a 4. Okay, so he can use 2 rage to increase that if we want. And I guess there's not a good reason not to, because he's not able to say, "Lo, I see the line of my people back to the generations." There's a lot of them back there, and they all call for your death. I'm going to have to, "Lo, there do I see the line of my people." Okay. "Lo, there do I see the line of my people, back to the beginning, and they call for their death." Okay. Don't use it. The troll will regenerate. Okay. Thank you. That's a great reason not to use it. So we did 4 damage minus 2, puts 2 wounds on our troll friend, which I will put on the tiny cam over here. And yeah, he's just gonna heal. So we want to wait until we're doing that big final push where we can get him off. So we'll save our rage for the big final swings. Thank you. We do heal 2 wounds because we killed an enemy this round. Good job, Jarl. That would be the other argument for keeping a Grimean around, is just to use him as healing bait for the Jarl. But we need people to be getting hit less right now.
So he did kill 2 Grimeans.
Yeah, unfortunately it says once per turn when you kill an enemy, heal 2 wounds. Yeah, the Berserker would be out of control if he could heal multiple times with that. The Jarl, minorly out of control. Okay, now he did assign hits to 3 enemies though, and these enemies all have retribution too. So he's now going to take 6 wounds, or 6 hits that do 1 damage each. So he needs to watch out for the retribution. And he blocks. So he's taking 3 damage. That's not good. He only has 5 health. And he gets armor saves on these, which don't help. So he's at 8 wounds out of 13. Ugh, okay. Valkyrie, you need to stay up so that you can revive this guy if he goes down again. Valkyrie has 1 health left, so this is not looking great. Okay, the Valkyrie is likely to die if she assigns hits to people based on that retribution. So she's going to have to tread very carefully. She's already used her shield and Divine Defender for the turn. So she's going to make some attacks, but she's not going to assign the damage unless she really feels good about it. So first thing she's going to do is roll for movement. And she gets a 3. Then she's going to roll for 5 or 6. I need grit ability with warrior prowess. Doesn't get it. And then she's going to roll 2 dice to try and assign some hits. Actually, she's going to run. Let's make an escape test. 3. So she can go 2 spaces. No, she can't. That doesn't get you away from Grimeans. All right, she'll stay here. Poke with her spear. She got a 5 and a 3. Man, and she doesn't want to... She doesn't even want to attack because she could have rolled a 1 there and popped up a Grimean with the Grimean sneaky ability. Okay, well, good thing she did nothing. So, Valkyrie, you just need to stay there and revive this Jarl. Man, we need to get her a mighty weapon. Back to the beginning of the turn. Please, can we get double 6s for a hold back the darkness roll or something? Nope. We can get a 6, though, and move the darkness marker. We're never going to get out of this alive, guys. I mean, it's possible. This is going to be tight. This is going to be very, very narrow. It's going to be one of the more narrow finishes I've seen. Okay. Oh, we need a free rage for the Jarl. And then we need the Grimeans to go. There's 2 Grimeans targeting the Valkyrie Shield Maiden. This is not good. So there's 2 hits that do 2 damage each. She needs to defend against those. She comes up with a 3 and a 1, which is 2 misses. So she's now taking 4 damage. 4 damage. Okay, she is going to... Should she use her shield to stop 3 of that damage and only roll 1 die for her armor roll? Or should she stop none of it and roll 4 dice for her armor rolls? This is a really weird moment. What's at stake here is that her mythic shield could just stop 3 damage, but if that 1 last damage gets through, it takes her down. If she doesn't use the mythic shield and she rolls 4 dice, she has a higher chance of getting a success to have her Valhallan armor heal her 2. This is a very curious moment. So let me make 2 predictions, and I'll let you guys choose between them. My first prediction is that if we use the mythic shield to stop 3, and we only roll 1 dice, we would need a 5 or 6 to get 2 healing and stop that. So that would leave us actually better off than we started, and we could also use the Divine Defender to make it work on a 4 if we got lucky. My guess is that it would work out for us, but we wouldn't have the shield available for later in the round. My other prediction is that if we just took the 4, we roll these, we're going to get 1 success maybe, so we'll end up taking 3 damage, but we'll heal 2 wounds first. So then we'll heal 2, take 3, and we'll be out. So my guess is that if we don't use our shield right now, we're going down. If we do use the shield right now, we have a 50% chance of going down. We don't have any grit. But you know what? If we have Divine Defender, if we trigger that, then we should get 2 successes. So actually, I think, okay, so I'm going to say I lean slightly towards not using the shield, because I think we have a better chance of maybe snaking it out alive that way. I think that's the better 50% option, which would then leave us with the Mythic Shield still to use. But I will leave it up to you guys. The question is, do you feel lucky? Yes, right, Adam Miller, that is the question. The question is, should we use the Mythic Shield or not? Can you shield after the armor roll, Chris? You cannot. So the way defense in this game works, we're going to imagine an arrow flying at us in the woods. So if the arrow's flying through the air, if we have any type of cover, like a tree, then we make the cover roll. And then the arrow's almost to us, so then we try to use our defense, which is like jumping out of the way or swinging our sword at it. So then we make our defense roll. And if it's gotten past cover and a defense roll, then if you want to, you can throw your shield in the way, block damage, and anything that gets past the shield hits your armor. And then if it gets past your armor, it hits you. So that's like the visual we use to think about cover, defense, shield, armor, hurt. Dractacula says, don't use the shield. Andrew says, don't use the shield. Okay, no shield, guys. We're coming in hot. 4 dice. We need 4 5s and 6s. And if we could just get 5s and 6s, it would be amazing. Okay, lots of 5s and 6s. 4, 5, 5, 2. Okay, so here's the situation. Because we rolled some successes, we'll heal 2. So we're at 7 wounds now. And then we missed these 2, so we're now about to take 2 wounds. So if we take these 2 wounds, then we'll be back in the same position we were before. If we use Divine Defender, we'll be able to block 1 more and be slightly better off. So let's do that, even though we can't use it later to change our hits to crits. We're going to try and keep her in the game and have her revive the Jarl if he goes down. So, okay, Divine Defender activated. The shield was not used, though, so she can use the shield later. Say she gets a rock chucked at her, or the Jarl needs help. So good, we still have our Mythic Shield on tap, but I'll put Divine Defender to the side to show that it's available. No longer available. Oh, guys, this is insane. How are we still alive? The Grimeans have gone, and finally, our friend the Troll is going to go. The Troll wants to throw a rock at somebody. 1, 2, 3, it's the Valkyrie. It's not. Finally, he throws a rock, 2 rocks at the Jarl, and gets a 5, so one of them's a hit. No defense for you, and 5 damage. So the Valkyrie can stick her shield in the way here and soak up 3 of it, which she's going to do. Blocks 3. So 2 are getting through to the Jarl's armor, and he blocks 1 of them. So only takes 1 wound, and he's at 9 wounds now out of 13. Okay, so the attack then comes from the troll. He has 6 dice on this Jarl, looking for 4s. He only gets 1 6, and so that means he got 1 hit, but that hit does an extra 2 damage. So the Jarl's going to defend. Oh, with a 1, that's not going to do it. So now he's taking 5 damage that he only has armor to help him with. And he is 4 damage away from dying because he's at 9 out of 13 health. So we need a lot of 5s and 6s right here, and there's no one to help him. Come on. 5s and 6s. 2 5s. Oh, sorry, a 5 and a 6 and 3 4s. So he takes 3 wounds. And he's at 12 out of 13 health. 12 wounds with 13 health. Okay, so cheated death again. All the enemies have gone. The Jarl gets to go. The Jarl would like to make a roll to move. 1. If we ever needed a grit roll for 1, it was then. It was then. Actually, it was 3 turns ago when we were trying to get out of this mess. But we have a grit now for our Jarl. Okay. Jarl, you need to make an attack, and you're probably going to die to retribution, but that's okay, because if you die to retribution, the Valkyrie will scoop you off the battlefield with her by giving up her attack, and she won't die to retribution. This is a really weird way to get around retribution, is to have a defined defender Valkyrie shield maiden reviving people. Okay.
Andrew says Valkyrie goes first.
Andrew, sometimes I wish you were wrong, but you are right. Come on. Okay, well, we're going to save that moment for later. The Valkyrie's going to go first. She's going to look for grit. She doesn't get it. She's going to look for a movement roll. Oh, and she gets a 1 for a movement roll as well. So she actually has grit now too. And she's going to make her attacks. And since she has grit, oh gosh. Since she has grit, well, let's see if she can break away first. 4, no good. Oh, sorry, the Jarl needed to make a fear test last turn, which he passed. Okay. The Valkyrie has to stay where she is. If she attacks and gets retributioned, then she will surely go down because she has 2 health left. Okay, so she might be able to survive a retribution. In fact, she has a good chance of surviving 1 retribution. And we need a way out of this, so she's going to go for it. Do you get rage for getting hit? Yes, thank you. Why am I skipping on the basic bones? We just took 3 damage, so we get 1 rage token for every 2 damage we take. So we took 3 rage, so thank you. Good job, Villefair. You get a free grits token at the start of your next game. We're just handing that out to everybody who catches rules and saves us. Wow, wow, wow. All right, Valkyrie, you're going to go for it. We need some 6s. And more importantly, we need some defense rolls when it comes back the other direction. We got a 6 and a 4. Okay, so the 4 is a normal hit. She will apply the normal hit to the Odin's champion. Actually, she won't, because if she does, she'll get retribution for it. She is just going to apply the critical hit to Odin's champion and take him out. He's gone. There's only 1 Grimian left, and she gets 10 XP for it. But unfortunately, that means the Grimian gets to retribution, and she gets hit with 2 basic hits. We need some 4s here. 4 and a 5. She is not hurt at all, and she got 1 Grimian off the board. Okay, excellent.
Good turn.
It was. And if she can get away from that last Grimian, it might retarget the Jarl, and if the Jarl kills it, he'll heal 2 health. More importantly, she's still around to stand the Jarl back up. So now the Jarl's turn. He rolls, gets his grit for movement, and now is about to swing 2 axes, big axes, and I think he needs to start working on this giant troll. Well, let's see. Can he break away is, I guess, the question. 3, yes, he can escape from the troll. Okay, so should the Jarl go kill the Grimian to heal up, or should he start fighting the troll? This is a point at which I needed your help, guys, because I am not strategic in that way. So there's a piece of me that just wants to start swinging on this troll, but it might be especially since he would then be standing on the puzzle cut piece here. He could be on the puzzle cut, get a little healing, and then...
They're voting to kill the Grimian.
Okay, because the troll returns. Okay, he made his breakaway roll.
Well, there are 2 troll ones, too.
Oh, gosh. Jason says go for the troll. Real Max says the troll regens, or has a regeneration, so Real Max is voting against the troll. So there's more against. So we'll see. 3. Okay, we're going to kill this Grimian. Here he comes. 2 dice, a 7 and a 3. The 7 is a crit. It kills the Grimian, which heals us 2 wounds. Whoop, we're out of the danger zone. We get 10 XP. And we now need to take our retribution hits. He needs 4s. He gets a 6, so he has 1 armor save that fails. So he takes 1 wound. So he's at 11 out of 13 health. Okay, that worked out. But the troll is now not next to anyone. So when the troll is going to have to target again, and is either could now go for the Valkyrie instead of the Jarl. So this could get tricky. See what happens. Hold back the darkness. Can we get 2 6s?
Adam Miller says, out of the danger zone, what battle are you watching?
Well, see, Adam, there's at least 3 steps before the darkness escapes right now. So I feel pretty comfortable because that's the kind of margins I live with as a hero. 6. So speaking of that, we fail and we get a Growing Dread card. I'm going to eat my words. Okay. Here comes the Growing Dread card, but guess what? Both characters have grit right now, so we can cancel this should we feel that that's a good use of this card. It says the darkness moves 1 step forward on the depth track. Ancient mysteries. The shadows that surround this place are filled with writhing tendrils of evil, offering whispers of ancient mysteries and forbidden knowledge. If that would move it on to a blood splatter or growing dead space, every hero also takes D3 corruption hits. Well, we can't exactly let this thing out, and it is too close. So we are going to have to spend our grit and our grit to cancel this Growing Dread card, which you can do that. You can't do it to darkness cards, but if all heroes spend 1 grit, you can cancel a Growing Dread card. Wow, that was super lucky. We just happened to both get 1s for movement right before we got a card that was going to pretty much usher us out of the game. See, that's what I'm talking about. Adam Miller. Oh, I mean 2 steps? Yeah, we are 2 steps. 1 to here and then 1 more out. 2 steps to death. Oh, you're correcting me because the darkness moved. Okay, and when the darkness moves, we get a rage token. How about that, Adam? Or Wolf Tooth's necklace. We needed that space. It's a resource generator. Lastly, this troll gets to go before we do, and he is going to... Oh, we got a rage at the beginning of the turn, too. Okay, this troll's going down as long as it doesn't take one of us down right now. The troll is going to pick a random hero to throw rocks at. 1, 2, 3, it's the Valkyrie. It's a 6, which means he's throwing rocks at the Jarl. A hit, and it says large-sized enemies to hit rolls of 6 plus 2 damage. So we have a hit that's doing D6 damage, and we hit that's doing 6 damage plus 2. This is not good. Okay, so he's taking...
Chris Berry's leaving. Bye.
Bye, Chris.
Also, don't forget throwing axe.
Throwing axe. Oh yes, he will use that this round should he stay on his feet. Thank you, Chris. Yeah, we could have used it last round, but he just didn't need it against that Grimian. So, live it up. We'll be doing the Conquistador campaign stream featuring the Jaguar Warrior tomorrow. Same times, same lunch break and everything. So, feel free to check back then or check back before the end of today. We'll still be going here for another 3 hours. All right. Yep. Okay. Oh, this is so good. That was just 1 hour. We got done with lunch, and now we are at the very climax of this fight. We're taking 6 damage with no defense, plus 3 damage with no defense. So 9 damage, no defense on the Jarl. I think it is time for a lot of armor saves. The Valkyrie could step in with her shield right now, but if she does and he doesn't survive this, she won't have the shield to protect herself, and she needs to stay standing so that she can revive the Jarl on her turn. So she's not going to reach out with a shield to protect this guy. She's just going to have the Jarl use 9 dice to try and hopefully have a miracle for you. So he blocks 3 and takes 6. Yeah, so even if she had blocked 3, he would have been down. So that was the right call. The Jarl is once again KO'd. So he already can't get crits on his ranged attacks because he has a gouged eye. And we're about to see if she can stick around long enough to... Kaylee the Valkyrie. Does anybody remember Kaylee's last name? We gave her a last name, and it was super cool, but I didn't immediately repeat it 3 times, so I don't remember it. Kaylee the Valkyrie, you are now going to suffer all the fury of this troll who moves and gets around behind you. So he's going over to his favorite Hellgate that he's been ripping open every Tuesday for the last 3 weeks to try and let Grimeans into this world, and he's going to try and keep you from getting to his precious Hellgate. He's going to roll 6 dice, looking for 4s. 6s are especially mean. He only gets 1 5. Silly troll. And Kaylee uses her defense to stop it. So she still has her shield available. Okay. Kaylee, you have done the right thing. You have stayed alive, and now you need to revive your Jarl friend. So we're going to start your turn by getting a 5 or 6. Nope. We're going to roll for movement, get a 1. Nope. We are going to make an escape test. Yes, she does escape. So she can either revive him normally by dragging him off of this tile, because she got a 3 for movement, so she can go 1 and then grab him and go 2, 3, drag him off of the tile with the troll on it, and then use her ability to revive him for free. Or she can stay standing exactly where she is, having the troll target her, and the troll will continue to target her, and she can just use her special ability to give up her attack and revive the Jarl. If she stays here with the troll targeting her, then when she's KO'd, the Jarl will be able to do the same move, where he drags her off of the middle tile and revives her. I feel like that the Valkyrie has earned the option rule for 25 XP for recovering a KO hero at the end. Yes, you are right. We're going to give her 50 XP right now, 25 for the last time and 25 for this time. For that, yeah, wow, Real Max, you are tight on all the rules and the rules FAQ. I like it. Yeah, Jason, the Shield Maiden is awesome. She is my favorite version of the Valkyrie, and this is a really fun, the Divine Defender version of her is very fun too. She's going to just revive the guy right where you are. Yeah, a lot of the optionals are just fantastic. If you've already played and mastered the game, the optionals are just a nice new layer that isn't too much to keep track of once you have everything down. Oh, I need a 2d6 roll from someone to see how much the Valkyrie revives the Jarl for. He currently has 13 wounds on him. Oh, it's limit 1 on that rule? Fine. We'll take it away. We'll just give him 25 instead of 50.
I think Adam Miller also said that Brynchild was her last name.
Oh, yes. Brynchild. Brynchild. Yes, Real Max. Thank you. Elizabeth, you're back. Or have you been here the whole time? 9, thank you for saving our Jarl. 9, that's a nice, good, strong roll. Okay, he now has 4 wounds out of 13 on him. And we need, I'm going to roll for his injury chart roll. And we got an 11 right there on screen. Wind knocked out. There's no long-lasting effect. This injury is immediately removed. You pick yourself up. Actually, the Valkyrie picks you up, she shakes you off, and it's a little hard to catch your breath, but you'll be okay. And she says, I didn't come all the way from the throne of Odin down here to pick you up and scrape you up on the ground every other fight. You said you'd be fine. And then Jarl mumbles a polite thank you, realizes that they are going to be best friends instead of him being some kind of strange mentor. And he says thank you as he gets back up and he's good to go. Next turn. What else is happening? Okay, the Viking is going to get his final rage token. She can't handle the fear. Yeah, she can't handle the fear. Valkyrie, oh yeah, but the Valkyrie did make the breakaway, so she will step back 1 space, do that, and she does need to make her fear roll at the beginning of that turn though, so whoop. which she does successfully. So now she's there and he's there. The only trick with this is that it makes it harder for the Jarl to drag the Valkyrie to safety later, but I think we'll worry about that later because we just don't want her to go down. She has 9 out of 11, so that's a really good call on keeping the Valkyrie far away. Yeah, we had this plan. We made this plan together. We said, get the troll next to the Jarl and have the Valkyrie stay 1 step away and poke it with its spear since her spear has better range. So we need to do the plan, and you guys need to hold me to the plan.
Stick to it.
Yeah, we made that plan right before lunch, and it was a good plan. Okay, so we're here. We're holding back the darkness. Whoa, I thought it was 2 1s. 1 and a 2. It's simply a failed roll instead of an ambush attack. Okay, guys, this is it. We need it all to happen this turn. We have no more time left. If we fail another hold back the darkness roll, it's all gonna be over. This rage here is maxed out, so he's full on rage. She's ready to go. This troll needs to not KO anybody. We need to stop messing around. Troll is gonna target with his range throw 1, 2, 3 on the Valkyrie. It's not, it's on our Jarl friend. He throws 2 rocks at the Jarl, please less than 4. 1, 4, which would not have hit if it wasn't a mountain troll, but it's a mountain troll, so this is D6 damage, no defense, so 2 wounds, no defense, and he rolls his armor. Whew! He takes both of them. That's crummy. But this is the last turn we're going to be standing anyway, so as long as he can handle. Okay, now the troll doesn't have a target because he didn't have a target last turn, so 1, 2, 3, he targets the Valkyrie. 4, 5, 6, he targets the Jarl. It's the Valkyrie. Okay, so he runs around behind the Valkyrie. 1, 2, 3. And he's going to roll 6 dice.
Adam Miller asks, doesn't the darkness escape on the left space?
Oh, buddy. Now I'm trying to think. No, it has to move off, doesn't it? You know what? I think you guys are right. I think... So whenever I play live, / when I use different components, like then my brain does a little thing. So we're just gonna check that. Darkness escaping, 15. No, you guys are right, we have failed. Winning and losing. If the darkness marker ever reaches the entrance space on the depth track, the darkness escape and lays waste to the countryside. The mission is failed and the heroes head home in defeat. No, we have failed. Oh, in my head it was just so nice. It was just like we'd have to get it all the way off, and then it would be, man. I wonder what that last attack roll would have been. Yeah, no, we weren't going to kill that troll in 1 round. It was so close, guys. It was so close. No, we have failed. Oh man, land sakes alive. By the light of Odin, this dumb troll. Okay, this is public enemy number 1. If you see him in the wild, please paint him real nice and then kill him many times. We're going to get him later in the adventure. Guys, we are headed to town, but first we got to take our lumps. We're going to get the failure result for the mission. So they've currently amassed 5 Darkstone each. You see how this game is great? And can you see how getting to that 4th clue would be such a good challenge? Someday I'm going to just play this game 4 or 5 times in a row and just see if I can ever get to that 4th clue. So it's a fun little Easter egg on that easy, quick, a few Darkstone more style mission. It has just that little Easter egg of like, oh, you're a veteran? All right, try this. Okay, failure. If the mission is failed, every hero must lose D6 Darkstone, lost in the scramble to retreat from the failed raid. Failed raid. I don't like those words. Okay, Valkyrie, you are losing 6 Darkstone. No. All of your Darkstone, Valkyrie, is gone. And Jarl, you are losing 1. Oh, that punk. Okay, so good, they kept some. Well, that is sadness, but we did rack up a bunch of XP in that fight. And we did master the use of the Valkyrie, and we are all pros at both this version of the Valkyrie and this version of the Jarl now. So we're gonna take our successes as we can. Gonna consolidate some of the XP here so it's easier to see. Turns out we're at 205 for the Valkyrie and 370 for the Jarl. I'm throwing stuff on the floor here. Okay, guys, it's time to go to camp. Even when we're losing, we're winning. This is so much fun. And some of you asked if we would add the map packs into the next adventure, and the answer is yes. And some of you said, could we please see some new enemies? And we said yes. So I'm going to make sure we add those both to the next adventure. So we'll do camp first, and then we'll do a little shuffle of the cards, because I've got the map cards already where they need to be, so we can just shuffle the decks, and the expanded decks will shuffle right in. And wow, we only had one exploration token left, and it was an attack and a clue, which means we would have been fighting an epic threat along with a low threat at the same time. So no, we were not going to win that. If we tried to go to the fourth clue, we could have stopped at the second clue, but we just could not help ourselves. Get out of here, troll. We don't want to see you again. Okay, go ahead and grab a drink, hit the restroom. I'm going to set up camp, and in about 2 minutes, we'll be good to go with camp. We'll take a little quick break here. They should be in a big pile in the middle, but that tray might have been moved to the back shelf bottom, so it may be back there. That was so much rage. was just checking real quick to see if we had that pile of gold that I knew was over there, but I realized what happened to it. Ironically, Elian, who is running the Conquistador mission, came in and took all the gold tokens for something he was doing with that mission. So, so we have no gold because of Conquistadors. This seems appropriate. All right, we're headed to camp, and camp is exciting. It is different than town in so many fun ways, but is very familiar too, so you're not going to get thrown off by what is going on. Okay, as you can see, at the start of the camp stay, we have to jump into the edges of camp before we decide where exactly we want to go in camp. The Jarl, we're putting the Jarl supplies over here. The Jarl has $100. He has the animal hides, which can be discarded to add D6 times 100 towards the camp upgrade, and he has 4 Darkstone. The Valkyrie has nothing. She did not get any money during the entire adventure, and she did not leave with any Darkstone either. So this could be a very curious camp stay, but you are going to discover there's still fun stuff to do in camp. And remember, we promised that we'd take some of our Darkstone and go make an offering to one of the Azir deities, so we can maybe get a little bonus. Chris Berry got us that Darkstone with a roll, and we're going to put it to good use. Something we need to do at the beginning is make sure that we have a hero. It says we're going to put the day marker on the 0 space of the Dark of Night track. So this is going to function and keep track of how many days it has been in camp. And at the end of the day, we'll move this over 1 and roll that many dice. When we roll that many dice, it's possible to get doubles and have the camp hazard chart go off. But more importantly, if any of those dice show a 1, it means we've stuck around in camp too long and we need to head back out. So if we roll at the end of the first day, we roll 1 dice. If we get a 1, camp is over. At the end of the second day, we roll 2 dice. If either of them show a 1, the camp is over, etc. So we can't stay here forever. You'll also notice that there are some strange double zeros and 000 spots to the left of that. Those are from upgrades we can attain in camp. So it's always going to start here until we get a better starting spot. And at the beginning of each day in camp, instead of having an event happen at each location, we have a daily event chart that's going to happen for everyone at the beginning of each day in camp. And there's some fun items that can affect those rolls and things like that. So we need a D36 roll. So that's going to be a 5 and a 1. So we get 5 and a 1, so we go to the entry 5-1. Hellborn Marauder Ambush. So we just dealt with the Hellborn Gurmians and the Hellborn Troll, and now we have Hellborn Marauders. So I think I see the theme for this campaign. The theme for this campaign is it's been 100 years of darkness. We've stepped off the boat, and Odin can see that the Hellborn are going to overrun this new Viking clan that's trying to establish itself. So the Valkyrie gets sent down, and so we're going to be pitted against all sorts of Hellborn problems as we go through the campaign. In addition to the normal story of the campaign, it's working out that way. Hellborn Marauder Ambush. Without warning, a pack of bloodthirsty marauders descends upon the camp, putting torch to the tents and pillaging the supplies. Every hero must make a Strength 5+ test to fight off the Hellborn Marauders. All right, our 4 Strength Jarl. Seaguard. Oh, 2 6s. Nice. For each 5+ roll, gain 10 XP. So he gets 20 experience points for that. And if failed, take D6 wounds ignoring defense and add D3 damage to a random camp location. Ooh, we do not need damaged camp locations on our first visit. So the strength test by the Valkyrie Shield Maiden, she gets 2 dice. And she comes up with a 6 as well, so she'll take 10 experience points, and they fight off the Hellborn Marauders. You guys are nothing compared to Gurmians and Controls. We know your type. Okay, so you fight off the Hellborn Marauder Ambush. You keep random camp locations from being damaged. If we had gotten damage to those locations, we would immediately then need to roll a d6, and the roll would need to be higher than the amount of damage on the camp location. Otherwise, that camp location would be wrecked, and if it's wrecked, we can't use it until we pay money to rebuild it. Oh, you had to step away, Michael Bates? Well, here's how the last mission ended. We fought through every single tiny, stupid Gurmian and got just about to where we were ready to go in for a killing blow with 7 rage on the Viking Jarl when the darkness escaped. So unfortunately, no one let me cheat and have an extra long depth track and keep playing with it at the very end. We all noted the rule, the game does end once you get to the entrance spot, which is correct. It just appeared to me different when I was playing with this 3D depth track. Okay, so that's how it ended. We came so close, and then our penalty was to lose D6 Darkstone for each hero, and the Valkyrie lost all of her Darkstone, and the Jarl lost one of his Darkstone. So the real penalty was that we didn't get loot cards for that final fight, and we didn't get the extra bump in Darkstone from that final fight, which would have been D3 plus 1 Darkstone. So that's tough, and we really need a good weapon for our Valkyrie, and we are short on cash. So $100, the Jarl has $100 for Darkstone and these animal hides, and we're going to have to see what we can scrape together. So guys, where should we go in camp on our first day? We survived the Hellborn Marauder ambush attack at the beginning of camp, and the Jarl does have $100, but he also has a gouged eye, so he can't get ranged crits. And the Valkyrie has nothing. So our options are Campfire, Expedition Supplies, and Viking Healer. And each character can go to whichever one they want. So whatever you submit, we'll go there and we'll learn what's going on there. I know you don't have the in-depth knowledge of what is at each spot, but in general, the Viking Healer and the Expedition Supplies are going to be places where you could buy bandages. Expedition Supplies, you'll have access to the axes and the ale and tonic and things like that. The Viking Healer is also going to be where you would make ritual offerings to the Azir gods like Thor, Loki, Odin, and Freya. So if we're going to make an offering, we need to go to, somebody needs to take Darkstone to the Viking Healer. Now, while you are in an adventure, you are allowed to trade items and gold and things like that. When you are in camp, you cannot spend money at other locations that you are not at, and you do not have the chance to trade and give away items and things like that. So that is the rules as written. I know many of us have house rules where we do different things in camp or town, but right now we're going to stick with that because it is very fun and challenging to try and take care of stuff well on an adventure and have it be meaningful in camp. So if the Valkyrie goes somewhere, she has nothing right now to spend. The Jarl can probably live with the gouged eye since he doesn't have a ranged weapon. Yep. And you suggested that the Jarl go to Expedition Supplies. Okay, we'll put that vote up there. Oh, someone else has Jarl to Healer. Oh, and you're saying the Jarl to Healer makes sense if we want to do ritual offerings with the Darkstone. And Expedition Supplies makes sense if we want more stuff. You need side bag tokens. I believe you. I like the way you think. So Healer and maybe buy ale. Oh, and remember to buy ale. Yeah, we got into bad sanity situations there. We have this amazing shield maiden who was able to keep us in Health City for so long, but yeah. So we will send the Jarl, who's the only one who has money, to the Expedition Supplies. Where would you like the shield maiden to go? The Jarl can go to the Viking Healer on the second day if there's a second day. Do you want the Valkyrie to head to Expedition Supplies as well, or should she hang out at the campfire and see what she can do? While you are thinking about that, I will start in on Expedition Supplies for the Jarl. Okay, so here is, let's see, how does the side camera work for this? Is that easy or hard? There's a little bit of a delay, about maybe 45 seconds, so I just have to wait a minute to see what the camera is actually showing. Elizabeth says the Valkyrie's going to the campfire. So Valkyrie will head to the campfire and she can go to a different location the second turn. And yeah, for speed and ease, we might have these people go to these characters go to the same spot on future visits. Okay, here's what's going on at Expedition Supplies. That looks all right. We have got options for buying. So we have $100. And we have this option to stand watch. So we are going to take that opportunity to stand watch with the Jarl. It says choose a number between 1 and 6 and roll up to 5 dice. Valkyrie, Ida, what number are we picking?
Number?
Yes, a number between 1 and 5. Oh, sorry, between 1 and 6. And we need to not roll that number. We're going to roll this and try and not roll that number.
3.
Okay, we're rolling this and looking for no 3s. Oh, we'll do it down here where we can all see. Okay, we got 1 3. That's okay, that's okay. So it says, for each die that did not roll the chosen number, gain $25. So we got another $100 for the Jarl, so he's up to 200. And for each that did, you take D6 wounds, ignoring defense. We take 4 wounds, ignoring defense. And then our armor will soak up none of it. So we take 4 wounds, ignoring defense. Shields may be used to defend that damage. So with the Valkyrie comes here, she can use her shields to deal with some of that. So we will start the next adventure with 4 wounds on the Jarl. But we have $200 to spend instead of $100. What would you like to spend $200 on? Oh, everybody's yelling out numbers already. All right, we will take those numbers for when the Valkyrie comes here. Appreciate it. Does anybody have strong opinions for what we should spend our $200 on? While you're doing that, we're also going to go on a hunt. It says limit once per camp stay. A hero may participate in a small game hunt. There's a large game hunt and a dragon hunt as well, but large game hunt doesn't unlock until we get expedition supplies to level 2. Currently it's only at level 1. And then dragon hunt, we would have to be at level 4 expedition supplies. So we'll do a small game hunt, agility 4+ test. We roll 2 agility dice. We get 2 5s, and so when we go on a small game hunt, it says for every roll of 4 or 5, gain 5 experience points and a pelt. We would have seen pelts if we had killed that stupid troll. So when you kill beast enemies, you get pelts. And if you, these are tiny little fun pelt markers. They say 1 pelt, they say pelt on the back, and then there's also some big 5 pelt markers. So we want pelts because there's stuff in camp that costs pelts. So if you are a Norse or traveler keyword, I think I have that right, Norse and traveler, you have the ability to get, you can get pelts when you kill beast enemies. So 2 pelts for the Jarl. Good job. Okay, we did not get any 6+s, so we didn't get any raw meat. I wish we'd gotten some meat. We could take it to the campfire and cook it. Or we could just eat the raw meat. And there's a vote for ale. So we're going to burn this money. We probably need some bandages since we just hurt ourselves, and we need some ale. So let's get 2 ale and 2 bandages. Why not? That should help us make it through a little bit further in the next adventure. Where are my bandage tokens? Okay, we're spending all 200 of our simoleons on 2 ale and 2 bandages. And like Chris Berry said, we're going to deal with ranged axes, or ranged, no ranged critical hits, no problem, because we don't really have a ranged weapon. So we'll just hang on to that gouged eye and not worry about it. Okay, lastly, we're going to show you the other side, and it's important to be able to see, I don't know if you can see the top part of this, expedition supplies. You can see that to get to a level 2 camp, we need to pay $300 per hero, and the benefit for getting the expedition supplies to level 2 is that when we stand watch, we can roll 8 dice instead of 5, so we can get more money for standing watch. And if none of our dice roll the number that we predict, then the Dark of Night track does not advance. So that's a really fun, yeah, I'm not doing a good job of showing that because of the way the screen is set, but and you can also see that there's things to spend pelts on and money on, but we don't really have that much money in pelts, so we're not going to belabor it and stick around here. We do each have a grit, and so we need to make sure we have those. All right, expedition supplies is done, and we're going to move over to the campfire where the Valkyrie is. Let's get their grit tokens. Okay, so the Valkyrie is at the campfire. Bring the campfire over. And at the campfire, she has no money, but look at this. It says, she can stoke the fire, make a cunning 5+ test. She has a cunning of 1. And so she's basically trying to master fire building. This is free, she needs a 5. She does not get it, so she tries to build a roaring blaze, and it just kind of smolders. So no free grit for her. That's the reward if you can stoke the fire and make everybody a little warmer. If we had any meat, we could cook it. We don't, but we can tell a campfire tale. So lore 5+, and she has a lore of 4. And so if she has an injury or madness, she can use a D8 for one of these dice. So you can tell a better tale if you're sitting there a little bit crazy or if you have a big scar on your face. So we're going to tell a campfire tale. One time when I was with Odin, 2 6s and a 4, it says for every 6+ rolled, gain 10 XP. So she picks up 20 experience points for that. And for every 5+ rolled, you would gain 5 XP. And if you failed, you would lose 10 XP as listeners fall asleep to your tired tale and lackluster impressions. She does a great impression of Odin. Killing it. All right, and something fun to look at on the other side, we can recruit a Viking ally for $150. So we can save up for this, guys. We can bring an ally with us on our adventure if we can get $150. And then we can also do some free, we can challenge somebody to a contest of wrestling, throwing axe, or telling riddles if we have some money, but we currently have no money, so that's it. All right, we'll get out of the campfire here, and we'll go to day 2. Everybody has taken their day 1, and all heroes have to stick around the whole camp stay. Nobody gets to head off to the adventure until you're all done. So at the end of the day, we move the Dark of Night track forward 1. We roll 1 dice. It's a 1, which means the camp stay is over. Oh, weren't we going to make an offering to the gods? Oh my gosh, we never went to the Viking healer. We promised we would. We got all that darkstone. We told the gods we would give them some. Shame on us. All right, well, that's how it goes. Sometimes you do not get a long camp stay. Yikes, moving on fast. That's okay, we'll be back after the next adventure. All right, any questions before the next adventure?
Visiting the town. I haven't visited the town.
Yeah. The camp stay is super fun, especially. Oh, I guess we didn't even talk about the fact that there's 2 locations that were unlocked that you can unlock, and we went. And actually, I should point that out. That was something I glossed over. Sorry, guys. This is really important. So I'm going to pause for a second and do this. When we were at Expedition Supplies, there's 2 key. These little yellow arrows up are a way that you can upgrade camp, and it tells you how you can upgrade this location in camp. It says if you would like to build a Viking Forge camp, it takes 3 Darkstone per hero. So if we can get up to 6 Darkstone, we can come spend it here. And we can also deposit it. We could have spent that 4 Darkstone this time and kind of put it there, and then you keep track on your camp log, which we have at the back over here. So there's a campaign log, so you can keep track on the campaign log of how much you've spent on each location to level it up. And so we can unlock the Viking Forge, but right now there's no Darkstone camp, so nobody wants to work at the Forge. There's not really industry for that. So we need to get enough Darkstone into camp that people want to start forging Darkstone into stuff. And then also the trade cart, if we can get any of our expedition or any of our locations up to level 2, then you start to be a big enough camp that other people from other locales start to come and trade with you. And so we have a trade cart that we can set up once we are big enough to attract other civilizations to come and interact with us. So we're going to try and unlock both of those. But we need to get more Darkstone in this adventure, and we need to get more money so we can build that up. We did not get a chance to use our animal hides to upgrade a location, but once we look at a few of the different locations and how they can be upgraded, we can apply our animal hides to the one we want. We did look at how the Expedition Supplies upgrades, but that one isn't, that's only one of 3 options. So I wanted everybody to see the other 2 options before we made a decision on where to spend our animal hides. We'll carry them around.
Asks, so is the camp stay now determined by a die roll instead of risking an event happening the longer we stay in town?
The answer is yes to both. So at the end of each day in camp, you get to use that chart, where did it go? Oh, I just had it. Here it is. So at the end of each day in camp, if you roll a 1, then the camp stay is ended. So that's what this is here. The Dark of Night track advances each time you spend another day in town. That tells you how many dice you're rolling, and if any of those dice are 1, then the camp stay is over. Additionally, you were asking about the camp hazards. So normally in a Old West town or a feudal village town, the longer you stay, the more likely it is of having a hazardous event happen. So this camp hazard chart will trigger on doubles. So the first day there's no chance of it happening because you can't do doubles, but each day that you spend after that, you have a chance of rolling doubles. So in addition to ones finishing your camp stay, doubles will trigger especially bad and crazy things from happening. So yeah, so it's kind of a combination of both, but there is a kind of a natural clock. You can't just stay in town super long. There are some upgrades that let you start that Dark of Night tracker further back. So then you're going to have days where you're advancing the Dark of Night tracker and you're rolling 0 dice, and then you're rolling 0 dice, and then you're rolling 1 dice. So you're going to get to the point where you can have 2 or 3 days in camp where you're not worried about camp ending. But we just got a tiny camp, so we don't get that much out of it. So it's real important to seek out those upgrades. The other thing is there's some upgrades that allow you to start to ignore a 1, the first one you roll on the Dark of Night track, so it's possible to get up to. So you have some ways of some strategies of unlocking. And this is where the big balance comes in. Should I spend that money on a sweet new weapon for myself? Or should I help the whole team and I'm a team hero, we're working together to build this camp. Should I get camp? Camp is kind of like our 5th character. So we can get, if we can get our extra character, or not our 5th character, our extra character. If we can get our extra character up in levels and kind of helping us out, there's many ways that it really pays off for your heroes when they're out on the adventure. We did an awful job of that this time, but we'll be back. And you've seen it in action now, so when you start your campaigns, you'll be one step ahead in terms of knowing what strategy route you want to take. Good question. All right. Oh, I'm going to put that back on the right side. Okay, great. Any other questions before we jump in? You dig the differences from towns? What I really like is that if you've played Brimstone before and you drop into this, you're going to be like, oh, I get it. I pretty much get it. And if you've never played, it's going to make sense too. But there's not this giant learning curve to go from what happens in town to what happens in camp. There's so many strong similarities that it feels right and makes sense. Okay, we're going to get our, we don't need our this stuff on tap. That'll be for back in town. I was remiss in rolling for our corruption on our Jarl at the end of last adventure, so he did take no hits, no corruption hits, even with his negative willpowers, so he didn't take any corruption points. So corruption-free heroes heading into the second mission, and whoa, 400 XP. We only need 100 more XP to get this Jarl up a level. That's great. Okay, and you get you fully heal your character when you go up a level, so that's a great thing to spend. If you're in town and you have enough to level up, you have to level up before you head back out to an adventure. So, yeah, that's so you can't kind of game the system. Guys, we're going to add to this game the Gates of Valhalla map tile packs. These are so fun. Not only do you get lots of beautifully illustrated unique rooms in them, you get additional passageways. And remember, every unique room has a special encounter that goes with it, so you get all the encounters that go with that. And the flip side is, of course, more of the Targa library, and so you get beautiful unique rooms for that, and the encounters that go with that. And my favorite thing is, remember that darkness deck that we just had to deal with that I hate? You get a few more darkness cards from here, 4 more darkness cards in fact. So when I was playtesting this game, I would just relentlessly have things like these stupid Gramians popping up, and now we're going to shuffle 4 more cards in here, so I just have a little bit more chance of not drawing that Gramian card. So I was very happy to have that darkness deck get a few more tricks in it so that I can deal with some other fun ways. And some of the tricks actually, I'm going to regret putting them in there because they're going to come back to haunt us in a fun way. The other piece is that, yeah, the map decks just are big and beautiful and gorgeous, and I know people like to do all sorts of homebrew fun stuff and like make their own pre-set map missions and kind of do some GM type stuff with the game. So these map tile packs really open that up. The other fun thing that I think is just an amazing bonus that people are going to really appreciate once they get into it. There's the little spacers that make it so it's a little bit easier to line map tiles up. You can throw these in When map tiles aren't quite lining up or you need just a little more space to make map tiles work together, you simply put them in and they count as if you're kind of on that puzzle cut space. They count as being a part of both map tiles they're adjacent to. So really easy to integrate. But that's not the thing I'm most excited about. I like that, but I'm most excited about the 2 missions that come with it, because they are extremely replayable missions and they are very fun. One's called Frozen Search and the other is a Cold Mystery. And Frozen Search is great if you've never played. It's a good introductory mission, but there's a lot of variety in it too, so very replayable. And then Cold Mystery is unbelievably replayable. There's this fun mechanic where you're finding these major objective clues along the way, but you only find 2 of them, and depending on which 2 you found, you're going to have a totally different kind of climax to the mission. And so there's kind of some like deep cut, there's some more likely endings, and then there's some more rare endings that you can run into too. So it's a very replayable, fun mission. And as soon as you're done with this 8-mission Gates of Valhalla campaign, you are just going to be chomping at the teeth to take your big old Vikings with their amazing Viking camp out on some adventures. So those are good options, as well as the additional ones that are pointed to in the back of the book, where they let you go online and connect with the other basic missions that are out there and convert them into Viking basic missions. Okay. And we've got all those decks shuffled with the new cards in them. Viking Camp expansion incoming. Is there anything that included? Spacers from the start. Yeah, the spacers are going to have some good stuff with them. Okay, I feel like I'm missing something important. Oh, we are also going to add the Frozen Gates. So this is a terrain pack. You guys know how the terrain packs work. You get 4 beautiful gates for the home world, and you get 4 amazing gates for the other world. Big, chunky, nice terrain pieces. And then you get a 15-card mini expansion as well, which throws in more darkness cards, more gear cards, and artifacts as well, I believe. Yep, encounters, artifacts, darkness, and gear. Not Growing Dread, but that's okay. If you're looking for more Growing Dread cards, I'm very excited about our new Haunted by Darkness pack that just came out today. It has both Darkness and Growing Dread cards in a single card supplement pack. And when I first jumped into this game many years ago, I had both core sets, and I played them so much, and I was just like, you know what, the thing I really want more of is I want more variety in the way that the board can get at me. So after I played a bunch, I was like, I would love to see more Darkness and Growing Dread cards. And so those were some of the first expansion supplements I sought out, and so I feel like that one's really fun, especially for players just jumping in, because it bolsters both those decks. Okay, lastly, oh, sorry. Yes, we will be using the gates for that. So I don't know how well those will show up. You'll have a nice overhead, but these are the Norseland gates. And sorry, I'm not a pro painter. I'm a speed paint and let me try this and see if it works out painter. So then these are the ones for the Targa library. But we'll be using these, just throwing them on there. So a little more variety in some of the decks, and some beautiful big exits to be headed towards. Let us know where we can head on our journey. Get our heroes out in front, jumping off the longboat again. And then lastly, somebody said, can we get some new enemies in here? I want to see enemies I haven't seen. We've barely seen the base set enemies, but I don't want to let this stream go too long and not get new content in here. So would you rather, I'm going to add one of 2 different enemy sets right now. Would you rather I add the Fenris Wolves into the enemy decks, or would you rather I add the Hellbear into the enemy decks? Fenris Wolves versus Hellbear. Wolves, Hellbear. We do have a wolf tooth necklace, so I don't know if that means we've already taken care of the Fenris Wolves, or if our arch enemies are the Hellbear. Both. Green Angel. Why are you going to do that to me? Can we do both? Can we do both? Well, but the thing is, they're not painted. So I just have plastic. I have the real plastics all assembled, but I don't have them painted. So I was trying to avoid having too many unpainted minis on screen. But Green Angel, I haven't seen you made any comments previous to this, and so I am going to bend in that direction, and we will see if we run into a Hellbear or a Fenris Wolf. And these Hellbears are out of control because they were going to be a 40 millimeter enemy, but when we started working with them, they just evolved and grew, and so I love that you can run into 3 Hellbears at the same time. If we get real unlucky, it is an epic threat, so hopefully we won't run into that. There also are some Yeti versions, nomadic Yeti versions of the Hellbear that will show up in the target plateau. So that'll be fun. So exciting. I just put the models on screen there real quick so you can see them for a second, and then we will hopefully run into them as we go. Gonna have to shuffle those decks. But yeah, I guess if we put both of them in, then the game can decide which one we have to fight. There are also, as far as the Fenris Wolves are concerned, there are great Caverns of Cinder versions and great Forest of the Dead versions. So you can run into Fire Wolves as well as Shadow Wolves. So we always like to put cards in there, extra cards that just tie into other places, because it's so fun to get a new enemy, have them show up, get your full meal deal from them, and then have them actually just do a little bit extra lifting and extra work in other worlds. So. All right, I'm going to shuffle these Yetis into the Otherworld threats for Targa. Toss those out of the way. Oh my. Okay, remind me to shuffle those decks right before we draw from them. I'm not going to shuffle them now. We'll just get at it. People have been waiting for adventure number 2. So this is a narrative story arc that we're going on. So that initial foray was us kind of setting up camp, poking our nose in. We rumored that there was some Darkstone around. And we have a weird grudge going against the Hellborn, which is not part of the campaign story, but it is part of our campaign story. And mission 2. Oh, I love it. Mission 2, Troll Hunt. I'm not making this up. Returning to camp, you discover that it has been attacked by a group of angry trolls. Wounding several warriors and ransacking the supply carts, they have stolen livestock and valuable supplies that you need to continue your expedition. But they can't have gotten far. If you hurry, you may be able to track them down and recover some of the stolen goods before they disappear too deeply into the dark forest. We're going on a troll hunt. Setup, it uses the normal entrance tile. We have to find 3 clues in the snowy forest to track down the trolls that stole our supplies and livestock and recover as much as they can. Special rules. All troll enemies during this adventure get a free elite ability in addition to any other abilities they might have. Okay, free elite abilities for trolls. We already hate trolls, and now they got stronger. And then recovering supplies. I love this. At the end of the adventure, the heroes gain 50 gold for each supply marker recovered. Whether the mission is successful or failed, that gold can only be used towards paying for camp upgrades in camp. So just like we have this animal hides that can only be used for upgrading, we're going to be looking for supplies. Whenever we find a clue, at the first and second clues, it says whenever a clue is found, the heroes have tracked down some of the trolls with their stolen supplies. In addition to any other element on the exploration tokens, the heroes must fight D3 trolls. So every clue token, we're fighting trolls, D3 trolls. And there are also D3 supply markers on that map tile. These supply markers can be any mix of crates and livestock markers. So we have crates and livestock markers in here. They're adorable. Look at these Norse goats, guys. I love them. And then there's also sacks of flour and barrels. But I like these Norse goats. They are fun. Okay, so we'll be finding those at each clue token along with D3 trolls. And they don't block movement or anything. They're just put on the board for thematic effect. And after all the enemies have been defeated, we collect those supply markers. So we do have to defeat the enemies to earn the supply markers. And we get 50 gold for every supply markers. Oh wait, we're in campaign mode. Campaign mode special rules, no gates, and heroes gain $100, 100 gold for each supply marker. So 100 gold to help upgrade camp for each supply marker we can recover. Yes, I love campaign mode. When we find the third clue, we reveal all the Growing Dread cards, and we have to fight 3 trolls, not D3, and those trolls are angry and have +5 health. And since it's the last spot we fight trolls, we get D3 plus 2 supplies. If we succeed at the mission, we will draw an extra loot card. If we fail, the troll's going to escape with our stuff, and one random location cannot be visited during the next camp stay. We only got 3 locations, so we really don't need that, people. We really don't need that. What are our odds, guys? What are our odds? Yeah, those bears are big boys. They are. Okay, this is fun.
Yeah.
We know our characters. We hate our trolls. We hate the Hellborn. Let's get at it. Okay. I always miss something right at the beginning, so I'm just going to make sure everybody's got grit. Check. We got 4 wounds on the Jarl. Everybody else is healthy. The Jarl's side bag is piping full, so we're going to have the Jarl pass bandages and an ale to the Valkyrie right at the start, but he's going to hang on to his throwing axe. That way we have some of the healing spread out in case somebody gets in trouble. And we've got our depth track set. Oh, let's shuffle these exploration tokens because we had 4 clues on the bottom last time. I would like to find clues earlier. Okay, this is a 3 clue mission.
See, Elizabeth says team card.
Thank you. See, this is, I knew I was forgetting something, and the community is why this game is great. There's a lot of games out there. This community is a treasure. Okay, we're going to take this team ability card for our Viking. Okay, Raven Sight. Play at any time. Look at the top 3 cards of the encounter, darkness, growing dread, or threat deck. I know which one you guys are choosing. Choose one of those cards and discard and put the other 2 back on top. So at any time, if you guys want to peek at the top of the encounter deck, darkness deck, growing dread deck, or threat deck, which contains Hellbears and Fenris Wolves, you just let me know and we will spend Raven Sight and set that up for you. Okay, that's with our Jarl. Good job, Jarl. Way to have Raven Sight this game. It is so fun when everybody has a team ability and you pick these amazing moments in a battle for them to go off. Like, there's some real fun strategies you can come up with. And I bet if we had 2 of them, we might have made it through that stupid last troll last time. Okay. Deep breath. Team ability card in place. Let's go. Hold back the...
Revive token?
Oh, you guys are my favorites. We do need a revive token. We'll stick it over here by the Jarl since we know he will probably be the one going down. Valkyrie, we need to get you a weapon. Good Lord, you need a better weapon. It needs to be a one-handed weapon too, because we want you to still be able to hold your mythic shield. Okay. Here we go. Hold back the dark. Anybody else?
I think that's it.
It's a 5. We're bad at this game. Here comes the darkness marker screaming up the track. Not good.
I'm ready.
Valkyrie heading in 1, 2, 3, 4. She has the boots. Lucky rating boots. Lucky rating boots. Did you know that Chatmaster Dan told me that I couldn't sing any copyrighted songs on stream? And so if I want to make up a song about the lucky rating boots, I have to make up my own song on the spot.
You have to make up all your own songs.
Yes. Oh, we already got, okay, and I did a good shuffle of these, but we already got the Sacred Tree from the map pack expansion, map tile expansion. So, Yggdrasil, the Life Tree, Sacred Tree. Also, I'm not 100% on my Norse mythology, so if I say something ridiculous, like Valkyries fly over the fields and raise dead Vikings, and that's not true, just let me know. I'm a little more up on some of my other mythologies, but I've been getting more, I know more and more having done a lot with this game. Been reading a lot of books on conquistadors as well, and Aztec, so I know a lot about those origin stories and myths and legends. Okay, Valkyrie's leading the way, and she picks up 5 experience points for it. Somebody gets something for free. Nope. Okay. The Jarl picks up an extra grit for rolling a 1 for movement. So we got 2 grit for the Jarl here. And he's going to scavenge. Wait, are we in scavenge mode? 5 XP for exploring. Yep, I got that. Would you guys like to set these heroes to scavenge mode or cautious mode? We saw how last game turned out, and the Viking Jarl has 4 wounds on him. But you know me. I am... Yeah, the Norse theme is layered in here so much. As you get into more of the artifacts and encounters and things like that, you're gonna, if you are a Norse theme fan, you're gonna start to get excited because there's all sorts of little nods and little cool twists on things that you're gonna get, like Raven Sight and things like that. All right, Elizabeth says we're scavenging. We're doing it. No luck there. And at the end of the turn, the exploration token comes. Can you see that on the big cam if I flip it? No, 2 exits. So the middle one is not an exit. And an attack. Dun, dun, dun. Ooh, that looks beautiful. An attack and a clue token though. So we got an attack with D3 trolls. So we are going head to head. Oh, need that shiny loot. Everybody's ready for it. They're like, let's get it. Okay, so we will get loot from the trolls being placed on the board, and then we will get loot from the low threat that we have to fight. So let me... Okay, so there is... I was just checking. There are low threat Fenris Wolves and low threat Hellbears. So all of the threat decks do have... I don't think there's an epic Fenris Wolf one. I know there's an epic Hellbear. No, there's not an epic Fenris Wolf threat, but there's an epic Hellbear threat. So I'm shuffling the epic threats. I'm shuffling the high threats. I'm going to shuffle the low threats. Does anyone want to use Raven Sight? Currently, half of that deck is Hellbears and Fenris Wolves, or just a little under half of that deck is Hellbears and Fenris Wolves. And we can also save Raven Sight to help us with Darkness, Growing Dread, or Encounters if we don't want to try and set ourselves up against a certain enemy. But we are about to face D3 trolls. Let's see how many trolls there are. 1 troll. So we got 1 troll and then whatever this low threat is. And the troll has a free elite ability, and the troll is also has a trait card. Oh wait, no, the troll doesn't get a trait card because the troll was not drawn with the troll only gets a trait card if it's drawn as a threat. So we just have a troll with an elite ability but no trait. So it's a generic troll, no trait cards. That's a fun twist that you only see in this mission. Save it. Raven Sight, the threat deck, question mark. And there was a vote to save it. All right, we're just gonna shuffle up the low threats and we get what we get. Oop, but not the Centurions, because we just fought those last time and we'd like to see different types of themes on stream. And for that matter, we need to take the Grimeans out of there too. No, that was a Darkness card. Okay, here it comes. It is 1 troll. No, no, we could have had Hellbears. We could have had Fenris Wolves, but now we have 2 trolls and they're gonna have an elite trait and they are gonna get a troll trait because the only way they get the trait is because it says enemy trait, draw an enemy trait. But these are hungry trolls. So the troll is reduced to regeneration 2 because we are low we're only 2 heroes. So 2 trolls that have the River Trolls ability. Oh, River Trolls instead of Rock Mountain Trolls. So Slimy Skin, they have +3 health. So they have 7 health total. And then Black Claws, troll melee to hits of 6, now ignore defense. My goodness. Okay. So, River Trolls. You gotta hate them. Leave that down here. Get this over here. And we'll get our troll card out. Going on a troll hunt. Okay, they have Fear 2, Regeneration 2, and they throw rocks. Defensive 2, Health 15. Oh, sorry, they're not Health 7, they're Health 18. Did I stutter? Okay, and we need a couple trolls. So here's troll enemy number 1. He's the one we hate. He was from last game. He's come back with friends. He thinks we're pushovers because he caught us on a bad day. And another troll pops up over here. Okay, so the slightly reddish troll is Gary. We're not worried about Gary. We really want to get that other guy. Okay. Big attack. Got the clue token. And we need D3. 2. We'll get 1 goat and 1 sack of flour with a barrel. So we'll stick that down here at the base of the tree. There's a scared goat and a bunch of supplies at the base of the trees, and the trolls are hiding up in the tree waiting for us to come by to get them, and they're going to drop down. It's a trap, but not an ambush, because we see these giant trolls in the tree and we're like, you're idiots, why are you in a tree? I've been blessed by Odin, you're going down. Would we like to use Odin's champion and call out one of these trolls? Oh, yeah, Elian painted up the trolls, great looking trolls. I enjoyed painting my own trolls at home too, and they paint up really, really fun. If you get the face color and the skin color or the fur color to kind of complement each other, they just really pop. They're very fun trolls. Elizabeth says, yes. Elizabeth, we shall call out that troll we hate from last game. So we're going to Odin's champion the troll from last game so that she can go toe-to-toe with him and get her revenge. Kaylee is not having it, troll. Not having it. Okay, start of the turn. We get a rage token for the Jarl. We are going to have to hold back the darkness. Sorry, that happens absolutely very first. The hold back the darkness roll comes 8, and we're fine. Then we get the rage token for the Jarl, and any other start of the turn stuff happens, like Odin's champion. We call them out, and then the trolls go at initiative 4, so they go first. This first troll, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, can move to reach Kaylee, but not the Jarl. And actually, the other troll won't be able to reach the Jarl either. So both these trolls are going to go after Kaylee. Interesting. But first, they're going to throw rocks. And they only throw 1 rock each, but one of them is in range to be able to reach Kaylee, the Valkyrie. So he's going to.
I have a couple questions.
Oh yeah.
So should the trait card apply to both trolls? What about the hungry ability?
You are correct. The answer to that is, let's say something has an elite trait, like these trolls should have, and we forgot to give them. If more enemies of that type come onto the board, they gain that elite trait. Basically, you never have a situation where you have models on the board where one of them have some stats and some of them have other. If they're the same enemy type, they're going to have the same thing. So yes, the trolls, because one troll has traits, all the other trolls gain that trait. And because the one troll had an elite ability, all the other trolls gain that elite ability. So that is a fair and good question. We did forget to give them 1 elite ability, though, as the mission called for, which is a 5. So I'll put that down here. Rapid throw. Trolls are now +1 shot with their throw rocks ability. Boo, we just got over this with that. We had a darkness card last time that gave them +1 shot, so I thought we were away from this. So the troll is a 5+ on range. We haven't made the throw yet, so thank you for checking to make sure that we are adjusting. Last game they had 4+ because they were mountain trolls, but these are just trolls. These are just river trolls. So we have 1 troll that is in range of Kaylee. They get +1 shot from this rapid throw elite ability. That means they're going to get 2 shots. They need to get 5 or higher, which one of the dice is. So they've gotten 1 hit on Kaylee, and Kaylee has defense that she can use, so she will try to avoid it. And she does not, so we're going to see how much damage this rock is doing. It does D6 damage ignoring defense, so no defense roll. So 6 damage ignoring defense. Kaylee is going to throw her shield up. Nope, she's just going to let her armor take it. We'll save the shield for the ensuing attack that's about to happen on her that's going to be insane. So she's going to throw let her armor take it, and she has 6 armor saves coming. And she saves on 5s or 6s, which she did not do. Ooh. So she's just going to take, she has 1 grit. I think she needs to save the grit for the defense. So she's going to take 6 damage. Yikes. Okay. And I'm going to slow down when it comes to attack for the next attack, so you guys can give me some real good advice on how to use her Divine Defender, Mythic Shield, and Valhalla Armor. I'll put those over here just so that anybody who's trying to remember how they work can see. I know some of you guys have probably just jumped in, so I will point out that the Mythic Shield can stop 3 damage after defense and before armor saves, and it can do that for Kaylee or an adjacent hero. Really fun is that her armor saves on 5+ and heals her. So if she has any wounds on her when she's using the armor, it will heal 2 wounds from her first. But it can't heal the wounds that she is taking from that attack. It's just wounds that are already on her. And then lastly, Divine Defender, once per turn, she can either give +1 to all of her armor rolls she just rolled, or she can give +1 to a to-hit roll, to one of her to-hit rolls. So this is a great way for her. She could have, in that case, turned these 4s into defense for that to take a little less there. But she's going to save it for when these trolls have tromped in and attacked only her. Okay, here comes the troll attack. That was the troll initial barrage of rocks, rock-flinging river trolls. River trolls, you need to stay out of the trees. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This river troll tries to get around behind her, but can only get that far. And this river troll can barely beat her and has Odin's champion. So we're going to roll that river troll's dice with red dice because he's +1 damage against her. And the other has 3. But thankfully, we don't have a bunch of darkness cards stacked out here that are pumping up large creatures, and no growing dread cards. So last time that was the big problem with the trolls. Okay, here comes the attacks. They hit on 4s and higher. So we've got 1 6 and we got 1 5. And there's a special thing about their 6s because these are river trolls. Troll melee to hits of 6+ ignore defense. So this 6 right here is going to ignore defense. So we have 3 damage coming in that can't be defended against. And then this one here, this red hit, can be stopped by defense. So Kaylee's going to use her defense. And she gets a 5, so she stops that one. And so she just has 3 damage coming in. She can either use her shield to block it, or she can roll some armor saves and hope to heal. But in this case, we're just going to use the shield to block it because it doesn't make much sense to try and get lucky right now. It makes more sense to stay safe. So we have 6 wounds on us. We'll use the shield to block the 3 damage. There's no more damage coming in because there's no other heroes on the board. And that sets up our heroes to do some damage back. And they should probably try to focus down 1 troll if they can, because these trolls have regeneration and will heal 2 each turn. It's Kaylee's turn. She has fear 4 right now because there are 2 trolls with fear 2 each on her. So she will make some willpower rolls looking for 3s. Fails 1 of them. Yes, Valhalla. Isn't the troll 5? Okay, and then now Kaylee can go after this troll that she's picking on. She gets to roll for movement. I'm going to move these out of the way so we can see how much grit she has. She doesn't get to try and get free grit off of her warrior's prowess ability, but she can roll for movement and get a 6. And then her helmet allows her to roll a d8 to escape. And she rolls a 4, which is high enough to escape from a troll. So she's going to step such that this Jarl will hopefully be able to get in and get next to this troll that she's trying to pick on. So she's going to step around behind, so she's only next to 1 troll. She's standing next to a goat now. Doesn't matter where the goat is, but thematically she is protecting this goat and coming after this, her arch enemy, the troll. She only rolls 2 dice for attack. She needs some 6s. She did not use her Divine Defender ability, so she can use that to increase one of these dice by 1. She got a 4 and a 3. So she'll use Divine Defender to change that 3 to a 4. She comes up with 2 hits. The 2 hits she rolls for damage. And she comes up with a 5 and a 1. So the 5 is good to get past the defensive 2 and leave 3 wounds on the troll. And the 1 does not get past the defense. So, oh, she's +1 damage against these guys. So she actually gets 4 damage past. Excellent. Name the goat Billy. Well, since your name is Bill, and that's a goat, and you want to name him Billy, I'm saying yes, Bill. And good to see you, Bill. Thanks for hanging out. All right, we have got Billy the goat being protected by Kaylee the Valkyrie. Time for Leif Sirgard Longbeardson to come running into battle. Big dice for movement. Got a 5, excellent. So he's going to go 1, 2, 3, and unfortunately right there he's going to have to stop and make an escape test to see if he can keep going past this troll to get to the troll he really wants to whack. And he does, just barely. So 4, 5, he'll slide around back 2 just to try and get to where he can always be adjacent to the troll he wants. Unfortunately, he will be adjacent to 2 trolls next turn unless they move. And now, with his 1 rage, he is going to roll 2 dice. 2 d8s. There's a 1 and an 8. He does have 2 grit. Should he save that for defense, or should he try to get a 2nd grit here? Or should he save it for when he's really missed on a swing? He should probably save it for when he's maxed out on rage and using his low. I see all my ancestors behind me, and they say that you are done for. Man, whoever made that catchphrase needs to write it down again, because I lost it over lunch. So, okay. If you eat it, it regenerates. Yeah, if we hit this troll is going to regenerate. So we're just going to, well, if we take this troll out completely right now, it won't regenerate. It has 4 wounds on it and needs 18 damage. But yeah, we probably don't have enough rage to really get it off the board. So we'll just take the 1 critical hit, and we'll roll a d6 to see how much damage we do. 3 damage, and we will apply that, and that'll be the end of the round. So we have a troll with 7 wounds on it. At the end of the round, it heals 2, it regenerates 2. It regenerates 2 wounds. Sorry, it starts at the start of the turn is when that happens. And we also need to hold back the darkness. Next round, holding back the darkness, failed. Ethan is bad at rolling. I'm going to have somebody else hold back the darkness. Not every time, but just when I'm worried about it. Shuffling the darkness cards, and I'm hoping we don't get savage things. I know there are 2 savage things in this deck, though, so could be bad news. We get In the Shadow of Death. Every hero immediately loses all grit and ability tokens they currently have. So the Valkyrie loses 1 grit, and the Jarl loses 2 grit plus 1 rage. And for each marker lost in this way, that hero also takes 1 sanity damage, ignoring willpower. Can you imagine if that came when we were at max rage of 7? Ugh. Okay, we take 3 sanity damage, ignoring willpower. This is a nasty card. If you like the derelict ship and you thought Cold Death was fun, this one is your next favorite friend, In the Shadows of Death. Okay, well, at least there's no persistent effects, but losing all that grit, that's really going to cripple us.
XP for the wounds.
We do need XP for the wounds, and these trolls are handing out 5 XP for each wound and 5 for taking a hit. So that should have been 25 for the Valkyrie, and that should have been 20 for the Jarl. Thank you. Yep, Jarl only needs 80 more. He might get to level up here. Okay. We were sad about holding back the darkness and getting a darkness card. We were happy that the Jarl now can take their rage token for the turn, and the Shield Maiden can use her ability once it's her turn. Okay, trolls go first. The first troll chooses 1, 2, 3, it's the Valkyrie, and the second troll chooses a target randomly 1, 2, 3, it's the Valkyrie. Okay, so the Valkyrie is getting a rock thrown at her. It's a 1, so it misses. The Jarl gets a rock thrown. It's a 6, so it hits. And it says troll melee to hits of 6+, ignore defense. So this rock, the rock already ignored its defense. So ignoring defense, the Jarl takes 3 damage. And the Valkyrie is right there. But she is more banged up than the Jarl, and currently has her Odin's champion troll that she's called out on her. So she is going to save the shield for herself. Meanwhile, the armor of the Jarl proves semi-effective, and he takes 2 wounds. Sorry, I promise.
I was just about to say
we should put those up there where they can easily be seen. Thank you. Yes. Yeah, you are my eyes when I'm in the tunnel vision. The rage token, and then the Jarl gets a rage token for taking 2 wounds. So I'll put rage just above him so it's easy to see there. So hopefully all this is attainable and seeable on our beautiful live stream here. Oh, we can see some of the tape has creeped into the corners. Okay. All right, so, well,
That's good.
okay, little housekeeping. All right, so the attacks continue. We'll have the 3 red dice be versus Kaylee, and the 3 white dice be versus the Jarl. Oh, nope, this troll has no target. So these 2 trolls were targeting Kaylee before Kaylee moved. So this troll actually hasn't decided who to target. Kaylee already has a troll on her, so this troll decides to go after this Jarl, and he is able to move around behind him like he likes to do. So it's a troll sandwich right now with the heroes in the middle getting crushed with Fear 2 from each of them. This is perfect formation for the troll, but it's also kind of the perfect formation for the heroes. So they've decided no messing around. We're all going head to head here. Meet me at the bottom of the big tree after lunch. We'll get this done. Okay, it's a big fight. Kaylee takes no damage because no hits hit, and looking for 3s, the Jarl takes 2 hits that ignore defense. Come on. Okay, so Kaylee will throw her shield in the way of one of those hits, so she'll block 3 damage, and then the Jarl will need to use his armor to block 2 more hits and only take 1 damage. Yeah, let's go. Armor versus regeneration. Who will win? Kaylee is going to step up to the plate. She has no grit, so she will use Warrior's Prowess and get a free grit. Yes, it's happening. And then she will look for a movement grit. Doesn't get it. She will roll to escape because she'd rather not stand next to 2 trolls. It doesn't work out. She swings and gets 2 normal hits. And neither of them were 5, so she couldn't turn them into a crit with her Divine Defender. She rolls for damage, gets a 4 and a 2. She's +1 damage on both those, so she gets 1 damage in on the 1 hit and 3 damage in on the other hit. So with 3 damage times 5, sorry, 4 damage times 5, that is 20 plus 5 for hitting a troll. She gets 25 XP for that. Nice. Change that in for a 50. And that troll now has a bunch of damage on him. Specifically 9. 9 damage on that troll. Okay, here comes our Jarl, who's going to roll for movement. He's going to roll to escape because he doesn't want to hang out next to trolls. Nope, cannot move either, so he rolls 2 dice, looking for big axe fun. 2 7s, 2 crits. Okay. It's time to go hard in the paint. Here comes the damage. Damage is 4 and 2. This troll has 18 health, so he needs 9 damage. Currently we're showing 6 damage, and there's rage. He has 2 rage tokens, so not quite enough to finish him off, and no grit, but he does have a throwing axe. Jarl's close to level 2, so everything helps. Okay. So we will use the throwing axe to try and tip the scales here in our favor. So we're going to first apply this damage. We're going to use the 2 rage to make it 8 damage. So this troll now is 1 damage from dead. And 8 times 5 is 40, plus 5 is 45 XP for our Jarl friend to try and push him towards leveling up. And then the Jarl is going to throw his axe. Gets a 1, no good. Oh, that was such a good idea, though, because if he could have tipped the scales there, he would have really gotten a leg up in this fight. Okay, end of the turn and beginning of the next one, the regeneration goes off, and our troll only has 10 wounds on them. 10, oh, sorry. What did I just do? Sorry, 15 wounds. So there are 15 wounds on them, 3 from gone. Okay, the Jarl gets, we hold back the darkness. And it's a fail. Moving on to a blank spot. And the Jarl receives a free rage token. And the trolls start throwing rocks. So 1 through 3, the trolls targeting Kaylee, and 4, 5, 6 is targeting. There's 2 that are targeting. Oh, and they are throwing 2 rocks each, right? Yep. So 2 rocks at Kaylee and 2 rocks at the Jarl. The rocks at Kaylee, one of them hits. The rocks at the Jarl, one of them hits. Okay, so D6 hits that can't be defended. So 1 wound that can't be defended. Kaylee will use her armor, and she's fine. And then the undefended wounds to the Jarl are 4. And the Jarl, you know what? Kaylee is going to use her shield to protect the Jarl because the Jarl has 7 wounds. So Kaylee's shield is used. The Jarl takes 1 wound and gets a 4 for the armor. So he does take that wound. So 8 wounds on the Jarl. He has 13 health. Ugh, we need to level this guy up. Okay. Now the normal attacks. 3 attacks on the Jarl. 4, 5, 6. So 2 hits and an undefendable 3 damage. That's not good. Then they did roll 4s to defend against the other 2 hits. So the damage that's coming through is 3 undefendable who uses armor. And none of it works. So we have 11 damage on the Jarl, and he gets a free rage token for taking 2 wounds. For every 2 wounds. Okay, the Jarl is not in good shape, and Kaylee is practically unscratched. She has 2 sanity, that's it. Okay, Kaylee's going to take 3 hits, and she blocks 2 of them. Or sorry, 2 of them hit, and then she blocks none of them. Ugh, that's not good. Wow, she's taken 6 damage, and she needs her armor to work. She's already used up her shield. So her armor stops 1, so she takes 5 wounds. These trolls, I know. That axe would have taken out an entire troll. We would not be in this situation. Maybe we can chop.
Chris Berry says bandages, question mark?
Oh, yes. So 5 wounds on the Shield Maiden, Valkyrie. Her armor, as it goes off, will allow her to heal. So we can be cautious and use bandages now, or we can see how much of the trolls are left and wait until maybe she's on death's doorstep. How did Keely heal? Oh, at the start of each adventure, you're fully healed. So did she take wounds from somewhere? Did I accidentally take wounds off of her? How did Keely get hurt, I guess is the... Oh, sorry. That's how she healed. I grabbed the wounds and put them onto her so no one could see them. There we go. Okay. Yeah, she has 5 wounds on her. Yep.
Can we use the bandages on the Jarl?
Oh, that's the question. Yes, thanks, Chris. Thank you, Valkyrie. Ida. Yeah, we should use this. We should definitely use bandages on the Viking Jarl. He doesn't have any grit though. Keely does, and she's next to him. So we'll have Keely get the XP. Keely's going to use her bandages on the Jarl since she's next to him. She's going to say, Odin said this is for you. And she gives him 3 healing. Is that enough, or should she grit it? 3 is, should we grit that and try and get more healing for her?
I don't know.
She had 6 wounds from the first round. Oh, you are right. And then she just took... Okay, so then Keely, 6 wounds. How did... She had 6 wounds in the first round? Okay. Somehow I missed that. Oh, that's why. I was reaching up to grab something off of the troll, and I suddenly had more wounds in my hand than I thought I should. So I accidentally grabbed Keely's wounds in that process. Thank you. Good catch. Okay, so Keely would actually need to use her bandages before she used her armor because she knows she's in trouble. And, but when she used her armor, since she had 6 wounds on her, she would heal 2 of it. So she would have gone from 6 wounds to 4 wounds, and then she would have taken 5 wounds. So she's at 9. She can use her bandages if she wants to. She just used her bandages on the Jarl and got a 3 and is considering gritting it, but will not. She will just take the 3 healing. So he gets 3 wounds taken off of him, and she gets 15 XP, getting her closer to leveling up. No record keeping here. Okay, she's at 305 XP. And then the Jarl could lean over with his bandage and heal Kaylee, which seems like what he should do since he's right next to her. So the Jarl will roll and get a 5 and heal Kaylee of 5 wounds, and he'll get 25 XP in the process. And guess what that does? Not what I thought it did. We are at 490 XP based on that beautiful roll. Wow, we already burned all our bandages and it's room 1. Ugh.
It's
okay.
the trolls.
It's the trolls. Okay, we hate trolls. We wanted to fight Fenris wolves. Okay, the trolls are trouble. And that was just all the trolls. The trolls have now finished the turn. The dust has settled. Kaylee has 4 wounds. The Jarl has 8 wounds. The Jarl will heal 2 wounds if he kills the troll. And the troll next to him has 15 out of 18 wounds on him. Kaylee's turn. Kaylee has a grit, so she can just roll for movement and gets a 6. She'll roll to break away and get a 2, so she's still stuck. And now she's going to roll, having not used Divine Defender yet on her shield, on her armor. She is going to, she got a 1 and a 4. She's going to use the grit because she would really like some critical hits. And she just needs 5s or 6s to get critical hits, so she can use Divine Defender to turn them up. So we roll both dice. I know we just got rid of a hit, but we re-rolled it, and it re-rolled as a 5. That 4 became a 5, and the 3. So we're going to turn, this is a tricky question. Do we go for 2 normal hits or 1 critical hit? I think 1 critical hit. So we'll turn the 5 to a 6. Her damage will not be reduced by defense. And she's going to trust that the Jarl can kill that. Oh no, she's +1 damage against that guy. Okay, she's going, we're going back. We're going to do 2 normal hits for her instead of a hit and a critical hit, because she's +1 damage. So she's going to apply the first hit to the troll that's about to die, and she gets 2 damage on it. That's no good. Its defense is 2, so she's going to apply the second one to it, and she gets a 1 that also does 2. What was I thinking? Wow, could it go worse? Man. Just need to land a hit with the Jarl now. I agree. Okay, Chris, we're going to go with the Jarl's turn. The Jarl is going to roll for movement. He's going to try to escape. These guys cannot escape trolls either. These trolls have an escape of 3+ in 2 rounds in a row. Neither hero could get away from the troll. Jarl, give us some light underneath this tree. 2 critical hits. Okay, 1 at a time. We're going to put the first critical hit on the troll that is 3 from dead. And he gets a 3. Thank you for not rolling a 1 or 2. So that troll is down. And he is going to pick up, hey, 20 XP for that, which means he has the ability to level up. So at any point at the beginning of the turn, we can level up the Jarl. You guys just say the word. He'll fully heal. And we will get to roll on his upgrade chart, and we will get to pick a new ability for him. In addition, he's going to apply the second critical hit to this other troll over here. Odin's Champion is gone because that troll is down. So now we're dealing with Gary. Our arch nemesis is done, and now Gary, you're going to get 3 damage, which you laugh at just a little bit because you immediately heal 2 of it at the start of the next turn there.
Andrew said roll for fear.
Oh, ding, ding, ding. That's correct. Okay, so this is 2 turns in a row we should have rolled for fear. So for the first turn for the Jarl, he takes 2, and for the second turn for the Jarl, he takes 2. Yikes. Okay, so the Jarl is now at 7 out of 10 sanity problems. And then Kaylee takes 1. On the second turn, she took 1. So Kaylee has 4 sanity damage out of 11. Oh, these trolls are mean. Kaylee needs to step away so that she can use her spear and poke them from 2 spaces away and not have to deal with that fear. Okay, so it is now the beginning of the turn. The Jarl heals for killing another model. Did I do that?
No.
I didn't. Thank you. Thank you, Villefer. Okay. Excellent. So the Jarl healed. That was the whole point for going after that guy first. And he got the XP. So if you guys want to, we can level up the Jarl now, or we can wait till the end of the fight. You guys think we can finish the fight without needing to level up the Jarl?
Elizabeth says level up.
Level up. Okay. I'll let a few other people weigh in.
Yeah.
Level now. Okay. 2. Our quorum right now is 2. We're doing it. Okay. Jarl, you're going to fully heal. Zzz. Excellent. Okay. Happy, fully healed Jarl. And let's go to the Jarl upgrade chart. Here's what I love about the adventure book. If you open the adventure book to the exact middle where the spine naturally opens to, it's your upgrade chart. So there's no more shuffling through trying to find it. And all Vikings use the same Viking upgrade chart. And depending on which Viking you are, you're really going to want to do different lanes. But there's always more than one lane that seems to make a lot of good sense for you. Plus, some of these are complementary to another ability. So like if somebody gets leading the charge, they actually grant cover to other heroes, but someone with trusted guard is able to heal wounds from people who have the leading the charge ability. So there's some really fun synergies in the team ability, the Viking upgrade chart, because it's a team upgrade chart. So a lot of these abilities will bolster and boost off of each other. So you can have plans where someone's going up the clan honor side to get trusted guard, while somebody else is going for leading the charge. So some really fun synergies in there. I'm going to point out that we can only choose Ransack, Splitting Chop, Frenzied Speed, or Honor the Clan. I think these might show up a little better over here. Yikes. Okay, so our options. Right off the bat, you can see at the bottom of each of these abilities, there's like a black stat modifier. So if we need +1 cunning, +1 strength, +1 max rage, and +1 max grit. So if we think one of those is super important, we can lean towards that. But really, each one of them has a really important ability. So Ransack says you gain 5 experience points from scavenge cards. We haven't done a lot of scavenging lately, so it also says once per turn when successfully scavenging, use 2 rage to allow every hero with the Ransack ability, which is what this ability is, on your map tile to draw a free scavenge card. So whenever you successfully scavenge, you can spend 2 rage and Ransack to draw an extra scavenge card. And if we all took Ransack, then we could really get a really fun, man, if everybody runs the Raider and picks Ransack, you get a really fun party. Anyway, so Ransack's an option, maybe not for us. Splitting Chop. Once per turn, use 1 rage to add D3 damage to one of your melee critical hits. That's really cool, because normally we can only spend 3 rage on a hit to add +1 to it, but this gives us a way to spend rage really efficiently, plus D3 to one of your critical hits. That's fun. And we can still add the other rage from the other effect. So we can get some really big swings, especially with that axe that's already making lots of crits. So Splitting Chop is an option. We would also get +1 strength from that. Frenzied Speed. You may spend rage to gain +2 move each until the end of the turn. So if we need more movement, we can basically spend rage to move. And then at the end of a fight, you only lose 1 rage instead of D3 when you cool down. So characters like us, that we've worked our max rage up to 7, and we would actually be at 8 with this ability because it gives us +1 max rage. And we could max out our rage in fights, and then even when a fight ended, we would have a ton of rage left to get ready for the next fight. And then Honor the Clan, the last one. Once per turn, use 4 rage to recover a grit. Any other heroes with Honor the Clan may also recover a grit on the d6 roll of 5+ each, and it would increase our grit to 3. So you guys have a strong opinion. I'm going to veto Ransack, because I don't think we would have a lot of fun with that. But Splitting Chop, Frenzied Speed, and Honor the Clan are all on the table. Oh, can we see what chart roll we get first? You definitely can. Let's go to the chart. Da-da-da-da-da. The chart roll comes. Well, that didn't work. That was, let's do it up here. 7. Our chart roll is Peril Dice, Health, Sanity, any mix, and our Peril Dice roll is a 3. Of course it is. We get 6 Grammeans, but we get 3 extra health and sanity. So we have +3 to spend on health and sanity. And then after that, I need you to choose Splitting Chop, Frenzied Speed, or Honor the Clan. Sharky is saying, I feel like Splitting Chop was designed for the Jarl. I tend to agree with you there, Splitting Chop. I feel like there's 1 or 2 good options, and depending on which starting upgrade you choose for the Jarl, it starts to shift as to which one of these you kind of want more. Chop sounds good. Slap chop, says Bill Carroll, because we're going to paint minis and then cut them down. Okay, Splitting Chop it is, guys. We can always use 1 rage to add plus D3 damage, but only to melee critical hits. And we are strength +1. So if you guys say chop chop in the chat, I'll know what you mean. And then would you like to increase the health and sanity, or just the health, or a nice balance of both? Currently we're at 13 health because we have this mail armor and 10 sanity. Do you want to increase it symmetrically to be 13 and 13, or maybe 12 sanity and 14 health? What are you feeling? Okay, while you decide on that, I will get the next round ready. I feel like we earned that, guys. I feel like this much troll and Grammean fighting, we earned a level up. And it feels good. It feels like we're in command of this fight now instead of trying to figure out what's going on. Okay, 2 sanity and 1 health. That brings us to 14 health and 12 sanity. Okay, it is done. I'm going to make a little note over here so I don't forget. +2 health. Splitting chop. And +1 sanity. Okay, excellent. We just got ale left, guys. We're out of axes and we're out of bandages. But we came here to fight trolls and kick butts, and we're all out of butts. So we're going to fight some trolls. Held the darkness. The troll chooses the Valkyrie to throw rocks at, and misses with both rocks. That troll is targeting the Jarl. Swings 1 hit. The Jarl defends himself successfully. Kaylee is at the beginning of the turn with her Odin's Champion. Oh, that would mean the troll would have retargeted her. She won't do that. She'll wait till next turn to do it. She'll let him beat up on the Jarl for a little bit longer since the Jarl is fully healed. And Kaylee's going to roll a die for movement. And she's going to roll a die for Warrior Prowess at the beginning of the turn. And does not get a grit from that, but she does get a grit from rolling a 1 for movement. And then she is going to break away. Finally, she'll step away and use her spear to poke. She's going to take Billy the goat with her. Come over here, Billy. Don't stand next to that troll. And she will roll damage. 2 dice, 5 and 5, and she'll use Divine Defender to pump one of those 5s to a 6. Fun. So she's got a crit and a hit. This is our round. We're going to drop this guy in 1 round.
Let's go.
Let's go. 6 on that damage and a 3 on the critical damage. She's going to use her grit to flip that 3 into a 6. Yes, yes, it's happening. So she is 6 damage plus 4 more damage, so 10 damage on this troll. 10 times 5 is 50, plus 5 is 55. So she's going to pick up some serious experience. And this troll is at 11 wounds. He healed 2 wounds last time, thinking he was in a good spot. Kaylee needs to roll for fear. What does the world card say again? Yes, that's a fair question. Let me take care of Kaylee's fear first. So she is at 5 sanity damage now. And we will roll for fear for the Jarl. Okay, and he has 1 sanity damage on him. Okay, we'll come back to the Jarl's movement roll after we read the Northlands card. The Northlands card has to do with the hero party marker moving into a new stage of the depth track, or the darkness marker moving into the new stage of the depth track. So every time the darkness marker changes stages, we take d6 horror hits, and we get Odin's Light whenever the hero party marker changes stages of the depth track, and we'll get a free grit on a roll, d6 roll of 4+. So a stage of the depth track, this is the top stage, middle stage, bottom stage. And so as we cross these big lines here, that shows this is the stage where we need to get 7+. This is the stage where we need to get 8+, 9+. So basically the hero party marker has only moved one space for a map tile, so we haven't crossed that yet. And then the darkness marker has 3 more spaces before it crosses out of that. But yes, Dark Shadows is the darkness ability there, and Odin's Light is the hero party marker ability there in the Northlands. Jarl gets 1 grit for leveling up. You're right, you fully heal and receive a grit. Thank you. Who is that? Ah, Elizabeth, you also get 1 grit at the start of your next adventure for free. Oh, I'm promising too much because you are in one of my adventures later on today. So that might come back to haunt my villains. Okay. The Jarl is going to roll for movement. Oh, and he gets a grit. I love it. Okay, and to go with the one that he got from leveling up, he has 2 grit, and he has 2 big d8s to roll. He got a critical hit and a normal hit. He's going to, or normal miss. He's going to use a grit to re-roll the normal miss, because we would just love to have a round where we just decimate the trolls instead of anything else. He gets a 2, sad times, but he's going to get to roll for damage on this critical hit. And I have a feeling I know what you guys are going to say. Oh, he got a 1 on that. He's going to grit that. He's going to burn all of his damage. Get to the finish line. And he got a 1 on that, but we're going to use chop, chop. Thanks, Chris Bear. You got there. It's funny because the timing's off, so everything that happens 30 seconds later. So right when your note popped up, I said I did this action, and chop, chop popped up. But you had to do that 45 seconds. It was amazing. Okay. Chop, chop. Oh, +1 damage. But so that +1 damage, we can add 2 more rage to it. No, we should save the rage for future chop chops. Okay, so +1 damage to 1 is 2. Boo. So we get 2 damage, so we get 15 XP, and this troll has 13 wounds on him. Oh, we were going to have a steamroller turn, and it did not happen. It's okay. We're on our way to level 2. We'll roll the hold back the darkness. It's an 8. That's successful. We get a free rage for the Jarl, and then the troll throws rocks at the Jarl, and the rocks they throw miss, and the punches they throw, 2 of them hit, and the Jarl, who is no longer next to the Valkyrie, she should have gone around behind him. He's going to block one of those, and then he's going to take 3 wounds, and his armor is not going to stop a thing. So 3 wounds. We just healed you up, buddy. We just got you healthy, and now you have 3 wounds on you again. Okay, now Kaylee is going to divine fear on the Jarl. Yes, but it's not the Jarl. The fear happens right at the beginning of the Jarl's activation. Okay. So it's not when that enemy happens. So maybe Kaylee can take care of this so the Jarl doesn't have to deal with that. She rolls a 1 for movement. She'll just sidestep. Oh no, she wants to get next to the Jarl in case she can defend him. She'll pick up her grit in the process, and she could also roll to see if her divine helmet didn't do anything, or divine or warrior prowess didn't do anything. So she's next to him with 6s, and she's got Define Defend already. No. Wow, no? Okay, she's going to use her grit to reroll both of those. Come on. And get a 5 and a 4. She's going to change the 5 into a 6 with Define Defender. And so she's got a crit and a normal hit. Here comes the damage. She says 6 damage plus 4. Sorry, this troll should have healed 2 wounds at the start of the round. So he only has 11 damage on him. But she gets 6 from that, and then 1 from the other, which is 7. 11 and 7 is 18. She just got him, and she didn't even have to Odin's champion him. 35 XP, and no, 40 XP, bringing her to 400 XP. Wow. Okay, I take it back. Kaylee has got some serious offensive abilities. Once you start using Divine Defender to tip 5s to 6s, I love it. Go Valkyrie. All right, and they both are troll down, troll tree down. Look at this, we saved a goat and a sack of flour. So we're going to put those over there on our be able to use them in camp, be able to level up a campsite. And once we level up a campsite, we'll be able to get that trading card online. Now we just need some Darkstone so we can get that Darkstone Forge online too. We're going to do Catch Our Breath. So the rage is going to cool down. Rage cools 3, so we lose all of our rage. Boo, boo. And then we are going to Catch Our Breath. So the Jarl will heal 1. He will heal 1 wound. He'll have 2 wounds in the sanity. And then Kaylee will heal 1. So she will heal 1 of her sanity. So she's at 4 sanity and 4 wounds. Okay. 1 clue down, 2 clues to go. Revenge! We have had our revenge! If we use those 2 rage, would it kill the troll? If we had used the 2 rage, it would not have killed the troll. The troll was at 13 damage, and the 2 rage would have brought him to 15, but the river troll ability gives them +3 health. So yeah, if we were, you're probably following along on the stats card, but the river troll +3 health would not have let the 2 rage tip him over the edge. Good eye though, good eye. Okay, I don't want to see another troll for the rest of the day. I want to see a hellbear. I want to see a direwolf. I mean a Fenris wolf. I never would have thought I said those words, but I'm done with trolls. All right, guys, this is a big decision, probably the biggest one we've made today. Would you like to go left or right? Oh, it will matter. Here comes the darkness roll. Double 6s. Everybody heals D6 and gains D3 rage tokens. 1 rage token? Come on. This place is cold and unforgiving, but this place is horrible and unforgiving, but you're not about to give up without a fight. Okay, 1 rage token, and then we're going to heal everything off of the Jarl. Yeah, fresh.
We have 2 rights and 1 left.
Okay, we're going right. Jim, good to see you, Jim. There are a few players who I just got lucky with on my first Dice Fest and got to play games with them. And almost every other Dice Fest or Roll to Move, at least once a year, I get to hang out and play a game with them. The Valkyrie will heal an extra sanity there. Jim, good to see you. Yeah. Okay, 2 wounds and 1 sanity on the Valkyrie Shield Maiden and 1 rage on the Jarl. We are set for bear. And guys, you are going to get to see the Valkyrie upgrade chart if you can get 100 more XP. So we have 1 hour and 12 minutes left in this stream. It would be lovely to see a new enemy, and it would be lovely to see the Valkyrie upgrade chart. So let's get to it. We held back the darkness with double 6s, and now we're taking a hard right. Lucky raiding boots, giving us +1 luck and +1 move. The Valkyrie kicks down the door and says, we have found a corner passage. Our least favorite kind of passage.
Ooh, someone says loot cards?
Oh, you guys are spoiling my fun. Yes, loot cards. Sorry, one thing that's very important to me is when someone's on stream, I don't like to trap people. I like to use their time well. So in my mind, I'm like, the really important thing is to be moving forward all the time. The really important thing is to be enjoying ourselves. So thank you for slowing me down a little. And yeah, let's get into some loot. Oh gosh, we really need a weapon for the Valkyrie too. I've been begging for one, and then I just skip over loot cards. Okay, Valkyrie, here you come. Valkyrie gets 1 Darkstone and 30 XP. I need someone to pick a number. She's going to get that, but I need someone to pick a number because every time I shuffle these, I'm pulling bad. So pick a number between 1 and 7 for the remaining loot cards. Oh no, there should be 2 loot cards because we got 1 troll from the game, the mission, and we got another troll from the card. So the Valkyrie gets a second card. So pick a number between 1 and 7, someone, and we're going to give the Valkyrie her full reward. 4. Thanks, Jim. 1, 2, 3, 4. And it comes up, yes, a good find. Okay, Jim, I need you to roll me a d8, and we really need an artifact for this Valkyrie. So roll a d8 and be honest, but if the answer is 7 or 8, I would be just super happy. She got her 50 XP, so she's at 450 XP. We just need to see what she needs for her good find. Jim's coming in. Oh, Jim, give me a minute. No dice handy? Okay, Jim, you can say, hey Siri, pick a number between 1 and 8. Or you can say, hey Alexa, pick a number between 1 or 8. Or you can say, you can actually just type in, hey Valkyrie Ida, pick a number between 1 and 8, and she will randomize it for you too. How about that? Okay, meanwhile, I'm going to take the other two numbers. VT Bob said 4 and Elizabeth said 5, so we'll pick cards 4 and 5. 1, 2, oh, this was 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 for the Viking Jarl. He gets 2 loot cards as well. Jim says it was a 3. Jim, how could you do me like that? D3 Darkstone for the Valkyrie. So the Valkyrie is just racking up Darkstone when we really need her to have a weapon. Maybe she's silently processing and saying, Ethan, I don't need a weapon. I have Divine Defender. I'm good at that. Okay, so the Valkyrie now has 3 Darkstone. And it looks like jewels and loose coins for the Jarl. Ooh, I like that. I like the jewels art. I really like the jewels art. Good job. Combination of Scott and another artist, I know. Okay, so 40 XP, and we're going to roll a peril dice. I don't think anybody has a peril dice. Oh, the dice are new. They haven't been broken in yet. Thanks, Jim. The peril dice comes 3, so 200 gold for our Jarl. Okay. Well, good. We do need some money for camp badly, so we do need to get that. All right, and now we find our corner passage, go around the corner. Valkyrie gets 5 XP for that, and the Jarl chases after with a 1, picking up a grit. And he scavenges. And the turn turns, and the darkness moves, which gives us a darkness card. Yeah, we were abysmal at this today. And it says, Unknown Shores. Heroes roll 1 less dice on all skill tests to a minimum of 1 remains in play. Man. Okay, so spirit test, lore test, all that stuff is -1. Unknown Shores. That's a bad one to get early in a mission. There's a Conquistador one like that when it comes up early, you're just like, really? For the whole game? For the whole game? But it does something else. It's not skill tests. Valkyrie. Kaylee. 1, 2. Tricky boots. Those lucky rating boots are just enough to get you 5 more XP. And we find a rocky shore. Yeah, I know you probably don't need to see the art on the map card I draw, but I like to show you the card I draw so you know I'm not making stuff up. All right, ironically, all the map tiles we've found so far are from the map pack, even though we weren't trying to do that. Oh, and it's happening here. We're having a situation where we're trying to place this and it doesn't quite fit. So we can, if we wanted to, we could use the spacers to adjust this. And typically we would use a spacer here to fix it, but actually spacing in this one won't work. I guess we could put a spacer back there and that would fix it. The other thing we can do is rotate this to have a different entrance to it. So we will rotate it. We'll just do a mirror version of it and allow it to go that way. There we go. So instead of coming in from the right, we come in from the left. Okay, and we get an exploration token on that. And the Jarl plays catch up. And run ahead, apparently. And he can't scavenge on a room that has an unexplored exploration tile on it, so the Jarl will not be scavenging right now. And at the end of the turn, 2 exits in an ambush attack. Oh, good glory. Okay.
Let's hope it's not any more trolls.
Let's hope it's not any more trolls. All right, guys, we do have Raven Sight. We have Raven Sight, and we have a low threat deck, and we haven't used Raven Sight yet. And we have an hour and 5 minutes left in our stream. Actually, we're going to end about 15 minutes early so we can chat and round it out. So we have just a little under an hour left in the stream. Do you want to Raven Sight this threat deck, or do you want to save it for kind of the final fight when we need to have a good look at encounter cards or darkness cards or growing dread cards? Save it for the final fight. I like it, guys. Okay. Strong opinions. Then we're just going to go with whatever low threat card is on top, and it is P, Tentacles. Okay. Fighting tentacles on stream. What could go wrong? How about 6 tentacles? All right, and these ones, Elian did not paint these ones up. I painted these ones up. I was excited for adventures to be coming, and so I went and grabbed my extra sets that I had. I hadn't painted up my ones from the revised editions. So these tentacles are just me trying to figure out, relearn how to paint. So they're not the amazing, but I really do enjoy the paint colors. I basically just walked right through the back of the book. It has step-by-step instructions. So these pretty little tentacles are basically that. I don't believe I use speed paints for these. I think I use the just our standard, the Army Painter paints for these. All the other stuff I've been using, I've been having fun learning how to use speed paint, so that's been great. But this writhing mass of tentacles is going to start in the back left corner as far away as possible. And checkerboard from there. Tentacles, the perfect enemy. They ignore defense with their 6s, but they hit on 4s. They have a health of 4. They roll 3 dice. They do 3 damage. They're just your perfect baseline enemy, but they're really just still scary because of those tentacles. Let's get some XP here. They have a 2 for initiative, so finally we have the drop on some enemies. No, we don't. It's an ambush attack. My lord. Okay, we got ambushed. We did. 3 and 3. Come here. Where's the last tentacle? Oh, he's here. Okay, just a writhing mass of tentacles bursts up around us. We come into this rocky shore, and it's full of tentacles. But we go first. We'll roll to hold back the darkness. We'll get a free rage at the start of the fight for our Jarl. And the darkness is held. And we're going to start the fight this time. Kaylee steps up with her divine, or her warrior prowess pays off, and she gets a grit. Her movement roll is a 1, so she gets a grit. I'm glad you can see that on screen. You know I don't just cheat. Oh, I probably threw it behind the Flying Frog logo. That's funny. And so Kaylee is set to go. She rolls 2 dice. She gets a crit and a normal hit. She'll take it. And so she'll use the crit on the tentacle that is on the Jarl. And it does 2 damage. She's going to grit that, because if she can get this to a 4. Nope, it's a 1 now. And she'll use the normal hit on the same guy and do 2 minus 4, which is 2 damage. So she managed not to kill a tentacle because Ethan rolled super poor. Wow, come on. I thought Kaylee was going to go off. There is that one version of the Valkyrie where every time she gets a kill, she gets an extra combat, so she can just keep whack, whack, whack. Not today. Okay, Jarl, you're next. You have 2 rage. You're going to roll for movement. And you've got a couple 5s for hits. Those are only normal hits, not critical hits. I guess we'll keep them because we have the rage. We'll trust our rage to come through. So normal hit on the wounded guy, it's successful. So the wounded guy is down, 1 less tentacle on the board, and 30 XP for our Jarl. There's no fear involved here, so we don't have to worry about that. And then your second hit, we're going to go on a tentacle next to Kaylee, just to spread out the love. It's a 4 for damage, which will get 2 damage through, and we're going to chop, chop. Spend a rage and add oh, it's not a critical hit. Boo. Okay, but we can spend 2 rage to get it to be just enough to kill this guy, so we'll do that. We'll spend our 2 rage and tip it over the edge. So another 30 XP. And good times. He would heal if he had any wounds on him, but he doesn't. And now tentacles. 3, 6 dice against Kaylee. 6 dice against the Jarl. Against Leif Surgard. I keep forgetting his name. All right, Leif, you are taking 3 hits, none of them 6s. And Kaylee, you are taking 1 hit, neither of them 6s. So we'll do Kaylee first. Kaylee does not stop hers. So she will just let her armor do the work. And her armor stops 2. So she's only take 1 damage, but she heals 2 first because of her armor. So she heals 2, it's gone away, and she takes 1. So she's actually healthier than if she had used her shield. And then she will use her shield when Leif does a poor job of defending himself here, which he did. 6 damage is getting through to Leif. Kaylee will throw out the shield, stop 3 of it. And the 3 damage that's getting through, he will use his armor and stop none of it, which gives him a rage token because he took 2 wounds for each 2 wounds he takes. All right, so 3 wounds on Leif and 1 on Kaylee. All right, not bad. Let's do that again, and then let's get some more loot, guys. Let's get Kaylee up to a level up here. Okay, 4 to hold back the darkness, which is a fail. The darkness is just racing towards us. Kaylee is going to roll for movement, roll to escape. She does. She'll step over to the stuff next to Leif, and she gets a 5 and a 3 for her hits. She'll use Divine Defender to change that 5 to a 6, and the 3 is a miss. The 6 is a crit. She will stab right through that tentacle and get 30 XP, which is great because it means we are just about 20 XP away, 30, 40, 10 XP away, 10 XP away from leveling up the Valkyrie. We'll get to see the Valkyrie upgrade chart. Okay, Leif, you're up. Leif's going to roll for movement 1. He gets a grit. He's going to roll to escape. He got a 5, so he can. So he'll step across the way with his grit, of which he has 2 now. And he will throw dice, 2 big D8. Coming up with a 3 and a 4. Neither of those are crits, and he loves crits right now because of Chop Chop. So he's going to reroll both, looking for crits. A 5 and a 3. Ugh, got a miss now. That's my bad. And the 5 is a hit, so he will roll the dice for damage. He gets a 2, which is a waste. Bummer. No good, Leif. All right, tentacles no longer have targets because the targets they were next to left them. So this tentacle will decide between Kaylee and Leif, and the other 2 will pick accordingly. So that was on Leif, so this switches over. Basically, the tentacles were going to spread out evenly there, and then one of them was going to need to target either Kaylee or Leif, and so we just rolled to see who was going to get double targeted. Leif, you're getting attacked with 6 dice. Kaylee, you're getting attacked with 3. I'll start with Leif. Leif has 2 hits that do 3 damage that can't be defended because of the smash ability on the tentacles, and 2 hits that can be defended. So he'll defend the ones he can and block one of them. So he's about to take 9 damage. Kaylee will stick her shield in to take 3 of it out, and then Leif will have 6 armor saves to make. Ooh, saves 3 of them. Good job, Leif. So he takes 1 rage, gets 1 rage as he picks up 3 more wounds. All right, Valkyrie, you are up. No, that was the tentacle. So let's go to hold back the darkness. 11, that's held. Leif gets his free rage, and Kaylee gets her action. She rolls for movement. She gets a 1. We are hot today on grit and movement, and she will break away. 3. That does not break away. So Kaylee's swinging where she is, but she can poke 2 spaces, so she can poke anybody she wants with her spear. She gets a 5. She'll use Divine Defender and turn it to a 6. That's a crit. And she'll apply the crit to the tentacle that is on her right now and gets a 2. Not cool. She will grit that and still gets a 2. Come on. I'm trying to help here, Kaylee. We haven't called out anybody with, we haven't, later, Jim, have fun with the dogs. I'm dog sitting right now too. And hello, Andrea. You went to bed, took a nap, came back, and I'm still here. Yep. That's funny. I'll be here tomorrow, same time, doing the Conquistador campaign stream. And you already know what this hellbear looks like because you live in Japan and have already gotten your wonderful pledge sent over. So you are going to, hopefully everybody else will get to see those soon on stream if we run into some. Let's see. Kaylee had just done 2 wounds. We haven't been calling people out with Odin's Champion for Kaylee because there's this undefendable hit they can do, so it feels like a bad exchange for Kaylee to be getting the wrong end of that. But if we want to call somebody out, we can. Somebody can just yell Odin's Champion at any time, and we will call out a thing. In the meantime, Leaf, Longbeardson, rolls for movement, rolls to break away. I'll just step to there, I guess. And throws down a 1 and a 3. Those are terrible, so we will grit that and come up with a 4 and a 7. So a hit and a crit. So we'll put the crit on the guy that's furthest away, and it's just 1 damage. So we'll put the normal crit on. Oh, it's just 1 damage, but he has a rage, and it's a crit, so he will chop, chop, and D3 extra damage. It's 3 more. That's 4. That's all you need to kill a tentacle. Wow, chop, chop coming into play. And 60 XP. Moving right along here. His normal hit, which he can apply normal rage to, is a 6, so he doesn't need to because 2 minus 6 is 4, and they only have 4 health. So big swing there. Nice. Good job. 30 more XP for our champ. Okay, now I feel like these heroes are working in tandem. They're a real team. They're going through, chopping together. There isn't this, are you on the ground? Should I scrape you up off the bottom? But maybe because there's no trolls around either. So this tentacle is still on Kaylee, so it will try to smash her, and it gets a smash off, and Kaylee throws up her shield and blocks the whole thing, doesn't care. Ha! I didn't call you out, so you don't get to sneak damage past my shield. Back to the beginning of the round. 8 is enough to hold back the darkness. And Kaylee is going to take us home here. 1 for movement. That gets her a grit. Wow. And then she is going to roll an attack of a 6 and a 4, and that crit is going to be enough on its own. Unbelievable. It is not enough on its own. So her normal hit also needs to land. Also not enough. Why? Why? She is not going to grit. She's just going to deal the... Wow. Yep, she's going to deal 1 damage to it, and she's going to let Leaf do it. If she was able to take it out there, then when they catch their breath, if Leaf hasn't gone, he gets to heal D6 wounds. You know what? That feels like it might be worth it. Ooh, and it would also tip Kaylee on being able to level up. What should we do? Should we waste 1 of Kaylee's grit?
I feel like we could.
Okay. We can. We'll grit that, and it comes in at 6 damage. That's enough to take that tentacle out. Kaylee, you may level up at any time now. 30 XP. Perfect. Zoop. So whenever you guys want, just yell level up, and we will level Kaylee up. She currently has 1 wound and 1 sanity damage, and that allows the Viking Jarl, when he catches his breath, to either take a grit or heal D6. He will heal D6 and heal 4 of his 6 wounds. So he only has 2 wounds on him. He will cool down his rage all the way, and Kaylee will heal, Kaylee heals D3, wounds and sanity new mix. So Kaylee's fully healthy and can level up whenever she wants. Leaf only has 2 wounds on him. And we are loaded for bear. We only need 2 more clues. All right, once again, we have a choice, left or right. Where shall we go?
I do have a question about the depth track.
Oh, yeah.
When do we move the green marker?
When do we move the green marker? This one? Oh, yeah, every time that we place a map tile. So I told everyone at the beginning of the stream that my weakness in this game is always forgetting to move the hero party marker. And I've remained true to my word. So thank you. Good catch. When the hero party marker crosses there, we will get Odin's Light. And when this goes 1 more space, we will get Dark Shadows. So those are good reminders too.
Did we land on what is marker 13? Is that a red splat underneath?
That doesn't
matter
for the
right?
Yeah, for the hero party marker, it does not matter. Yep, it's just for the darkness marker. Yeah, there's a handful of commonly misunderstood rules that beginner players make. One of them is that, and so they're just like, how do I deal with all this growing dread and darkness in the game? So once you figure that out, it calms down a little. The other one is a lot of people think that the torch light, it says it applies to your map tile and an adjacent map tile, and many people think these squares on a map are what we're referring to with tile. The whole thing is a tile. So there are many first-time players who all huddle around the torchbearer as their party creeps really, like, it's a tight-knit party. If team heroes need a reason to stick together, you play that rule. But yeah, once you figure out that the light goes to the entire adjacent tile, then you realize, oh, okay, I have some breathing room here. Here we go. Left or right? No one's saying anything, so we're going to copy the last vote, which was right. Actually, we'll copy whichever one we can get to. Holding back the darkness is successful. And the Valkyrie, once again, sprints across with her 6 movements, skipping across the water. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Finding 5 experience points. Oh, boy. And a map tile. It's a cross passage which moves the hero party marker. Look at that. I can be taught. I can be taught. And this cross passage is also from the map pack. So it's a fun twist here. I in fact shuffled once I got this, but we were hitting a lot of fun map pack tiles. And there's a lot of ways out of this. Tons of options for where to go next. And does not get to scavenge, but the Jarl, 1, 2, 3, 4, tries to keep up. And we'll take the opportunity to scavenge for nothing. Holding back the darkness. It has succeeded. And the Valkyrie. Ooh. Left, middle, or right? Should we go right again?
Did we do loot after the tentacles?
Oh, we didn't. What am I doing? Thank you. I'm just cruising along. I'm like, guys, we're looking for clues. Okay, we did recover our breath. We do get 1 loot card for the Valkyrie. She gets 2d6 times 20. 7 times 20 is 140 gold. The Valkyrie gets her first gold in 2 adventures and 20 XP. She's going to have a lot more fun in town now. $140 gold. And then, Madam, let's see. Oh, then the other card is, 50 gold for the Jarl, 20 XP.
Someone mentioned, how come there's about 8 loot cards? Shouldn't there always be 12 cards?
Oh, I love it. This is a great question. Okay, I'm going to launch into a small soliloquy about what is fun about adventure, a little distinct difference between adventures and an adventure set and a core set. Let me finish by giving the Jarl his $50 first so we don't cheat him. All right, so I will put it on the big screen here so we can get a visual of something interesting and fun. This loot deck has 8 cards in it. This scavenge deck also has 8 cards in it. So those are slightly different than a core set. The core set has 12 loot cards and 12 scavenge cards. Now the ratios are maintained. So you know how scavenge cards are 1/3 good, 1/3 bad, and 1/3 nothing happens. That's going to happen and play out again here with 3 nothing here cards. We've got loose stones, which is half bad and half good. And then we've got cursed gold, something in the dark and moving shadows, which are both bad. And then cursed gold and glint of light, which are both good. So you still have that 1/3, 1/3, 1/3. So what you can do with this is you can use just your adventures loot scavenge cards, or just your core set cards. Or if you want to, then this is in the optional rules in these adventure books, you can take these 8 cards along with the other 12 and shuffle them to make a 20 card deck. And so you have the option as a player, as you're curating your game, do you want the 20 card deck, the 12 card deck, or the 8 card deck? But if you're playing just pure in-house Gates of Valhalla stuff, you'll have an 8 card scavenge deck. Same thing is true with the loot cards. So the loot cards have ones down here at the bottom that give you a little bit more XP and Darkstone, ones in the middle that give you gold, and a way to recover some grit in there, and then 2 at the top now called Good Find, and they allow you to get gear and artifact cards, but you may roll low and just get Darkstone cards from that. So there's ways to get gears, artifacts, and the likelihood of drawing a gear card is still a little bit higher than an artifact card, and then that again switches once you go into another world, the vice versa. Just like if you were in another world, you'd be more likely to find an artifact out there than some gear that somebody had randomly brought in. So that's fun. And then the same thing is true with your exploration tokens. This set has 8 exploration tokens in it. We're not going to flip them because we're currently using them. But yeah, 8 exploration tokens. Half of these have clue icons on them. So you can take these 8 and combine them with the 12 from the core set and put them all together. That'll give you a little more variability and randomness in your game, but that would be a 20 tokens in the stack, or you can do the 8 or 12. 8 is going to give you a little more consistency and a little less variability in how quickly you find clues, and the 12 one is going to be your core set experience. But that was a great question. Hopefully it was an equal answer. Okay, we are needing to go left, right, or center with the Valkyrie, and she rolled the hole back to darkness successfully, so we're good to go there. And the Valkyrie is just going to sprint 6, 1, 2, 3, 4, right across, and kick down yet another door. Hopefully this time it is not a passage tile. It is a dark forest. So we are back into the general tile. That is part of the core set. There are actually 2 copies of this in the map pack. This river, the rocky shore, and then this is the generic tile for the adventure set, and it is the dark forest. Fun art. Okay, and we'll put an exploration token on that. And then a 5 here. Combining an adventure set and a core set sounds like a good idea. Yeah, I am excited to. When I first got the adventure set, I was like, I'm just going to use it as its own, run the whole campaign with everything in-house, have the experience of just the pure Gates of Valhalla box, what somebody would have if they had never played Brimstone. They'd buy that and take it off the shelf. It's really nice. It's just so curated for just that set to shine. And then as soon as you start adding stuff to it, you're like, I remember why I love Brimstone. So I'm excited to integrate it all in. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
I think we might need to move the party marker.
Oh, I think you're right. I was like, are you reading comments, or have you just figured out that I'm that bad at keeping track? I remember for the cross passage, though. That was exciting. Okay, if we scavenge here, come up with nothing, and then the exploration token Oh, no, clue token, come on. On only one exit. I was so excited. The exit is straight opposite. We do get a depth event. Now we need to not roll a 1 here or we will be ambushed in the middle of our second mission. And we just want 2 more clue tokens. We already have to fight more trolls automatically. I don't need to deal with more. Big deep breath. Don't roll 1. It's a 6. Guess what? This place is horrible and unforgiving, but we're not about to give up without a fight. Every hero may gain D3 grit, which is 3 in this case. Good job, Jarl. And heal D6 wounds and sanity, any mix, or recover a grit token. So the shield maiden is going to recover a grit token because she's already fully healthy. And the Jarl will also take the grit, even though he has 2 wounds on him. He has no grit, so he'll take it. Yes. Okay, and I officially can recite that depth event from memory now. Stubborn resolve. I guess I can't recite the rest of it, which talks about heroes that have been KO'd, but no heroes have been KO'd, so we're okay.
Adam Miller says new darkness stage, sanity damage to heroes. Did we move into the new darkness?
We have not. We got 1 more space to go. Unless, let me double check. So we were at here, and we've gone 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Nope. 1 more, and then we will get Odin's Light for the hero party marker changing, and the darkness, when it advances, it will give us the dark shadows. So holding back the darkness here. Oh no, encounter. The depth event, we're okay. And then the encounter says, broken bodies. Battered bodies and broken shields are strewn over the ground, splattered with dark red blood, and a great battle took place here, and it was recent. Fires still burn, the stench of death is fresh in your nostrils. Who, or whatever, did this was ruthlessly savage in their attack, and they are likely still close by. Everybody, Cunning 4+ test. Valkyrie, hate your life a little bit. Cunning 1. Oh, she gets it with a 5. And Jarl, he gets it with a 4, barely. Okay. Cunning 4+. For every 4+ rolled, draw a scavenge card. Okay, that was successful on both the Viking. Yeah, one and 1 for each. And then for every 6+ rolled, draw a loot card instead. Then, if any hero failed this attack, ambush attack, draw a threat card. Well, we're not doing that. Thank goodness. Everybody passed it, so everybody gets to draw a scavenge card, which actually could come back to haunt us.
Let's hope not.
That's, yeah. After we talked at length about the scavenge deck, the Jarl gains something in the dark. D6 horror hits, and if a 6 is rolled, we draw a growing drake card. So he takes 3 horror hits, and he saves them all. He'll take the 10 XP and keep moving. And then the scavenge card for the, Glint of Light for the Valkyrie. So she gets 10 XP. Sweet. Gonna bring her up. Wow, she's just ramping XP now. Good job. Do a little housekeeping here for a sec. She is going to need a D8 roll. Okay, anybody out there got a D8 they want to roll? Yes, Judge Matthew, excellent. We are in hour 8 of our 8-hour stream. Jim, I'm going to deny your 7 and let Judge Mayhew roll it because he was eager and ready to go. And I think he may have joined us recently. So, Matthew, sorry. And I know the screen is a little further away from me, so if I'm mispronouncing your screen name, it is because of innocence, not of... Oh, a 5, okay. Gain 1 starting side bag token. Oh, Jim's roll of 7 is looking really good right now. Okay, 1 starting side bag token. Somebody pick it. Perfectly pronounced. Good. Matthew, would you like to pick the side bag token? The Valkyrie gets either 2 axes, a bandage, why can I never remember, it's ale. I want to call it rum, or I want to call it mead. There's everything. I know there's mead in the game, so that's why maybe I'm confused. Ale, bandages, 2 axes, or a tonic token. Tonic gets you grit. when you decide, let us know, and we will add it to her side bag here. Okay, that was excellent. Encounter's done. We're moving on. We got to find clue tokens, and we got to level up this Valkyrie once she gets into a battle so we can see her upgrade chart as the climax of our stream here today.
He said, let's go for mead, so I'm assuming you
Yeah, yes. He's just harassing me. He is just harassing me. Okay, we're going to not go down due to sanity because we've got ale, ale, and ale. So much ale. All right. Let's see. Valkyrie, you are... No, hold back the darkness. Don't fail or we will have to... Yep, we will have to deal with dark shadows. So we gain a growing dread card. That's not good. And dark shadows finally goes off. Whenever the darkness crosses into a new stage of the death track, every hero takes D6 horror hits. Valkyrie takes 1, doesn't care, and the Jarl takes 2 and brushes it off. Fearless in the face of adversity. Movement comes 3 for the Valkyrie, who scavenges and finds D6 times 25 and a corruption hit. She finds corrupted gold, so she gets 125 bucks and our first corruption damage of the game. So the Valkyrie is just 1 little corruption point of damage. When she gets 5, she will mutate, but she will take it for another 125 gold. She's up to 265 bucks, which is 15 more than the Jarl has. And that has 1 scavenge token on it. This may be the first time we run into a situation where they both would want to scavenge the same tile. Yep, this is the first time all game. Moving on, we are going to hold back the darkness. It's held. And 1, 2, 3, 4. Lucky rating boots come into play once again to give her that just extra step she needs to get to a map tile and get 5 XP and find the river crossing. Did we cross a river last game? I don't think we did.
I'm not sure.
We did not. We found a hell gate. We found a troll cave. We did not find a river. But we've crossed 2 rivers so far this game.
I think we gotta shuffle around a little bit. Can't really see that tile on the
Oh, thanks.
camera.
Thank you. Come on. All right.
Oh, yeah. That's better.
Real nice, real easy. Oh yeah, sorry, you guys were in the dark for a second there. And the Jarl's gonna follow. 1, 2, 3. He's starting to get a little weary. He thought this would be an easy, simple task. Coming to the north after 100 years of darkness, he probably just figured all the towns are still there. All the gold I want is lying around, easy pickings. Now this Valkyrie is dragging him out to get those trolls. We must have our revenge. And we find yet another tile that does not have a clue token on it. How is this happening to me? Unbelievable. After I just practically endorsed the fact that it's much easier to find clues in an 8-tile set that is 50% clues. Okay, 1 encounter, 1 exit. We press on. That's okay. I really like the encounters. Yeah. They are really fun story moments. So, it's the wrong way. Okay. So, to review in this adventure, we found one bunch of trolls at the foot of a tree, and we also found some broken bodies. And we have trudged through a lot of forest and a lot of rivers, and we're looking for some excitement. Something in the snow. Stumbling over something buried in the snow, you reach down and pull it out of the ice, brushing off the frost. It's the luck test we feared. So it's a luck 5+ test, but we get to choose the hero. No, it's a random hero. Okay, we're all bad at luck, except the Valkyrie did take the lucky rating boot, so she is +1 luck from that. Valkyrie on a 1 through 4. It is. The Valkyrie will get to roll 3 dice, trying to get a 5. If successful, we draw a loot card pulled from the ice. We got it. 6. Excellent. If failed, it's a human hand, and the fingers curl around you. Yeah, gross. Okay, stop. There's more to read, but you guys can read it when you encounter the failure result. So no human hands grabbing us, and instead we got a loot card. Come on, big loot. It is Oh, it's a good find. Okay, D8. First person to enter a D8 roll will determine the good find. And I should say, if you roll a D8, you need to enter your roll. Otherwise, we'd have the whole community rolling a D8, not entering the bad entries, and then waiting for a community member who did roll well to put it in. 3. Thank you, Judge. Okay, that 3 is going to get us D3 Darkstone. Okay, and so this time, 1. 1 Darkstone. The Valkyrie is definitely winning the Darkstone battle this game. She's at 4, and the Jarl is at 0. So, and she has more ale. Here we go. What an encounter. Something in the snow. It was Darkstone. Wow, we got to get some action here. Holding back the darkness. 6. That's a fail. The darkness moves. The heroes. Did we move the hero party marker when I placed that? We didn't. Thank you. Okay. All of the heroes can recover a grit on a D6 roll of 4+ by Odin's light. Valkyrie fails. And the Jarl succeeds. Sweet. Finally. It got a little sunny right here by the river. So nice. Valkyrie goes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and is able to find a long passage. Oh man, we're getting trapped in the game. We just need a clue token. We know that the only exploration tokens left have clue tokens on them, and the map deck spits out a long passage. This game is mean. And the Jarl, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, cooperates by starting to catch up and scavenge unsuccessfully. Okay, we roll to hold back the darkness. Okay, we got about 15 minutes worth of playtime left here before we'll take the last 15 to regroup and answer questions. Holding back the darkness failed. Oh, darkness card comes, and it is out of control. This is from the map tile pack. So it says heroes are -1 on their willpower rolls for each ability token they currently have. So the Jarl has 3 rage tokens, and those are ability tokens. So willpower rolls of natural 6 ignore the modifier. Discard if a hero is KO'd. So the Jarl is basically going to fail all their willpower checks unless they roll 6s. So for each 6 they roll, they don't fail. Otherwise, they are -3 as long as they have those 3 rage. But if someone gets KO'd, we can get rid of this out of control ability. That is some cool art. That art is of the Ulsark Skinwalker, who is apparently out of control. And we were 1 less die on all our skill tests. When we were seeing if a creepy hand was grabbing us, yep, a creepy hand was definitely grabbing us, but too late, we missed it. Okay, going forward, 1 less on all skill tests. We didn't notice, yeah. We didn't notice that we were on unknown shores. It looked just like home. We could have swore we'd been here before. Here we go, holding back the darkness. No, that was what happened. That failed, we moved, and now the Valkyrie. 1, 2, 3. She will scavenge. Not successfully, and then the Jarl will come down. 1, 2, 4, 5, and he will scavenge. Not successfully. Okay, we'll clean up here, and then we'll hold back the darkness and press into, hopefully, a room with a clue token. Mm-hmm. And holding back the darkness, 5. The darkness is now racing. We do need 8s to hold it back, but that's not why we're failing. Okay, we are going to need 2 clue tokens fast because we have less than half of our depth track left. The Valkyrie is going to do the honors of opening yet another door into the field of battle. Remember that encounter we read that had a bunch of people on the ground that hadn't done so well in the most recent battle? I think that's this tile. Look at that. There is a field of battle, and there are bodies everywhere. And there is an exploration token, which will hopefully have a clue token on it. Actually, it's possible for it to not have a clue token on it, because there's still one exploration token out there that doesn't have a clue token on it. If I talk about it at the top of my voice, will it make it more likely to have to deal with it? No, it does have the clue token we were hoping for. So one exit. Whoop. And 2 encounters. So I'll take care of those. Call of Hell. Goddess and Queen of Death, Hell rules over the souls of those who die of disease, old age, or cowardice. It is said that she watches from the underworld, full of spite and despair. Better to die a glorious death in battle than to descend into the waiting embrace of Hell. H-E-L, the goddess. Okay, and then Spirit 5+ for everyone. Okay, for each 5+ roll, we gain 10 XP. So the Valkyrie does not do well. She might need to grit that. Says, for every die that did not roll a 5+, take 2 sanity damage, ignoring willpower. Nope, that's too much. So the Valkyrie's going to try and deal with that. Oh, and shuts it down. Oh, she only gets 2 dice because it's Unknown Shores, so let's try that again. The first roll is 1 success. And then she will spend the grit to reroll the other one and get a second success. Okay, so she took no sanity damage from that. And then the spirit value of the Jarl is 1 already, so he just rolls 1 dice and he takes 2. So the irony is that if you have low spirit, you can't take that much damage from it because you're like, I don't really get it. I'm not that scared. 5+. Okay, and for each 5+ roll, you do gain 10 XP. So she picks up 20 XP in that little encounter. The Call of Hell. Okay, the Jarl can't hear her very well, and the Valkyrie says, no way, I am of Odin. I'm divine. I'm not dealing with you, evil sister. Okay, lodged deep in the frozen ground, we have a buried blade. A Norse blade with a ribbon tied around the hilt marks the site of a fallen hero. Inscribed on the blade are ancient Norse runes that say, if your cause be just. Is our cause just? A random hero will be making a Spirit 6+ test with 1 less die, and the random hero is the Jarl, who only has 1 spirit. So, going to roll and get a 3. Boo. If you fail, take D3 corruption hits as you are deemed unworthy. You have been unworthy. And you failed your corruption check, so you now have, it was D3 was 1 corruption damage, and he failed the willpower check against it. So look at that, 2 corruption damage. Or our second corruption damage of the game. Okay, encounters out of the way. We get to the third clue token, which has 1 supply, so it's just a little goat wandering alone in this field. Hey goat, stop licking the battle axe with blood on it. That's gross. And D3 trolls. And there is 1 troll. Excellent. This is what we were hoping. Just 1. Where's the troll we haven't killed yet? Our final troll. He was painted up slightly differently. What's really fun is that the trolls have your standard art for the troll card here for this troll hunt. And then river trolls, bridge trolls have that similar art, but mountain trolls have a different paint scheme if you want to go that direction. And then ice trolls have a different paint scheme, and cave trolls. So there's just slightly variance in the theme. So as you're painting up your trolls, if you want to go left or right in terms of what kind of scheme you want to paint them up with, they do come out looking differently. This one is painted up much darker, has a very different feel from some of the others. All right. Troll in the back there. You know what? We can't make promises and not keep them. So for our finale here, since we only have 1 fight left, I did say we were going to try and get some new enemies into this, and we did not draw an enemy yet. So we're going to replace this troll with whatever enemy is at the top of the low threat deck that is a new enemy. So check. Oh, it is a Fenris Wolf. Look at that. We only needed to go 1 more. So we're going to break tradition here and go off the track just so that we can have fun with a new enemy. Fenris Wolves. How do people feel about that? Adam Miller feels good. Here comes the Fenris Wolves. Initiative 7. Okay, this is going to be an exciting fight, guys. Exciting fight in which we will level up the Valkyrie during the fight, and that'll be the conclusion of our stream, is this fun fight against a Fenris Wolf and a good look at the Valkyrie upgrade chart. So, start of the battle. Hold back the darkness. It's a 9. We're successful. The rage meter goes up for the Jarl, so he's at 4 rage. And the Fenris Wolf attacks first. Fenris Wolves are one of my favorite enemies in the game. Not because they have Fear 2, but they do have Fear 2. Not because they have Endurance 3 and can only take 3 wounds from a single hit, but they do have that. And not because they have Lunging Pounce. They can move through other models and only move the shortest distance to reach their target, so they don't try to get around behind people. What I like them for is their Relentless Attack ability. For each successful melee to hit roll a Fenris Wolf gets against a hero, it gains +1 combat for attack, and this may cascade. So they only get 3 combat dice and they hit on 4 ups, but watch what happens. Hey, Fenris Wolf, choose your target. You have a move of 8. 1, 2, 3, it's the Valkyrie. It is the Valkyrie. You move your shortest distance, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. You move right past that little goat and that little Jarl. Say, I'm going towards the Valkyrie Shield Maiden. Now, did we want the Valkyrie to call this guy out as Odin's champion so she gets extra damage against it and he gets extra damage against her? The last fight of the game, let's get heroic. She's going to call it out. So she's marked it, so it actually is +1 damage against her. She's +1 damage against it. It's going to roll 3 combat dice. It's looking for 4s, and we'll put them on the big screen here. It comes up with 1 hit, so it's got 1 successful hit, but every time it gets a successful combat hit, it gets to add +1 combat. So it rolls again. Oh, it gets another hit. That's nice. So it gets to roll another combat. Oh, and it failed. Okay, so it did get 2 successful hits. It's doing 3 + 1, 4 damage. So 2 hits that do 4 damage. And Kaylee is up for the occasion. She rolls her defense. Ooh, 2 fails. She's going to roll some grit here. And come up with a success and a fail. And then she will use her shield to block all but 1. There we go. Okay, so that went just okay. But remember, it has Endurance 3, so it's going to stick around for a while. It has a health of 12, and our Valkyrie goes next, looking for her helmet, I call it a helmet, but it's not. It's Warrior Prowess. She gets a 5 or 6 at the start of her turn, and that gets her a free grit, and then she gets to roll to move, and she will sneak around behind it. With a 5, that's good. So she'll jump, actually she'll walk all the way over here so she's not touching it, so it can retarget again next turn. And she's 2 spaces away. She'll poke with her spear. 3 and a 4. Since she can only do so much damage, she's going to change that 3 to a 4 with her Divine Defender ability and get 2 hits. Each of these will be reduced by 3. You spent her grit as well, right? Okay, she's +1 damage against this guy, so this does 5 minus 3 is 2 damage, and that does 6 minus 3 is 3. So she actually gets 5 wounds on it. Oh, sorry, Kaylee took the 1 damage. 5 wounds on it, and it has 7 health left. The Jarl is then going to prance on over. 1, 2. Start swinging the big axe. Oh, when he's 1 rage away from being able to go off. 6 and a 5, so a crit and a normal hit. He's excited about this. His critical hit does 2 damage. His normal hit does nothing, so he's going to spend a grit token to reroll both of those. He can do better. And the crit does not do better. It stays at 2, but the normal hit does end up getting 3 damage past the defense. So that's 5 more wounds, and the Fenris Wolf is still here. Goat, we will save you. We will save you, and we will get money for our camp. Holding back the darkness is failed, and the darkness picks up. It's stretching. The darkness is realizing we're about to end, and so it wants to get 1 last gasp of being mean and nasty. The next time a threat card is drawn for a fight, draw an extra low threat card to add to that fight. or an extra medium card if it's 5 or 6 heroes. Angry hordes. So if we were able to finish this game, we would head into the final confrontation with 3 angry trolls that had extra health, and they would get a free low threat with them from the angry hordes. Woo! This deck is being mean, but we're not going to be able to get there today. We've only got so many hours in a day to brimstone. Here comes the Fenris Wolves looking for a target. 1, 2, 3, it's Kaylee. Nope, this time it jumps around behind and it goes after the Viking Jarl, and it's going to roll 3 dice looking for hits. Up on the big cam, 2 hits, and so every time it has a successful melee to hit roll, it gets +1 combat. So it had 2 successes, so it gets 2 more dice. And there's another success, and now we have 3 hits. And there's another success, and now we have 4. Oh, I was hoping for it to run away with it. Okay, 4 hits that do 3 damage each against our Jarl. He'll try to defend himself very poorly. Kaylee will stick the shield in and soak up 3 of that, but he's taken 6 damage. So now he needs to roll armor against 6 damage and blocks 2 of it. So he takes 4, getting 2 extra rage tokens, plus the rage from the start of the turn. He is maxed out, and he is at 6 wounds total. Okay, and now, in the finale, I think they're going to be able to get him. So we're going to level up the Valkyrie, and then she's going to use her cool new abilities, maybe, to deal the final blow on the Fenris Wolf. But you see how the Fenris Wolf, when there's one of them, okay. But if there's 2 or 3 and they're all having a chance to chain attacks like that, you can have some really crazy fun Fenris Wolf turns where they're out of control. And then once they start picking up their elite abilities, then you're just running for the hills. Okay, the Valkyrie upgrade chart here. Let's see. Okay. We got our Valkyrie. First, we're going to roll on her upgrade chart. A couple D6s. Oh, somebody else want to roll it? Who can give me 2 D6s?
This is the longest it's been silent.
Yes. Yeah, typically with a stream, especially with like a solo stream, I wouldn't talk this much. You would want to leave lots of blank spaces because you just can't listen for that long. But with this one, we're just, well, you know, it's roll to move and we're all hanging out. So we're keeping it like 2 and 5. That's going to be mixed. Wow, very vanilla for both of these upgrades. We could have gotten a 12. That would have gotten us Odin's Charge. You now count as a Viking for team ability cards, and you add 1 team ability card to the pool at the start of each adventure. So our Valkyrie isn't a Viking, but it's possible to get 2 12s or 2 6s on the upgrade roll, bonus roll, and end up being a Viking. Or you can get 2 1s, and you'll get Valkyrie Warfare. Choose an enemy keyword like troll. And from now on, when you kill this enemy, you gain 5 XP, and you heal 2 wounds. So we can get really happy about that. Or maybe even Grimeans. That'd be a great one to get lots of healing off of. Okay, but more fun is on the back, where we will go to the Valkyrie upgrade chart. And I'm going to hold it like this so you can see the top half. The Valkyrie upgrade chart has 4 options: Divine, Warrior, Protector, and Death. Remember, we're building out for a Shield Maiden Valkyrie, but the Avenger Valkyrie would have a very fun time with some of the other options on this. So our options are regeneration. At the start of each turn and each day in camp or town, you may heal 1 wound and 1 sanity damage. So we can get regeneration as a Valkyrie, just like that troll keeps regenerating on us. And that's especially cool, especially with the Shield Maiden, who can use her armor to continue to heal. Norse Fury would be the other option under the Warrior track. Once per turn, you may take up to 2 sanity damage, ignoring willpower, to add the same number of damage to one of your combat hits. So we're feeling like the Valkyrie Shield Maiden needs a little more aggro. We can get her +1 max grit, which will go well with her helmet situation and her warrior prowess situation, and then we can also give her a way to take sanity damage to pump up her damage. Protector is Odin's Watch, very up her alley. Once per turn, choose another hero to gain armor 5+ until the end of the turn. That hero's armor may not be ignored. So if there's enemies that ignore armor or damage that ignores armors, she has a divine Odin's Watch Protector ability that she can hand out. And she gets 5 XP whenever a hero on her map tile successfully makes 1 or more armor rolls. So that doesn't matter if it's from Odin's Watch or not. If she just thinks that she needs to gain more XP quicker, she can hang out with heroes that use armor and then go way up. Lastly, Taking Souls. Gain 5 gold for each enemy that is killed on your map tile, or 10 gold if it's large size or bigger. So she protects the Vikings as she goes over the field, but she can also take care of all the evil that is coming across too and get it out of the way, and she gets richer for doing her job. Once per turn, when you kill an enemy, recover a grit. So that's super fun, especially if you're trying to do a kind of a grit engine or use that winged helm. So yeah, you could even take Death and Warrior to pump up your max grit and then have ways to hold more grit. What shall we take? In this final battle, it seems like Norse Fury might be the way to go. But if we were playing her longer, that's a hard call. It all depends on your play style, and that's something I really like about this game, is that depending on what your play style is, you can really build a hero that reflects your favorite. But you don't have total control. When you get mutations or you find that weird artifact that kind of points you in another direction, it's kind of a fun mix of the hero you like to craft and the story that is being told around you. So that's just the top of it, and yeah, there's lots more cool abilities, which you will get into as soon as you get your Valkyrie upgrade, unless there's one you want to find out now. Okay, we're going to take Norse Fury, so she can take up to 2 sanity damage, ignoring willpower, to add the same number of damage to one of her combat hits, and she's +1 max grit. So Valkyrie, we have a Fenris Wolf on the board. We have 8 hours worth of fun behind us, and we need you to take us home. She's now fully healed. She's recovered a grit for leveling up. And she has, an extra peril dice, health or sanity. 6. So she'll be +3 health, +3 sanity. Feeling good about that. So 13 health and 14 sanity. And the roll comes 5 and a 1, and she will use Define Defender to turn it to a 6. Boop. And the 6 will come through as a critical and do 3 damage, which is enough to get our Fenris Wolf to the 12 health. And he's down, and Billy Goat is joined by another goat. So we have 2 goats and a sack of flour to take back to camp. That was fantastic. I just absolutely love playing this game, and I absolutely love getting to hang out with the community every year, a couple times a year. So it was great to see everybody in chat. We've got about 5 minutes here before we all take off. We've got more games to play in other places. Do you have any questions on adventure sets, or was there anything you wanted to see today that we didn't show off yet? Adam Miller likes regeneration on the Valkyrie. Yeah. And yeah, all the upgrade charts for the Conquistadors, for the Vikings, for the Turdaren Strike Team, I'm just amazed. Every time I looked at those when we were playtesting them, I wanted to break them or prove them wrong by saying, oh, there's really only one good choice for this hero. But every hero that I worked with, I would try to apply that to, and it's not the case. There are multiple great options. And then as soon as other people start picking things, you have complementary stuff to go off of, then it just opens up in even another level. The Hellborn Marauders, you were hoping to see Hellborn Marauders? That I actually don't have in the wings. I just had the Seeker drones in the wings, and then the Fenris Wolves and the Hellbear. But yes, the Hellborn Marauders, there's going to be, like I said, Retribution is a Hellborn thing. So as you run into more Hellborn stuff and Hellborn myth in the game. One thing I do like, though, is when you run into new enemies and fancy fun stuff that you are not familiar with the lore about in the game, in the back of, as you get into some of the lore, you can actually go in and pull up these sections where you can look at the different, kind of do a deep dive on. So on each of the creatures, like if you want to know more about Grimeans, then there's a whole section you can read quickly the background of the Grimeans. Or if you're trying to understand what's going on in the Northlands or what's up with the target library, you can read and kind of dive into that stuff. So the little things about the Hellborn and things like that are mixed in there. I don't know that there's a section specifically on Hellborn for that, but with most of the enemy types and locations, you can do it just a quick grab on that. I'm curious, there must be a Hellborn spot somewhere, or their stuff may be in their specific enemy pack too. That might be the case, since the Hellborn are only referenced in the adventure set. Yeah, but fun that you can get a Growing Dread card that gives them that. D-O-H-L. I'm not sure what that means. Doll. Oh, dope. Sorry. Yep. Got it now. Well, that's good to go. So, like I said, tomorrow we're going to do the Jaguar Warrior and the Conquistador, and I think that one will go a little bit quicker than this one. We kind of slowed down to do some stuff in this, but we should get through 2 or 3 adventures there. So if you want to turn it on the background while you're at work, or come hang out, or direct, and yeah, I'm always open to feedback too. So if there's things that you want to see in these campaign by committee streams, just keep throwing them in the comments and we will support you. Thanks to Chat Master Daniel and Valkyrie Ida for helping out today. And we will see you all at the rest of Roll to Move. Keep an eye out for those live streams on Friday and Sunday as well if you want to catch up on new fun stuff that's happening around here. Will there be Crimson Hand enemies tomorrow? I see what you're saying. There will not, because they are employed on other game tables. So there are other missions out there. So we will be doing a Spanish Fort run, but we will not be running into Crimson Hand enemies on this table here. But I will look around and see if there's any stray Swamps of Jargono enemies or Spanish Forts enemies that are there. But Adam Miller, just so you know, the reason why we don't get to see them on this stream here is because there are people who are getting to play with them on 3D tables and some really cool encounters out there. So. Multiverse Comments. We just got restocked with your stuff today. Hey, Mick, thank you for jumping in. Yeah, I've been having some great conversations with a bunch of different retailers. We've been out to some of the different retailer conventions lately too. And yeah, there's so much good stuff. So I'm not sure. Multiverse Comics, check them out if you are in their area. But yeah, there's just so much good stuff coming with this, with the map packs and the gates and the campaign. This is going to be a really fun summer because so many people are going to come into the game through these new adventure sets. And so our community, which is just full of solid, amazing people that I love to hang out with, is going to grow. So I'm excited for people to play the games, but I'm also excited for those other people to discover this community that we're all a part of that is really just a great community. So hopefully as they come in, all those questions that we had when we were jumping in at the beginning, they will have too. And I already love the way our community responds to that. So we'll just keep piling more people in here, and we'll have Vikings and Samurai and Cowboys and strike teams and everybody running left and right. So we will see you. Keep having fun holding back the darkness, and we'll see you tomorrow, same time, same place for for Conquistador and Aztec Hero fun.